Hello everyone and welcome to the Redmen TV. This is the match build-up ahead of the Carabao Cup Final. Liverpool versus Newcastle kicks off at 4:30. I'm Steve Hoare, joined by Jamie Cranford. Over at the board, we've got Dan Clubb as well, bringing you all the team news as and when it's released. As always, today's stream is sponsored by Dr. Emre Cynic. So if you see a little pop-up coming out throughout the course of the day, or indeed if you see the on my right-hand side now throughout the course show, yeah, Dr. Cynic, the best hair clinic in the whole of Turkey. I've never used it, as you can see. I'm baldy, but loads of people have, loads of the stars, including Rivaldo, Rio Ferdinand, if you want to call him a star as well. So if you want to get yourselves involved, that's your thing, then yeah, head over to Dr. Cynic's website. There's a link in the description. Use the QR code, all that good stuff, and go and get yourself some of the best hair treatment that you can possibly get. They do dental work as well. If it's good enough for Luis Garcia, and he's a very handsome man, then it's probably good enough for you. Get yourselves involved. There's a free consultation on the website. Go and have a little look. Go have a look. I'm watching Mark Cucurella on the screen now. Maybe you could end up looking like him. Maybe IJ go from baldy to Mark Cucurella. That would be quite a transformation.
I mean, without wishing to be too harsh, they'd have a job.
Yeah.
But, you know...
If anyone can do it,
I was going to say, if anyone can do it, yeah. Dr. Emre Cynic is the man.
He would be able to... He'd box me off. I could be a new man if I wanted to be the... I might have a little look at that myself towards the end of the season. Right then, League Cup Final. By the way, we've got half an eye on the Arsenal-Chelsea game here, so if you wonder why we keep looking over there at time to time, then that'll be that. As I mean, it's been an absolute dog of a game, to be fair to you. Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Jay, Liverpool have... League Cup finals, it's become a bit of a norm in the last few years. Liverpool have been involved. Is this 3 and 4 years now or something like that? Yeah. It's been plentiful. It's a different opposition, ironically. Chelsea are on our screens today. It's not them. It's Newcastle United. It's interesting with being Newcastle because it's a huge game. When it's us in Chelsea, teams who are, with all due respect, used to winning trophies, used to be in finals. Today's opponent's a bit different. It's one of the biggest games Newcastle have played for a long time. They lost the last time they got to the year. I wonder how that plays a part, again, it being the Geordies rather than Chelsea.
Yeah, that's been one of my big things coming into this. I've been having a little chat on Insta with me one Geordie mate, and they're a good team. We've got to give them respect. My slight worry in terms of the Wembley factor for them is because they went there 2 years ago. I wouldn't say that's a dress rehearsal because obviously they wanted to win this, but is that for the management, for the squad, kind of normalised a little bit the whole thing of being in a final and the fans, and it's still obviously a massive thing because as people have been repeating, they haven't won a trophy for 70 years. Could that make it a little bit easier for them and to give them that little boost of confidence? Like, we belong here. This is our second one in 3 years. We need to be getting to these finals more regularly. Hopefully not. I'm hoping they're going to be absolutely bricking it because because they're so desperate to win a final.
It's what they did last time against Man United.
Well, yeah, that they didn't turn up, did they? Last against Man United, and it wasn't a vintage Man United team. They controlled the game. It was a fair bit of a non-event, really, in terms of a exciting footballing spectacle, routine 2-0 win. That's what I'm hoping is going to happen today. Sorry, Newcastle fans, but Arne's been the master of the routine 2-0 win so far this season. So I'm hoping, in terms of how the game's going to play out, Liverpool's class is going to show and Liverpool aren't going to turn up. But I have a sneaking suspicion that's not what's going to happen.
Well, I say we'll find out, of course. But listen, if we know anything from Liverpool in finals, they tend to try and do things the hard way.
Yes.
Penalty shootouts or extra times, that tends to be the norm. We could be here for a while. Hence why I do have Red Bull with me, because especially after midweek as well, it was quite a long stream. Dan, I'm going to head over to you. Obviously, we don't know the team yet. We're not even sure when it's going to be announced. It could be any time shortly. It feels like it half picks itself, the manager. Again, he's got a decision-making goal. The rumours are he's probably leaning towards Quavian Kelleher. And then maybe what he's going to do as centre-forward. The rest seems to be relatively easy for him to select.
Yeah, they feel like the two sort of real decisions he's got to make. He's got to weigh up a few of his options there. Obviously, it's been Kelleher's competition by and large. Alisson started the first leg against Spurs because he's been out for a little while. But other than that, it has been exclusively Quavian Kelleher this season. I think left back you can maybe throw into the mix as well. Andy Robertson's put a few serious shifts in. You mentioned midweek there against PSG. Andy Robertson was brilliant, I thought, on the night actually, but lasted the entire night ultimately for nothing, which psychologically and physically will have an impact on all of the players. Robbo being forefront of that. And centre forward's the other one. I feel like we are grasping a little bit to find the solution in there. Obviously, you've seen a bit of Diaz. Gakpo clearly wasn't fit when he came on midweek, so the chance of Diaz going central and Gakpo being left has kind of been ruled off the table. So it is a toss-up between Jota and Núñez. It's a really difficult one. It almost boils down to who do you think can have the best impact off the bench, I would potentially say, because none of them have really grabbed that shirt and made that position their own. So, yeah, that feels like the big decision to me. And interestingly enough, whilst a lot of the focus has been on the wings and who's at full-back for both teams, it feels like centrally up against the centre-halves of Newcastle is an area we can get some joy. I just don't know whether we've got the tools and the player right now in terms of form to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. The man just got it. They feel like the couple of selections again. We're hearing it's going to be Diogo Jota. I thought if Cody Gakpo's 100%, we don't know that either yet. Jay, maybe he goes Gakpo on the left, but Diaz up front. He's been keen to do that as well, and we'll find out in due course. But Dan is right. Actually, in the last few weeks, Liverpool, for all their firepower, and listen, they've tended to score loads of goals. It feels like they're all a little bit off the boil. You could even put Mo Salah in this mix. Obviously, he still continues to chip away with his numbers. He's got a couple of penalties, which always helps. But it does feel like Liverpool's forward line at this moment needs a little bit of a kick up the backside. And it'll be interesting to see what the manager goes with. Yeah,
I thought they were probably, across the two legs against PSG, probably our poorest area, you know, our poorest positions on the pitch. Feeding off scraps in the away leg, and then when they did have chances on Tuesday, they couldn't take them. Jota's been, it's just not quite been right. It's such a shame for him because, I mean, he comes back in that Fulham game, scores a brilliant goal off the bench, and you're thinking, oh, Jota's never been away, you know, but he hasn't. He's not kicked on since then. Núñez is a special case. Is, you know, we all seem to think that the manager doesn't trust him, so I think we all think it's going to be Jota. Gakpo, yeah, he didn't look right when he came off the bench the other day, so I would be surprised if he starts. He'd had to have looked 1,000 times better in training this week to be getting the nod for me. And Chiesa, I mean, that's even more of a damning indictment on him, is that a semi-fit Gakpo's getting on the pitch. You know, when are we seeing Chiesa? So I'm not even considering him at the moment. So yeah, it would. Salah, he probably had two of his poorer games of the season against PSG. So it'd be a good time for him to turn up. Obviously, he's got a few penalties and things like that. His finishing, his misses on Tuesday. I mean, one of them's blocked, and then the one he tries to curl in the far post, you're getting off your seat because you're seeing that nestle in the top corner so many times before, but he doesn't quite manage it. He was in tears the other day. You know, it's what a way it would be for him to get over those tears by sticking a few past Nick Pope or whoever is going to be in goal for Newcastle.
And the one thing, Dan, I'll come to you, Mo Salah, he hasn't really done is the Wembley thing yet. Like he's obviously been involved in pen shootouts, but he's injured for a final, he gets injured in a final. It hasn't quite gone his way in terms of Wembley, again, other than he has scored in the shootout, I think it was 22, but yeah, it feels like we don't know where we're at with Mo Salah, but he hasn't quite had that Wembley magic moment. I reckon he'll be desperate for it. Virgil's had one. You know, all the poor players, the greats have all had them. Kenny's had them, and Steven Gerrard's had them. It feels like Mo Salah will be desperate, even if it is the League Cup final, to be having another magic moment, and he'll want one at Wembley.
No, absolutely he will, yeah, because there's a prize at stake at the end of this, isn't it? And the reason he is the footballer he is, obviously day in, day out, he puts so much work and so much emphasis and determination into what he does and how he crafts his trade. That's to produce the numbers and the performances, but generally speaking, whenever he spoke about how he sees football and what he wants to achieve, it's about trophies, it's about these sorts of occasions, and he will be absolutely chomping at the bit to get over the disappointment of midweek and put it right today, and he'll want to be the star of that particular show. So yeah, make you absolutely spot on, and ultimately, you know, whether this is the farewell tour of Mo Salah or not remains to be seen, but he'll still have eyes on more prizes. He'll still have an eye on the Ballon d'Or, although his chances of that have diminished somewhat because of what happened in midweek, but still, he'll want to be absolutely the forefront of everything positive between now and the end of the season for Liverpool, and this is his first opportunity today.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I suppose in goal, we don't know. We're led to believe it's going to be Kelleher, Jay. We haven't heard that, and the team is not yet. I'm guessing they're going to wait till on the hour to decide. It feels fair enough if it is Kelleher. You know, it has been his competition. Like I say, he didn't play at Brighton because Yaros played, because Kelleher was first choice, so they didn't want to risk him there. He didn't play at Tottenham again. I think Liverpool really were keen to get Alisson back some minutes, but Jurgen Klopp did this twice, and it feels like Arne Slot's going to follow suit.
Yeah, and it could be his last game for the club. You know, I think probably odds on.
The odds on that
it is. You know, and I think he deserves it. When he came in, I remember when he came in last season when Alisson had that long injury, and he played in a few of the Europa League games, and there was a few where you're going, oh, Alisson saves that. And, you know, this year he came in and to me took like a duck to water straight away. And when we were deep into that run of it, having him in goal, it's not even a talking point, you know. And he's not quite on. He's not on the same level as Alisson, because very few people are. But yeah, I think he deserves it. He's also a bit of a penalty expert. I don't want to, you know, a bit of possible foreshadowing there. He's won more penalty shootouts than any other Liverpool keeper. I think for all of our stress levels, we'd like him not to have to be involved in another one, but you know, you never know. So, and there were a few people jokingly suggesting online that he should have been subbed on the other day, but we couldn't because Canarse had got injured. So yeah, I'm you know, very confident with him in goal. Like no problem with it. And if it is to be his last game, he can sign off with a win and sign off a really, really good Liverpool career and go and be a number one somewhere else, because he deserves that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, when you think back in the future about Keith Callaghan and his Liverpool contributions, you're going to think of the Carabao Cup's going to be what you mainly think of. So it could be rather fitting if that's what it is. Of course, he could play in the league, but you'd be very, very doubtful. Again, it would have to be an Alisson injury between now and the end of the season for Callaghan maybe to get another game, unless again there are some dead rubbers down the line that he just decided Arne Slot to be a bit nicer to him in the end. But yeah, by the way, the Arsenal game finished, I think they just won 1-0 at the end of that one. I think I'm right in saying. Which yeah, whatever, it's fine. Dan, I'll come over to you then. The one thing with Newcastle, again, they've got Alex Isak and they've got a very good midfield. It feels like that could be a key battle in the middle of the park, our three against their three very combative, energetic midfields. It might be the only one of the few midfields actually that could match Liverpool a little bit for energy levels. It feels like today could be a big Szoboszlai game on that big Wembley pitch. You know, it feels like, yeah, we're going to see a lot of Dominic Szoboszlai, you would hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think he's going to be absolutely pivotal to this performance. The midfield's going to be as well. A lot of the attention, a lot of the focus has been on the likes of Isak, Mo Salah, etc. And like say, who's absent in terms of Anthony Gordon and Trent and what have you. But for me, the whole game rests on the midfield. Now, the players we just mentioned there, they're capable of moments. They can produce magic and they can turn the game on the flip of his head immediately in a split second. But I actually think in terms of how the balance of players going to look, it all depends on who can get the better of that midfield, who can get superiority in there. And you're right, I think this probably is the only one that can really hold the candles to Liverpool's across the entire Premier League. Now, in times gone by, you'd have said Man City's, but that's been a shadow of its former self this year. Arsenal's midfield doesn't quite stack up either for me. I think the Newcastle one, on its day when they're all fit, is a real match for anybody's, including ours. It's got the athleticism, it's workmanlike, but it's also got some quality in there, particularly Bruno and Sandro. Joe Linton is just a bit of a yard dog and puts himself about, but my God, can he put a shift in. He will match anyone when it comes to running power and what have you. So, yeah, it's a really, really interesting one, and one we're going to have to get the better of if we're going to dominate the game, because I think in terms of setting the tone here today, I think the first goal is crucial, like it is in any game of footy, of course, but in a particularly one like this, because Jay mentions Newcastle's recent experience at Wembley. I do think that stood them in good stead and maybe has shifted the mindset slightly. I spoke to Ryan Taylor this week, who played a lot for Newcastle, and he said that was a bit of a jolly weekend in London for Newcastle. They were just happy to be there. It was ahead of schedule somewhat. This time for them, it's about winning. His literal quote was, it's about winning now. So if we are going to be and sort of flex our muscles and show our teeth and show our own quality and the fact that we're serial winners, that midfield's going to have to stand up and be counted.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're backed into it. We'll touch on that in a minute. The next one is Gerald Kwanzaa. Is going to be at right back, we would think, Jay. You know, the manager kind of, when three of your right backs get injured, how's your look kind of thing? Yeah. Liverpool's only 3 injuries, all happen to be the 3 right backs, which, yeah, like I say, how's your look? Kwanzaa, I thought, struggled at Newcastle. Anthony Gordon was in that team, though. That is different. Yeah. But, you know, Harvey Barnes is no mug. Having said that, Kwanzaa looked all right against PSG in that position, so he's probably trained a little bit more for it. That game, he was very much through into that situation. This one, they'll have known for a while now he's been the backup right back, so I'm sure they've done a little bit more work on that. Obviously, he looked a little bit more natural against PSG, but if you're Newcastle, that is definitely something you're looking at. You're looking at Kwanzaa and going, can we get Harvey Barnes on? And maybe you switch Murphy over there a little bit. Well, Isak loves drifting over. He could get over there as well. Yeah. I think he's going to be the one who they're going to be having a real good go at, and it's up to him to perform.
Yeah, especially after that game at St James's Park earlier in the year. He looked, I mean, all at sea is probably a bit harsh, but he certainly struggled. But Slot said that. I've really enjoyed, actually, Slot. I feel like sometimes people will review his press conference and go, oh, he didn't half throw such and such under the bus. But I don't see it like that. I just see it as a very open, mature. He said, yeah, Kwanzaa struggled the first couple of games he came in, and I think specifically meaning that Newcastle game. But now he's looking a lot better. He's got the right skill set for right back in terms of he's comfortable on the ball, happy to get up and down, he's strong. So obviously he's not a direct replacement for Trent, but you know, nobody is going to be. Gordon was his kind of serial tormentor in that game at St James's Park. Gordon's not going to be playing. Barnes is a good player. Murphy's a good player, but I think they're just a rung below the likes of Gordon. Yeah. In terms of a challenge. So I think Newcastle, yeah, it probably would be a good idea for them to target him, but he acquitted himself really well against PSG. He's just been called up into the England squad, so he's had a vote of confidence there from Thomas Tuchel. So hopefully he's buzzing now. He's getting a bit of that confidence back, because I think that was the thing that was so striking about him coming in last season was, he was 20, 21 years old. And he's doing a bit of the Joel Matip thing and coming out with the ball. And you think, God, this lad's, he's full of confidence. His confidence has definitely taken a knock this season, I think. But hopefully with that England call-up, his good performance the other day and his backing from the manager, he's going to be back to full confidence, and we're going to see a good display from Jurel today.
And injuries are a part of this, and suspensions, of course. Now I'll come to, obviously, Liverpool we mentioned before. Gomez, Bradley and Alexander-Arnold all out injured. Newcastle got injuries at the back as well. There's no Lewis Hall. There's no Sven Botman, and of course Anthony Gordon suspended. So, I'm guessing it's going to be a back two of Shaw and Dan Burn against England. Of course, Dan Burn just had his. Whoever's going to be playing left back for Newcastle, it looks like it'll be one of Trippier and Livramento. It's a right back playing left back, so both teams have got auxiliary full backs. The difference is that it's Salah up against theirs, and it's their backup winger up against Gerald Kwanzaa. That Salah battle against whoever it is. We mentioned before, it wasn't wanting a big game, but like I say, there should be something there for Mo Salah up against a right back playing left back. Yeah,
there most definitely should be. It'd be interesting to see how that sort of pans out and how the Newcastle fullbacks look to navigate that, because I actually think they might go Trippier on that side. We'll find out in due course, of course. But that'll be because he's less adventurous these days. You can still get your energy from Livramento up and down and being what you'd sort of conventional fullback would be back in the day, and just like say up and down fullback all afternoon long. But I think with Trippier, you could just leave him at home a little bit and allow him just to make sure his primary job and primary focus is dealing with Mo Salah. The positive for Newcastle in that is the fact that they're both obviously naturally right-footed. So Salah coming inside, which something does a lot, actually suits their fullback in this instance quite heavily. So it'd be interesting to see. And we haven't got the natural width from Kwanzaa or whoever the right back, whether it be Conor Bradley, whoever, to go around the outside and overlap and get to the byline and stuff. So we won't have to worry about that necessarily either. Kwanzaa might try and get up there as soon as he possibly can, but I think for him, a lot of the focus on his side will be make sure you do defensive duties well, deal with your tricky winger, whether it be Harvey Barnes, Isak out there. I think Konate will have to get across and help quite a lot. We've seen that against PSG quite heavily. That was a noticeable shift from when Trent went off. Konate was more conscious about Kwanzaa not getting isolated 1v1 and not helping him do that battle. So yeah, it's going to be a fascinating one. Listen, you'd always back Salah to get one or two moments against whoever the fullback is. Certainly if it's somebody playing at a position like it will be in this case. But I just think it actually favours Newcastle ever so slightly, having that guy who can go naturally inside, which is what Salah wants to do more often than not as well.
Liverpool have named their team, and it is what we thought it was. I'll read it out while Dan gets a board ready. I think you're sound, to be honest with you.
Just subs, isn't it? But
it's Kelleher in goal. We've got a back four of Andy Robbo, Virgil van Dijk, Ibu Konate and Jarell Kwanzaa. Midfield three of Gravenberch, Bosley, McAllister. A front three of Salah, Jota and Luis Diaz. A bench of Alisson, Endo, Nunes, Chiesa, Jones, Gakpo, Elliott, Tsimikas and James McConnell, Dan's mate, who we had into it a couple of days ago, does get on the bench. He was telling us, Dan, beforehand, it's a random place that we spoke about much of this anyway. James was telling us off air he wasn't quite sure if he was going to be in the matchday squad. It turns out he is. And congratulations to him. He had a massive impact in the last final. I don't know if he'll get on this one, but he did. he was speaking to us, wasn't he, about how big a moment that was. He'll be delighted just to be on the bench.
Yeah, he will do. Absolutely, against his hometown club, of course, as well. A lot of family allegiances, will be with Newcastle. A lot of friends, he told us that as well, will be with Newcastle. But yeah, I think his primary family will definitely supporting him and the Reds every step of the way. But yeah, I'm delighted for him. Good kid, good interview as well. And I just say, pre-interview, because I basically told him kind of what we were going to talk about, and he said, "Oh, just so you know, I don't know if I'll be in the squad." He was quite nervous about that fact, so yeah, made up that he is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good for him. The team we spoke about a little bit, Jay. The bench is interesting, and I'll bring you Newcastle's team in a moment. But yeah, obviously Endo is on there as your backup centre half / midfielder. There's Nunes, Chiesa, Jones, Gakpo, Elliott as attacking options. Costas, McConnell, you say more defensive options alongside Endo. That is what happens when you've got 3 defenders injured, you balance your sides. That looks like a bench that can win you the game if it needs to be. But again, there's a lot of lads there not in great form or a bit injured or coming back from it. It feels like there's a lot on the lads on the pitch to get the job done. But there is still plenty of options there for them if needs be.
Yeah, it's quite an attacking bench, although that's probably partly natural because we've got so many defenders out. Yeah. Although it depends so much on the game state, because I'm thinking like, well, obviously if a defender goes down, Endo's probably going to have to be the person who comes on, unless it's Tsimikas who's coming on. But then you want Endo on potentially to shore up the game at the end. You got Jones there, I mean, I suppose McConnell, that'd be a big vote of confidence if
well, he's a right back option as well, which might be why he's made the bench. He starts that play with that right back.
You mentioned Jones at right back as well, didn't he? Slightly impressive. So McConnell, I would say so.
Yeah, I think McConnell's definitely a right back option if needs be. So I'm guessing that's why he's on there. We have a super chat before I carry on. AJ LeBruy says, "Here's for Liverpool, 2-0 win. Fingers crossed. It's not going to be an easy game. I'm a big fan of Newcastle's midfield, but we're Liverpool and we're going to do it." I hope you're right, AJ, and thank you very much for the super chat. Newcastle have gone for a very arty way of announcing their team with a very zoomed in picture of Sandro Tonali. Look at that. It's like something like you see like I'm trying to think, like a
Vogue magazine or something.
Or like a perfume advert.
Yeah.
It's starting 11.
Power by Sandro Tonali.
Starting
the new
11
fragrance
by Tonali, yes. Nick Pope in goal. There was talk about who was starting goal when it is Nick Pope. Sorry, Joe. Go after. He's much better looking than me. The people who want him on the screen. It is Trippier, Shaw. They do it as well. Trippier, Shaw, Joe Linton, Tonali, Barnes, Isak, Livramento, Murphy, Bain, and then Bruno Guimaraes, the captain. Their bench, Dubravka, Wilson, Target, Kraft, Asula, Willock, Longstaff, Marley, and Neve. So again, a couple of youngsters on the Newcastle bench.
He could have gone Target, couldn't they, left back?
They've got their injuries. He hasn't. I'm guessing that means Livramento is left back. I think, again, both teams, there's no real surprises in either of them. It kind of is what it is for both of them. I'll come back to you, Dan, on going back to their team then again. Trippier v Diaz, Livramento, you guess, against Mo Salah on a big Wembley pitch. Liverpool, I think, we are a team that likes to get the ball wide anyway. It feels like it could be even more significant here. Again, stretch them out, get away, get those big centre-halves who aren't the quickest. Shaw's all right, Dan Bain probably not as much. I think Liverpool are going to try and get the ball to Diaz and Salah quite often, one-on-one, and work from there, really. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, these are two teams that know each other relatively well by this point, and obviously we had a dress rehearsal for this game just a few weeks ago at Anfield. Now this would be a different game entirely, not only because of the final and what's at stake, but also with the personnel, which obviously we knew in advance that these areas in particular would look slightly different than what we've become accustomed to. The Diaz factor is a factor. One of his better games for Liverpool Football Club, as it turned out, was at Wembley in one of the finals against Chelsea, when he sort of hit the ground running when he first arrived on the scene. It felt like we'd really hit the jackpot with that signing, actually. There's been moments along the way, but it's flattered to deceive somewhat, but it does feel as though, as you mentioned, the big pitch, the width, the ability to get at fullbacks could well be really beneficial and a possible avenue to success for the Reds today. I'm looking at someone like him, and Mo Salah on the other side in a different aspect as well. He produces more often than not. But I want someone like a Diaz to take this game by the scruff of the neck. And if it is Kieran Trippier who he's up against, who's in his day been a very, very good footballer, we know about his set-piece delivery, his dead ball qualities there for all to see. But as a defender, as a full-back now, Diaz should be licking his lips by the prospect of going up against him. Remember when Diaz played against Everton last season? It was Ashley Young. It's slightly different, but still, he told me a new one. Ashley Young was off the pitch in 15 minutes. Diaz should be looking at this battle, this matchup, and saying, I'm going to do exactly the same as what I did to him, to you today today. So let's see how it pans out. It wouldn't shock me, by the way, if Newcastle flipped that on its head, because Trippier staying at home with Salah as opposed to Liverpool doing the bombing up and down thing feels like a more natural fit, but let's wait and see.
It's interesting as well, because Dan mentioned the dress rehearsal a few weeks ago, Jay, and it was a different Newcastle, of course. They had no Alex Isak, and he is the goal threat, of course, but they did have Anthony Gordon, and Liverpool dealt with that challenge. It was kind of in second gear, really. Newcastle didn't really lay a glove on Liverpool. Obviously, when you bring in Alex Isak into this equation, obviously that dramatically increases their goal threat. He's one of the best strikers in Europe, maybe the best on current form. He's certainly in that discussion of top players. But we had Jamie Carragher on a deep dive, and he said, Konate and Van Dijk will have to do a good job on him, and then it means Kwanzaa up against Barnes and obviously Robertson up against Murphy one-on-one. They'll have to win them battles, because when it was Anthony Gordon, Ibu Konate constantly has to go over, and then it's one-on-one Isak v Van Dijk. And listen, you'd back Virgil against anybody, but it feels in this one Liverpool might have to say to their full-backs, listen, we're dealing with this lad and he's dead good. Like, you're going to have to win your own battles against two good wingers, but they're certainly not Newcastle's better wingers.
In terms of the job overall for the defence, I think I saw Carragher also this week saying if anyone can deal with Isak, it's Van Dijk. I also saw an Athletic piece that described Isak as Van Dijk's kryptonite. I'm not really entirely sure where they're getting that from, because he's all right. He scored a great goal against us earlier in the season, but I don't feel like he's sort of embarrassed Van Dijk or, undressed him or, like absolutely tore him a new one sort of thing. But we've just come through 210 minutes against that PSG from three and only conceded one goal. Now, all right, you could probably say we were lucky at times in that, but the overall threat the PSG supplied us, and then with the people coming off the bench, I think it's going to be loads more than Newcastle. So yeah, Isak he's a big handful. He's someone to deal with. I don't know if I'm clutching at straws a little bit, but he was injured the other week. Is he 100% fit? Absolute. I mean, obviously, look, if he's going to get up for any game, he's going to get up for a final. But is there going to be? We saw in the Champions League final the other year, Harry Kane wasn't fit. Now, I don't think it's the equivalent situation of that. But if there's just any doubt in his mind of, do I go for that sprint? Do I do this? Do I do that? That could play into our advantage. But yeah, it's definitely all eyes on Virgil and Konate in terms of dealing with him today.
And Jamie mentioned extra time a couple of times, Dan, that in this game there's every chance of it. Liverpool did go into extra time in midweek. Now, listen, Tuesday to Sunday, that's about as big a rest as you're ever going to get in footy, really. Newcastle, by the way, did play away from home on Monday night. Obviously, they didn't go to extra time, and I understand that. But yeah, any concerns there, really, fatigue-wise? Surely you would think that that's a long recovery time for these lads. You'd imagine it should be all okay after that. Yeah,
you would. I would start to get concerned if we haven't got this job done and dusted inside 90. I think going into extra time does feel problematic for Liverpool, genuinely. And I was there on Tuesday night and I saw the legs fell off us in extra time. It was non-existent. That was an absolute non-event. Like, we were clinging on for penalties somewhat. We barely got a kick. Let's have it right. Inside Anfield, which just doesn't happen over the course of half an hour footy ever, but it did. So yeah, that would be a concern, definitely, because we've asked these lads to go and go and go. And whilst that is a decent break, I agree. My sort of overriding concern about the impact of midweek and the exertions that were is the fact that it felt like a lot of the narrative coming into this final was Newcastle have got injuries and suspensions and the form's not crapping at it. There was doubt over Isak, etc. All of a sudden they have a relatively straightforward win on Monday night and we have to go to the well on Tuesday and come up with essentially nothing because we had 120 minutes of footy there and we didn't even get through to show for it. So physically that was really gruelling. And psychologically, that's a bit of a blow as well. Now, I'm backing the lads who have recouped and got over it, and if anything, have even more determination to make sure they bounce back with results today. So there's loads of sort of weird, backwards positives you can take. But my fear is that if we do get tested and proper examination today, and we do go into the 100th, 110th minute, etc., then it might start to show again.
Yeah, that's where the bench is going to have to play its part, indeed. That just go, like, hopefully Liverpool can get the job done in normal time. It is worth mentioning as well, though, Jay, like, they are up against the Newcastle side who aren't in amazing form. Like they've not been quite at it. Again, injuries and a little bit of fatigue. Maybe this time of the season is quite difficult for a lot of teams. Nobody's ever really at their firing best. In terms of Premier League teams, very rarely is anyone fit and fired on all cylinders around this time. You know, we've just watched a dog of a game between Arsenal and Chelsea. It feels like everyone, you know, this time of year is slightly not at it. They have got a goal threat, and we have to acknowledge that. But this isn't them coming into this game on the back of 5 successive wins and all guns blazing. They scraped past West Ham. They've had a couple of iffy games before that. They got battered by Man City not that long ago. You wonder where Newcastle's confidences are, and maybe, you know, there's a thought that maybe they've had their eye on this final for a few weeks because there's been a long gap since the semi-finals. But yeah, they're not exactly coming on here 10 out of 10 all guns blazing either.
I suppose if you were trying to sell this as this is going to be a really close game and anything can happen, you'd say, well, ignore all that, because like when we play Everton, no matter what form Everton are in, you can never guarantee it. Newcastle are coming into a final and it's going to be all blood and thunder and it's going to be trying to get them over the line. I think that could work against them potentially. So that remains to be seen. I just wanted to comment a little bit on the possibility of extra time. I mean, I've been chatting to me mates and we were going back through all the finals we can remember, and like pretty much in my lifetime, the only comfortable ones, the Spurs Champions League. We score early, a bit of a non-event the game, and then we score late. Every single other one, there's been penalties, there's been extra time, there's been ridiculous comebacks, there's been adversity. It's been, it's been a roller coaster, it's been stressful. If we do go to extra time, looking at the comparative benches, I feel like every sub is going to make them weaker in terms of,
quality-wise.
In terms of quality.
Yeah.
Now, if Jota's having a bad game and Nunez comes on, that might not necessarily, if Nunez comes on as a stormer, that's not making us weaker. Elliott could come on and do something. Jones could come on. So our players, I've got different skill sets who are coming off the bench, so that could be something. I know there's the tiredness issue, but I think we've got more quality on the bench.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think anyone could dispute that one. Right then, there's 2,500 of you watching. Thanks very much. Much appreciated. If you do me a favour, if you could all press the like button now and then put your listening ears in, because I'm going to tell you how the day is going to go here at Redmen HQ, and then I'm going to be asking everyone for the score predictions as well, so get yourselves involved in that. But in a couple of moments' time, we're going to hear from Arne Slot, who was speaking at his press conference, after which Dan will be in this very chair with the fan interactive section of the show. That'll go from about 1:45, so just in a few minutes' time, until about 4:15 PM UK time. Then me and Jamie will come back in for the entire watch along. Hopefully after which we'll be live right away for Virgil van Dijk. Hopefully lifting that trophy for the second successive year, and then we'll have loads of the post-game stuff as well. We've also got people down at Anfield. Paul, Chris, Chloe and Errol are all down there, so I'm sure there'll be loads coming from there as well. On the socials, on YouTube, everywhere, loads of good stuff coming for you. And then me and Jamie will be over on Redmen Plus a little bit later on as well, with the player ratings show after the game, hopefully giving lots of high numbers out. If you want to get involved in that, by the way, our 3-month code, it ends today. So if you haven't done it yet, this is your last chance to do it. If you go to redmenplus.com, join us as a captain subscriber, a monthly captain, use the promo code WATCH, WATCH. You'll get it free for an entire month. It expires at midnight tonight, so if you don't do it by today, you won't be doing it. So get yourselves involved. It's a 3 months worth of content. Why not go and do it? Hopefully celebrating an 11th League Cup win for Liverpool. Right then, I've given you long enough. I need some score predictions. Dan, I'm going to come over to you first. What are you reckoning? You've seen the teams. Yeah. Give me a little score prediction, buddy.
I'm going for that routine 2-0 victory we discussed earlier on briefly, and I'm going for Mo Salah and Alexis McAllister.
Oh, a little Ali Maher, don't mind that at all. Fitztube, so I think we'll win in the 90, but it'll be tough. 2-1 or 3-2. Aoife has gone for 3-0. Right, we've got loads of 2-1s from the likes of Douglas and Diane. Zachary says 3-1. Jamie, you've heard about the gallery I've got to say. I'm coming to you.
I'm going to go 2-1.
I think 2-1 as
Tricky game, maybe extra time.
I think we're winning 2-0 and then they score. And then we're kind of not holding on, but Liverpool are having to see the job done. That's my prediction. I think 2-1 as well. But listen, if history suggests anything in Liverpool in finals, we'll see us here at half-6 with a penalty shootout for the extra time. So we'll wait and see where we're at with that one. Right then, we are going to take a quick break. You're going to hear from Arne Slot after which Dan will be in this very chair with the fan interactive section of the show. Catch us all in a bit. So that everyone.
It's the chance for you to deliver your first trophy at the first opportunity as well. What would that mean to you to get the job done now, particularly as a response to the disappointment of Tuesday night as well?
Well, not about the last thing. That has nothing to do with that. If we win or lose the final, in both situations, it will be a disappointment that we lost against Paris Saint-Germain. We're out of that tournament. But you play games like this, like against Paris Saint-Germain and like against Newcastle now, to win it. And that's also what we're trying to do. And we're really looking forward to it. To playing a final again, because you cannot take a final for granted, especially not in this country with so many good teams involved in every cup competition. So we're looking forward that we are part of it. And if you are part of it, of course, you want and try to win it. But that's probably what Newcastle wants as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hi, Anna. A lot of players in the squad have had their ups and downs over the years. Is it easy for them, because of that experience, to pick themselves up to go into a final, or do you need a little bit of, do you need to kind of put their arm around them and say, let's go again kind of thing?
No, that is the good thing about where we are in the league and the good thing about where we are now in the League Cup. So that it's a final. Everybody likes to play a final, wants to play a final. That's why, one of the reasons why we go out of bed every morning and come here to train, because you want to win trophies, and this is a chance to win a trophy. So we're looking forward to that. And our league position is, of course, also a reason for us to keep on going. I've said it before. If you have to leave the tournament, I prefer to go out in the manner we did against Paris Saint-Germain than in the manner we did it against Plymouth. So couldn't have asked for more for the players. Their intensity levels were the highest they've been this season. I think the way we started the game, we forced them to so many mistakes. We created a few very good chances, which we usually score. Yeah, I also liked the game because it was pure football where it was about. So I've seen so many games recently and during my life where it's all about time delaying and dives and pretending to be injured and then continue. This was two teams wanted to go all in, attacking wise and pressing wise, without anything to add, just pure football. And again, big compliment for Paris Saint-Germain that they were able to beat such a...
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Redmen TV and your match day live build-up to Liverpool taking on Newcastle down at Wembley, Anfield South, as the Reds look to extend our record as the chief winners of the League Cup. Yeah, the Liverpool's League Cup love affair hopefully goes on in a couple of hours' time. That's the plan. Anyway, hopefully we'll see Virgil lifting it into the night sky down in London. As I was watching the timer and literally waiting for you guys to come back live with me, they were running through some of our memories of finals in years gone by, and the fact that Liverpool do have a rich history when it comes to this competition. Won it 4 years on the spin back in the day, and obviously more recently some successes. They're a little bit sporadic for a while, but more recently, yeah, we've won it a lot. We've been okay at this competition. Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we're okay today as well. How are we feeling? Are we nervous? Are we excited? Are we happy? Yeah, what we thinking like? Trepidation, excitement, positivity? Let me know. We've seen both teams. Obviously, we knew a lot about the personnel in advance and who was and wasn't available for both sides. There's no real shocks, I wouldn't have thought, in there. There's a goalkeeper decision has been made by Arne. There's a centre-forward decision has been made as well. But outside of that, I mean, if you'd have said this to me, rewind 12 and a bit months, you'd have been some sort of Mystic Meg character. But yeah, I think it's pretty much as expected for both teams, to be honest with you. Darwin Núñez over Jota is a conversation. He has stuck with Kelleher, which is, kind of par for the course when it comes to this cup. Jurgen Klopp did it. Obviously Arne's done it mostly this season. We've seen a bit of Yarrow, seen a little bit of Alisson as well when he was getting back to fitness. But yeah, I think it's more or less what we would have hoped for in terms of the 11. But feel free to tell me I'm wrong. Joel Quanta at right back as well is an interesting one. It's going to be a key area, a possible situation that Newcastle will look to exploit, although they got Gordon over there. It's Harvey Barnes instead. Loads and loads of intrigue around it. Right, let's dive into the chat, shall we? Diane Butler doesn't think she can handle... Well, Diane, I've seen whilst I was waiting, that you were talking about when to start drinking. So if you decide to start drinking sooner rather than later, the chance you might not make extra time or pens. So bear that in mind. Or you could just be so pissed that it won't matter by that point. But yeah, listen, I'll be honest with you, I despise extra time and pens. And I was in the stadium for them both in midweek, so I don't need them twice in the same week at all. It's not good for me nor anybody else. Joan Alviso thinks we're going to win 3-1, which I assume is in normal time. No need for the extra time. Yeah, I've gone 2-0 Liverpool for what it's worth. And I've gone Salah and Alexis McAllister with the goals. I just think the Salah one, I think he's been good of late. We touched on it earlier on. I think he's been okay. Obviously, his numbers have predominantly come from the penalty spot, which rival fans have took a lot of glee in telling us about. But it feels like today is a sort of occasion where you get the best version of Mo Salah. This is the one. He'll have had his eye on this for a few weeks. As much as we talk about Newcastle, and this meaning so much to them as a football club and as a city, like for Salah, he would have been one eye at least on this occasion, because if this is his farewell tour, if he is doing the rounds when it comes to the end of his Liverpool career, then he'll want to put in a big display today. I'm absolutely certain of it. 48 years ago today, that amazing win. Yes, it was. I did put that on our socials. Davy Fairclough, super sub, doing the business. Yeah, hopefully we can emulate some reasonable level of success like that again. I don't think the night will quite be spoken about in the same way, to be honest. Komojo says 3-0 with a Darwin redemption, Virgil Bullet and Sobbo. Sean says bringing in Keller from the cold is crazy. I don't know, yeah, maybe. That's kind of how his Liverpool career's been, though, let's be honest. How often has he had a run of games prior to being involved in the big one? Like, it feels as though he's constantly been sort of in and out, because that's the life of a number 2 keeper. We've been blessed to have such a good one, and Kelleher, certainly on this stage, in this football stadium, has come up with the goods far more often than most backup keepers have done around the Premier League. So I think we're quite blessed in that sense, but this is also true, because I think it will be his last game for Liverpool. Something's gone wrong, probably, and it pains me to say it a little bit, but the odds are that Kelleher will leave in the summer. And something's gone wrong with Alisson, if that isn't the case when it comes to his final match. John T says, I know it's a bit off topic, but considering the fixture congestion, should Prem teams who qualify for Europe withdraw from the FA Cup? Wondering what you think? No, I don't think so. And there's been a lot of debate about the FA Cup, in part due to us and Jamie Carragher's comments regarding the Carabao Cup and the fact that he prefers it as a competition. I don't really sign up to that thought process, to be honest. I like the League Cup, and I don't want any of them to go, to be honest with you. You'll talk about withdrawing from the FA Cup, and there's been a lot of discussions about teams in Europe not participating in the League Cup. I don't want that either. But for me, the prestigious nature of the FA Cup will always carry more weight than the Carabao. And yeah, the League Cup's fine, and again, we've got a brilliant record in it, so I'm all for it. But yeah, I don't really prefer it to the FA Cup personally. I just think the FA Cup's a better competition with more history and more interest around the world, I would suggest. Okay. Keller has won the trophy, and look at one everyone. Oh, I've seen somebody mention the fact that he made a mistake up at St James's Park, and he did. Let's say, right, he absolutely did. But he'll be more aware than that. And the other point, really, when it comes to Kelleher, and the fact that this could be his final game at Liverpool is accurate in my mind. But also, it feels as though for a long time, he's been sort of auditioning for what that next move looks like. Now, we know for a fact that Liverpool dismissed out a hand interest from Nottingham Forest last summer. Now, at the time, that felt like, you know, it would have been a huge step down for Keller in terms of where we felt his landing spot was, because I think it's a European side, it's a top 6 side as a minimum, personally, or even abroad in a Champions League fighting team over there. However, Forest have gone on to be exactly that, of course. But yeah, it feels though his next move will be a big one, and to a club that we're competing with on the European stage. Today's another chance for him to further prove that point, really, because there'll be a lot of eyes on Keller today. There'll be a lot of eyes on this football match today. But if you are a prospective buyer and you're thinking he could be the answer to your goalkeeping problem, another big performance on a big stage, on a big occasion, will only add further weight to that. John has no problem with Kelleher in goal either. Matt suggests Chelsea. It was going through my mind whilst I was talking. And it does feel like that's a possibility, a very real possibility. Whether Liverpool would be interested in selling to them rather, is a different kettle of fish. But yeah, I don't think there's too much going for Chelsea's keeper situation right now, personally. Truthsayer is a bit worried about the bench. I'm not sure about that. I mean, Darwin's on there, Watara's on there, Curtis Jones, Harvey Elliott, Costas. No, I'm comfortable. I mean, Chiesa, we touched on this earlier on, but the fact that Chiesa didn't come on in midweek, and I was fine with the Gakpo change at the time, by the way. But when you look at clearly how far off the pace and lacking match fitness Cody Gakpo was, like, he was not right at all. The fact that he comes on ahead of Chiesa was pretty damning for Chiesa's future at the football club, to be honest. But listen, today's another day. Today's another opportunity. We may well need to turn to him at some point. He has a track record of doing the business at Wembley. Obviously, that was Italy against England, so we'll wait and see. But yeah, a lot of people are still suggesting that Chiesa's got a moment in him. He's got something to give to the season. Today could well be that day. You never know. A lot of people would not be selling Kevin Kelleher to Chelsea. I think if somebody met Liverpool's valuation, I don't think it necessarily matter who that was. For what it's worth, the valuation was nowhere near met last summer. Not even close. Not even in the same ballpark, to be honest with you. So let's just wait and see what happens on that one. A sentiment pick is Keller. He's literally played a huge hand in winning us 2 Carabao Cups down the year, like 2 League Cups. I don't see it personally, and I guess there's a lot of weight sort of lent in the fact that they probably promised in this competition right at the start of the season. Like, there probably are those sort of conversations that happen behind the scenes and closed doors that we're not privy to, obviously. But I would imagine a lot of the persuasive talk from Liverpool in terms of a lot of the charm offensive in terms of keeping Keller at the football club was about him getting the entire League Cup. Now, it hasn't quite worked out because of certain circumstances. But generally speaking, this is his cup, and he's fucking done brilliantly for us down the years. So half an hour from kickoff, I don't see the point in digging him out. I don't see the point in digging any lads out, to be honest. I think we've just got to back them all. And even the lads on the bench, because there's a chance we're in extra time realms, there's a chance we're in penalty realms. We might need 5 or 6 of them from the bench at some point. You never know. You never know. Rachel Todd had a dream last night that we won. How did we win, Rachel? That's what I want to know. How did we win? Because this winky wonky donkey is not a world I want to live in necessarily. 4-4 and we win on pens. Now, listen, in terms of the entertainment factor and the value for the money of those that have gone down there, that's that. And we win, ultimately, so whatever. Finals don't turn out like basketball games very often. There's too much riding on it. There's always, a sense of nervousness and an unwillingness to be a bit brave and play that risky pass. And, yeah, it takes a real sort of like next level footballer. And there's loads of them on the footy pitch, by the way. But it really does, 3-0, Rachel, I'll take that all day. It really does take somebody ballsy to be like, I'm going to be the one to turn this game on its head, and I'm going to be the one to play that extra risky pass and to take that one less touch and to produce that moment. I think Liverpool have more in them than Newcastle, by the way, which is kind of where I think this game maybe won and lost. But yeah, 4-4 feels a little bit far-fetched to me. I won't lie to you. All I'm saying is I don't want to see Núñez on that pitch at all today. What about if he's celebrating we won the match? How about that? Paolo says 3-1 to the Reds, 3-0 up and concede a sloppy one in the 80th. I mean, I'd probably be okay with that, providing the last 10 minutes were petrifying. I'd probably be right with that. FGL says, is Gordon still suspended? Yes, he is. Jack Coombs says, Diaz should start up top and Gakpo out wide. Listen, Jack, I don't know if you watched us against PSV in midweek, but Cody Gakpo was not ready to be starting this game of football at all. He looked a good couple of weeks away from being ready for proper action, I'll be honest with you. Now, listen, he may well come in to the game at some point. He might have half an hour to play at the end, who knows? But he was not ready for anything like 60, 70, 80, 90 minutes at all. International break might come at a good time for him because, yeah, he looked a little bit broken in midweek, I won't lie to you. Phil says 3-0, just like in 1973. Harry. Listen, ultimately, if history tells us anything, you're right. And all the rest of us saying Liverpool are going to win comfortably are probably wrong. But I don't want it. I don't want it, Harry. I don't have anything to do with it, to be honest with you. Anything to do with it at all. Comfortable 3-0 win. Newcastle will get a late, meaningless goal. Yeah, that's more like it. Patrick says 2-0, Salah and Grav. Hopefully it's a game that you can get rid of and you're messing. Yeah, hopefully, C-Mac. Listen, I love nothing more than standing at that board post-match and being able to absolutely dismiss out of hand anything even remotely suggesting that anybody was your messing. So fingers crossed we can do that. Again, Javi, I don't want you to be right, my mate. I like you as a person, but I no interest in you being accurate today at all. 4-3 with Collie. Nunes with the last kick of the game. Do you know what? I was thinking, listen, penalties are probably the complete full circle moment in this, but there is a little bit of me, after all the animosity and sort of the ill feeling towards Darwin in midweek, and Curtis Jones to a certain extent as well. There is something in, you know, the narrative and the fairy tale ending to this week being Darwin Núñez or Curtis Jones coming up with the goods and being the hero and the saviour. But yeah, ultimately, listen, I don't care who scores. It could be an own goal off Dan Burn's arse for all I care. But as long as it goes in, I could not give a shit. Thanks. Listen, I'm not great at pronouncing a lot of the names that pop up on YouTube, but if I've got yours right, that'll do for me, my mate. Binks Barman says 2-1 Jota and Salah. Jota, let's do a little bit on Jota whilst he's on the screen. How are we feeling? Listen, I am all positive about this. Like, I'm confident, I'm feeling good. The midfield battle's going to be exactly that. It's going to be a proper battle. Like, I'm really looking forward to watching us and how we cope with it, because for a few weeks now, I've said and felt like we've got gears to go through, and I haven't really seen us go through those gears. Today is the day whereby you leave nothing left unturned. Like, today is the day you have to go through the gears and you have to show and give every single last drop of energy. So I'm hoping I'm back in Liverpool to do that. But for Jota, I'm one of his biggest critics, actually, I'd probably say, because the injury-prone nature of him has done my head in for a while. But I felt like I didn't want to say it too much, but I felt like he's not been at it for a little while now. He's not been in form. I know he then addressed it pre-PSG. So once he addressed that, I was willing to go, okay, do you know what? Fair enough. He's owned that. Fair play. He's recognised, he's analysed the fact he's not quite playing well enough. Let's see what he can produce now. And then the PSG performance was so below par once again. And he gets the nod today over Darwin. Obviously, we spoke about the Gakpo problem, so that was obvious. But he needs to deliver today. And listen, he has delivered. He absolutely has delivered for Liverpool time and time again throughout his career since he arrived. So I'm okay with it. But my God, is there a lot of attention on him? Like, a lot of attention on him. And the number 9, generally speaking, because it's become a real problem area for Liverpool. I touched on it earlier on. Like, the left wing with Diaz and Gakpo has been pretty sound all season, I think. Salah's Salah. But the centre-forward one has been a real, it hasn't quite been the facilitator that Slot wants. It hasn't been the goal scorer that Slot probably wants. Yeah, just a problem position for us. And in a final, you need everybody to stand up and be counted. And I'm just a little bit concerned about Jota, I must admit. Aidan Dowd says Jota is the better footballer. Yeah, Núñez lost the match. Listen, what it is, to be fair, on that point, it's a real show of faith in Jota, and clearly he trusts him more than Darwin right now, which is fine. But it's time to start repaying that trust a little bit for me. That's where I'm at with it. And yeah, again, no better occasion, no better situation would be to do it than the final. I hope you're right, Rachel. I really do. Andy Ellis says the midfield battle must be won. Behind at half-time, the Slot team talk who were out winners. Okay, shit, you're back and scum from behind. Shit in hell. What kind of centre-forward? They had Santiago Jimenez. Now, I'm doing a show on this, so I'm not going to say too much. I'll keep my powder dry on it ever so slightly. But Jimenez was so often the tip of the spear, and he was so often the guy finishing what had gone on around him. He wasn't a facilitator like Bobby Firmino was for us for so many years. He was the goals. I want to say, off the top of my head, it was something like 50 goals in 80-odd games for Feyenoord he got under Arne Slot. So that's better than 1 and 2. That's pretty impressive. He's arrived at Liverpool, and obviously Salah is so much that for us. It's a slightly different balance in terms of where the goals come from. But yeah, I just think he wants more from his 9, and we haven't been getting it in recent weeks at all. Truthsayer says Jota is better technically than Salah and Diaz. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. it's difficult to argue with that sometimes, but I just think recently we haven't seen anything like the normal Diogo Jota. The problem with Jota is if he doesn't score, he's useless. That feels a little bit harsh. Jimenez looks about. Yeah, he hasn't been the same player at all, actually, since he made that move. It's a very, very fair point. Eat, Sleep, Heal says, you can't leave Núñez the menace. Well, he has. He absolutely has. 2022 we won on pens, 2024 won extra time. This year we're winning the 90. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. We've done it almost every way by this point. It might be time just to do it in a bit more comfortable fashion without the nerve, anxiety-inducing extra time and pens, please, Liverpool. That'd be wonderful. Right, let's start getting some final score predictions in then, shall we? Daniel Ward, my friend. Possibly. Hopefully. Because to come back to the point a moment ago about midfield battle, that is absolutely the key to this game. Now, listen, it's a football cliche, but it's a football cliche for a reason. The games are won and lost in the middle of the park. They absolutely are. But I don't think it's ever been more true than today. While Salah, Isak ultimately could have a say on the direction of travel of this game and who's lifting the trophy at the end of it, absolutely could. In terms of the overall game and in terms of who can get superiority in terms of possession and territory and all the numbers that you stats guys out there love, the midfield is pivotal. So Bosley, Gravenberch, McAllister against Joe Linton, Tonali and Bruno is massive. Like, absolutely massive. Both very technically astute, both very physical, both full of athletes. Like, that's going to be a battle and a half. And honestly, if we prevail, I back us all the way. If they prevail, it's going to be a slog, a proper slog. I still think we can compete in the game and land our own blows and our own punches because the 1v1 matchups are probably still in our favour, just about. But win that midfield battle and allow Salah to be 1v1, Diaz 1v1, Jota, etc. It's going to be a much more straightforward afternoon for us. But yeah, that's just my feeling. Anyway, sound 4. You're back again with your 4-4. A winner from Kelleher. Now you're chatting shit. Now I'm ignoring you. Clatter Tonali early and overrun them. Yeah, listen, somebody might have to set the tone early doors with a big tackle or something like that because, again, getting in the ascendancy and getting in the box seat of this game feels huge. You allow the Newcastle fans and players to believe they've got a sniff in this game and that could get away from you quickly, like really, really quickly. The first goal feels fucking massively significant. Take the lead in this, Liverpool. All of a sudden, Newcastle think it's history repeating itself a little bit. They start to think they're not actually destined to win anything in this current iteration of themselves. And they start to question whether they should even be there because, let's have it right, like, as arrogant as this is, we are prolific winners, like serial winners. A lot of these lads are exactly that as well. Newcastle, they've got to go back 70 years to they lifted anything. So for us, this is just another day at Wembley. For them, this is potentially everything. This is what they hope to be the catalyst for this new version of Newcastle United. We can put a stop to that today. We could push that back a few more seasons yet by winning today. So score early, score the first, and that belief rises whilst theirs drops. That's my hope anyway. Mike Park says Diaz and Salah pen 2-0. I like this, and I alluded to this earlier on. If it is Trippier as right back, that should be something that Diaz is relishing, absolutely relishing. He should be thinking, get the ball to me as quickly as possible, get me 1v1 versus Kieran Trippier, because I will make him look silly. Kieran Trippier's been a fucking good footballer in his day, like he has, and his quality from dead ball situations is up there with the best around. But 1v1 against Luis Diaz on a big pitch at Wembley feels like a matchup that's so heavily weighted in our favour that we just need to exploit it time and time again. As much as Newcastle would have been looking at Gordon against Trent at one point or Barnes against Quansford it is now, we can do exactly the flip reverse to them. I'm also with you on this, by the way. No interest in pens whatsoever. Let's do it then, shall we? Let's start to wrap up by getting in loads more score predictions. Now, for anyone who's not aware, the lads will come back in and do the watch-along with you in a moment. Hopefully 90-odd minutes worth of watch-along, but we'll see. It could be more like an hour and a half. And then I will be back post-match to do this again, have a chat about what we've just witnessed, and then I'll be over at the board to the player ranking show where we rank the Reds from boss sound to possibly your messing. Fingers crossed we can get rid of your messing and never speak about it again for the rest of the day. Yeah, But now, when it comes to score predictions, what I need from you all... Do you know what? This is a good point, actually, Harry. And I'll just address this before we start to wrap up in terms of score predictions and what have you. That is a really good point. Like, we haven't seen this yet. He's played in finals before. He's won a Dutch Cup before. But, yeah, how does he navigate this? What does this look like? We're learning so much about Slot all the time. This is another learning experience for us and for him, because there's nothing quite like a final when you're manager at Liverpool. Like, final, they were doing one thing, you know, Alkmaar, whatever. But this is next level again. Like, this is completely different to anything he's experienced before. And he's been quite open and honest about the weight of expectation and what it's been like managing Liverpool, and the fact that we exist to win trophies, and this is nothing new to us. So this will be a slightly new experience for him, and a really fascinating one to see how he celebrates at the end of it, hopefully. Who's coming to Belfast? Chris, Paul and Steve, I believe. I think I'm right in saying. Yeah, me and Chloe will be holding the fort down back in Old Blighty. And yeah, running things from the studio. Some might say we do that anyway, but, you know, that's not for me to say. Timothy Parish says 3-1 Liverpool win. Neil with a 4-3. 4-3 and Newcastle goes hand in hand. But not today. I'm sorry. Just can't be today. 3-2 Liverpool in a barnstorming classic. Jesus Christ. As much as I love those games of footy, yeah, you would have done, mate. Yeah, I can't today. I just fucking can't do it. 3-1 says Claire Deem. Yeah, listen, we want to spice this parade up a little bit. It's one thing having, you know, the biggest trophy in town to take around with us, but why not add a little Carabao Cup to it as well? Nunez winning after extra time, says Misty. 2-2 at 90 minutes. Hate to say it. Jesus Christ, you guys are killing me. Hopefully a comfortable 2-0 win. Yeah, I've just seen Ant and Dec on the screen there, loving life. I quite like Ant and Dec, I'll be honest with you, which is a mad conversation to be having 15 minutes for a game of footy, but I do. Nation sweethearts, we'll describe him as. But yeah, I'd love nothing more seeing them crying into each other's arms later on. Nothing more. 2-0 of complete control. Yeah, that's more like it. 2-1 Newcastle, says Robert Young. Yeah, you would have done. 2-0, 2-0, 3-1. Salah, Diaz and Sobbo plus a Quansah own goal. Ugh. Okay. 7-6 on pens. Charlie Moss, screenshot that while it's on the screen quick, because that is a mad prediction, but one I'm here for. Somebody said a red card nailed on. You haven't said who for, but I've got a sneaky suspicion there might be a red in this as well. And I'm hoping it's someone like Joe Linton. My sort of vision for the match, bear with me momentarily, is the fact that we go 1-0 up, Newcastle start to panic, and they start to, you know, really exert themselves, and the desperation creeps in a little bit. And yeah, it did. And it is Joe Linton that just goes a little bit too hastily into one or two tackles, or just goes a bit reckless on someone and sees red. Because this, let's have it right, like this means a lot to Liverpool. Look, of course it does. It means a lot to us all. It's a big occasion. I'd love nothing more than be celebrating our first trophy win under Arne Slot in 2 hours' time. Buzzing for it. But this is everything to Newcastle. Like, everything. Like, midweek, the blow was softened by today and by the fact that we were 15 points clear at the top of the Premier League. If we don't get over the line today, the blow will be softened slightly. It'll take a while, but it will, by the Premier League. However, for Newcastle, there's no softening of the blow. Like, this is do or die time. I hope our players have got the same attitude and the same mentality, because we're going to need it, because we're going up against it. But I back us. I think we will. There's a lot of winners in our team. There's a lot of serial winners in our team. There's a lot of fierce competitors in our team as well. And there's a lot of quality in our team. So I think if we bring all those things together, we should have more than enough to be the better team and to beat Newcastle. Because that's what we are. That's just what we are. We're better than them. Look at the league table. Doesn't lie. We're better than them. Sounds. Let's wrap up. Oh, red card, Dan Burns. 3-2 in extra time. 2-0 for Newcastle. Janet, no. Let's smash them. Just arrived at the pub for the first beer. 42 years of age. 3:14 a.m. Shit the bed. Yeah, okay. Let's make Ant and Dec cry. That's the best thing you've said in an hour. You know what I want to see cry more than anything? Eddie Howe, shit, mate. That's what I'm up for. That's where I want to be later on. Watching him miserable. Boss, Sounds. Let's wrap this shit up, shall we? It's 15 minutes exactly before kick-off. Liverpool are about to embark on what we hope will be our record-extending 11th trophy lift when it comes to the League Cup. Fingers crossed. Hope you enjoy it. Fingers crossed we can. 2-0 Liverpool is my prediction for those asking. Salah and Alexis McAllister. Let's do this. Steers waiting in the wings to return and speak to you all again. I will leave you with a little bit more me, but also some Ryan Taylor, who was sound, but played for Newcastle a lot. Hope you enjoy it.
I was talking about that the other day to someone, and normally anyway, games are won and lost in midfield, but this is a proper midfield battle. I mean, I was there at Anfield the other week, and Newcastle barely laid a glove on Liverpool and kind of accepted that Anfield's just a different animal. Wembley's not. It's not Liverpool's home. It's not Liverpool's backyard. It kind of evens it out. But they didn't have Joe Linton, and without Joe in the midfield, I've watched games where he's been there and games where he hasn't, and he's a man mountain in midfield, and I'm sure Alexis and Ryan and Dom will all know that Joe Linton's in there rather than Joe Willock, and that's nothing against Joe Willock. He's just a big massive presence, and that midfield three on paper for Newcastle, everyone can say obviously Liverpool's is very good and this, that, the other, but on paper when you actually analyse these players and what they can do, it's probably on paper just as good as anyone in the Premier League, and I get to watch it, and it's mad because to the start of the season, Sean Longstaff was a mainstay in there and keeping Sandro out because the three of them couldn't gel. Now that the three of them have actually understood each other's game, it's unbelievable to watch. And you know, we noticed, especially at Anfield, the difference when Joe Linton's not there. Yeah. And come Wembley now that they're all fit. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it.
Thanks to Dan, thanks to Ryan Taylor, thanks to you guys for joining us back. Your hair there, you've gone a little bit bad guy Spider-Man there, you know, when he just goes across the front. Yeah, I'll have to fix that for you.
Go on. It gets a bit, oh thanks.
Yeah,
it was quite touching, that, wasn't it?
Yeah,
make a little gif of that.
Lovely moment for us. I'm jealous that I don't get to do it myself. So, don't have always. Welcome back to the Watchalong. Thanks to Dan for keeping us entertained. We're sure you were having a great time with him through the fan interactive section of the show. Well, where are we up to then? Yeah, loads of you watching. Thanks very much. 2,500 and up climbing as we head towards the game. Please do press the like button. It does help us out throughout the course of the show. Me and Jamie will guide you through the entire watch along. Yeah,
I wouldn't normally do this, but I tell you who's watching today. It's my granddad.
What's your granddad's name?
Alan.
What's happening, Al?
He's had a tricky couple of years health-wise, so I'm hoping the Reds can give him a good performance today. Bring another one home. No
more health issues.
No more health issues, yeah.
Hope he's doing well.
He's been there through thick and thin with Liverpool, so hopefully another trophy to add to the collection for him. So there we go.
Josh says his Errol at the game. Yeah, he went down there, so as far as I know, Errol's gone again. Yeah, so Errol's down there. Paul's down there. He was on TV before, I saw at FCTV. Done a bit for DAZN as well. Pajak's down there. I think Chris Strove, which is the biggest surprise of all.
No cartwheels after the match.
I mean, he still would. He doesn't need to do anything. Yeah, so there's loads of yous involved down there and up here, of course. So yeah, thank you for joining us. Hope you're all going to have a wonderful, wonderful time joining this game. It's an interesting one, Jay, really, because we were going back to it earlier, and it is the conversation of like Jamie Carragher said it to Chris and Josh, was like, there is just the gravitas of certain clubs and certain games and certain finals where you're just expected to win, and there's like sometimes the badge wins the game rather than the players wearing the badge winning the game, and you're hoping that's the case. It felt the case in the Champions League final against Tottenham, where Liverpool had the better team, but also Tottenham were just never going to win that game.
Yeah.
There was just no way. Jamie mentioned Real Madrid against Liverpool, and sometimes Real Madrid have that fear factor against anyone, really. Yeah. You'd like to hope that happens again today, where just the team with the most experience and like the supporters who are used to being in finals, all that kind of stuff. Because if that plays out, Liverpool are going to win this trophy.
Yeah, we get called the Devil's Club by Everton fans and other fans. Real Madrid have got a bit of that. I mean, we saw that the other day going through with that ridiculous penalty thing. It's like they just do it, don't they, somehow? And in the main, we've just done it. I mean, we were going back thinking about some of those finals. We had to beat Birmingham City, who were in the second tier on penalties. We were rubbish against Cardiff, had to beat them on penalties. So we have had it before where we've not been at our best, but the fact that it's Liverpool, the fact that it's, if you're the underdog, it just gets into your head. You know, well, it was Steven Gerrard's cousin, wasn't it, who missed it for Cardiff? Yeah. There's that, when you're standing over that penalty, going like, it's just, I don't know.
It's Liverpool?
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is not going to happen for us, is it? You know? So, I'm partly, I mean, I've gone for a 2-1, possibly an extra time. The other side of me is thinking, Dan's prediction, 2-0, fairly straightforward. That could be on as well. I'm hoping that's going to be on. Because after Tuesday, I don't want to be put through the ringer again, ideally.
The issue with Tuesday, right, and I go back to Tuesday, is that if we create the number of chances we created on Tuesday, we should win the game.
Yeah.
We created enough. Whether it be, I don't think most of it was bad. I think there's some good goalkeeping, a little bit of good luck, some really good defending, like the PSG defenders, you know, the early block from Salah. There was a lot going on. If Liverpool can create that many chances there, you'd like to think that he'd win the game, but you are right. We always do things nervously, so we'll find out. Tom with the super chat, thanks very much, Tom. I've got 2 LFC scarves draped on my 6-day-old son's bassinet. Let's go Reds. Rally Reds are in the game ready. The atmosphere will be electric. Let's go. Congratulations, Tom, and your partner on the birth of your son. Hopefully all is well for you and Mrs. Tom.
My dog is wearing his Liverpool jacket today, so everyone's back in the Reds. 6-day-olds, dogs.
My kids are my kids have got the full kits on. They've got a giant Mo Salah cardboard cutout as well. They've got that, so that's everyone's around. Everyone's around having a good time in the city today.
I had a foam crown for the last one, the Chelsea one with Mo Salah on, and I lost it during the celebration. So there you go.
It did what it needed to do. We've got a comment here from Mav. I hope you're well, Mav. Hope your lad's doing okay as well. Steve, do you think there's any risk the wheels fall off if we don't win today? That's my only worry. I mean, no, it is my only. I mean, they could stumble towards a league title, but the fact is that to not win that at this point in time, a 12-point gap with 9 games to go, I would be shocked, if I'm honest with you. And I don't think that would. I think these guys are so mentally resilient and mentally tough. I would like to think that, but listen, no, it's my ultimate answer. But yeah, Virgil and the guys, they'll be desperate to win this one. So Newcastle, of course. I go back to, I hope that big game experience really pays off for our lads. There's some Newcastle players here, and listen, some of them they're all internationals, a lot of them, they play big games, but for some of them, this is their first real opportunity to win a trophy. Liverpool, 10 finals, odd in 10 years, like they kind of know the score. It feels like that. You'd like to hope that if nerves are going to get the better of anyone, actually it would be the other way around, and you'd like to hope it would be Newcastle. Let us know in the chat then your score predictions. Well, we need loads to get it all involved. Any questions, any comments throughout the course of the show, please do get in touch as both sides make their way out onto the Wembley pitch, past the Carabao Cup. I mean, what I would say, Les Ferdinand said before the game on the TV coverage, 2 of the best supported teams in the league, and that is right. Like that, the atmosphere you would think would be electric because the Newcastle fans back their team. Liverpool fans at Wembley always turn up. If the atmosphere, in theory, I know they've got millions of their own scarves that they put out, which is a little bit tacky. But other than, look at them there,
they're waving them as we speak.
But it's good. It should be an electric atmosphere down at Wembley, Anfield South.
Yes, another shout out. It's all about the shout outs today. My Geordie Mason has been sending me clips of them taking over Trafalgar Square. The Mags are on the rise and all this, and fair play to them. They go for it. I went to the FA Cup semi-final against City the other year, and there was a section at the top that was empty. Yeah. I mean, it was a brilliant atmosphere down our end. Obviously, City have been to God knows how many semis and finals in the last 10 years. But there's no chance of that tonight, is there? It's going to be, every Newcastle fan who could possibly try and get a ticket is going to be there. Wherever we go, whether it's a European Cup Final, Carabao Cup Final, Europa League Final, whatever, we always send a huge contingent over there. People will be trying to get tickets, outside the ground and all, any Spurs lads and all, all that sort of thing. So yeah, 2 great fan bases. I'm really looking forward to this now. I've nerves. I normally don't get that nervous, but I've just started getting a little bit edgy. Although I'm no body language expert, but Guimaraes looked very edgy just then when he was coming up. Whereas Virgil just
Liverpool chill as you like, calm as you like in the mode of their captain. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's again the Newcastle. There's the big man, Alex Isak. He's the main threat, of course. He is. Might even be playing for Liverpool next year, and it might be an audition for him. Hopefully, he fluffs his lines a little bit today. At about playing national anthem, we all know that's going to get booed. Right then, there are about 4 minutes to go in before the start of this game. This is where we ask some favours from you guys. We need 4 things from you. So if you could please like the stream, it really does help us out, honestly. I know we'll go on about it, but it really is very, very helpful. Let us know in the live chat or in the Discord chat if you're a Redmen Plus subscriber. Where in the world are you watching? What time is it? And most importantly, your score prediction for Liverpool versus Newcastle in the League Cup Final. We'll take a quick break while you all get your thoughts and your likes and your comments in. We'll be back with the full watch-along in about 47 seconds now.
Hey you, do you like Liverpool Football Club? Do you love Liverpool signed merchandise? Well, have I got a prize for you this month? It is this absolute beauty. Let's start on the back. Let's show you the front. Yes, $89.90 replica shirt signed by John Barnes. Yes, John Barnes. That shirt can be yours. It's a very simple competition to enter. Head to redmenplus.com, sign up as a legend tier subscriber, and not only will you get full access to all of our amazing suite of content and our exclusive Discord group and discounted and free merchandise, you'll be in the prize draw to win that incredible shirt as well. redmenplus.com, legend tier status, get on it.
Welcome back. Yeah, national anthems and all that stuff is done. Both teams getting ready. I have got about 2.5 minutes or so to get through as many of these as we can. Zachary's going for 3-1 win. Anxiety is in the Philippines. It's midnight. 3-1 extra time. It's going to be a long night for you if that's the case, my friend. Gillians of Crafts says, I'm in Minnesota. It's 11:30 a.m. 2-0 Liverpool. So lots of time for you to celebrate if Liverpool get the job done. Brian's similar in Singapore, 2-0. It's 12:30 a.m. there. Sharon is going for a 2-0 win. Stevie is down the road in Wigan. Nice one. Paul is in Belfast. I've just lost. I mean, again, that's where am I up to with Paul? There you go, Paul. Go in.
I like the fact that Stevie clarifies it's 4:30 in Wigan.
There's no time difference.
It's the same time zone, yeah.
Pretty much.
Sometimes you might feel like it isn't, you know. But
sometimes it feels like 1978. But Whoa. Craig goes for Manila. Sorry, he's in Manila in the Philippines. Craig always watches regular the show. Yeah, 12:30 again. 2-1 to the Reds. Tom in Sri Lanka at 10 p.m. 2-1. Got a lot of Malaysians in, or people on that side of the world. 12:30 there as well. Rob's going for 2-0. Maddox has said, I'm in New Zealand at 6 a.m. 4-0 with a Salah.
Well, in Maddox.
I mean, what a day you've got in store. Get up early, watch the Reds win, and get on it all through the rest of the day.
Maybe he hasn't been to bed.
I hope not. I hope you're having a great time, Maddox. Traz is in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. It's middle of the day there, going for 3-1 again. Another one who can have plenty of celebrating. Diane's in Essex. We know your time, Diane. 2-1 to the Reds as well. Jack's in Bristol, going for a 2-0 jobby. David's got it sussed. I'm watching on the TV, but the TV is on mute because I'm listening to you guys. That's how you do it. Sync the clock up.
Thank you.
Mute that. Listen to us. Jobs are good and we'll commentate. You don't have to listen to the commentary. We've got you covered. Three's word style. It's 11:30 here in Iowa, and I'm going for 3-1 with Liverpool, with Salah to score at least one. Yeah, Salah needs a Wembley moment, that is for sure. She's apologies, you got your name wrong there, Paul. Again, is in Malaysia, 2-0. Shout out to the Malaysian Reds. Fitztube is in Reading, changing this prediction to 3-1 to the Reds. Yeah. Alpine Sailor is in Montana, very snowy, he says. It's the morning, 3-1. That's not that for a name. 4-1 to Liverpool as Liverpool break their huddle. Jamie's in Melbourne at 3:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Shout out to you. Tim's going for 2-0. Dave's in Thailand. Our producer Aaron's over in Thailand somewhere.
Oh,
he's going for years, yeah, going 3-2. Mr. Aaron's over having. He sent a message today. Sounds like 39 degrees. It's not 39 degrees in the studio.
No.
Liverpool are going to kick off the League Cup Final. And thanks everyone for getting involved. I read out as many as I could before the start of the game. Keep your comments, your thoughts, all that good stuff coming in as well. Thanks for letting us get to that 1,000 likes. Liverpool are going to kick off the League Cup Final with Alexis McAllister. Here they go. Let's put a song to get them going. As Virgil just pumps it long. First touch out right back for Gerald Kwanzaa, and Newcastle concedes a throw-in. Liverpool just, I mean, this will do us if no harm really, just keep hold of the ball. Alex Isak closes down Kelleher, so he tries to go long. Can Diaz get on the scrap? I mean, there's a foul there, surely.
Yeah, that was...
Give it to them.
Oh, come on.
Jota was being fouled, but the foul went against him. I think Shaw he kind of had him in a little bit of a grasp under his arm, but the referee gives it to Newcastle, which, again, I don't think that was I think that was a foul on Jota more than anything. But it's a free kick that Kieran Trippier is probably going to send long. Unless Nick Pope's going to take it. They're taking the time.
With Burn at centre-half, he's probably someone who, not pace-wise, but physically could deal with the Nunez. So maybe Jota, he's quite wriggly, isn't he? I mean, he was being a bit wriggly there. Maybe that could be something we could exploit. Obviously, not going to beat him in the air.
I always think good first head is always important. Ibu Konate got that one. Liverpool looked to counter, but Szoboszlai kind of loses out in the middle. And Newcastle go backwards to defenders. I always think it's important to win your first big header. Konate did that, which is always relatively comfortably, and Liverpool can clear in the end via Andy Robbo's left boot. Shout out to Steve, says greetings from Cambodia. Hello, mate. Yeah, well, Jota's not going to. No one's going to win many headers in the air against Dan Burn. No. Jota might just make a nuisance of himself. We will see Nunez at some point, I'm convinced. As Newcastle again go all the way back. It's a fucking shot. Long ball forward over Andy Robbo's head. Jacob Murphy, can he get there first? He does, he crosses. Oof. Good defender at the near post by Virgil van Dijk. The Virgil van Dijk position, I call her. Gets there, and Liverpool might break with Szoboszlai. He's done really well to hold that one up. Yeah, really good. Well. And plays it out to Gerald Kwanzaa. First moment of any significance, really, and Liverpool dealt with it. And now they've attacked. They
always say don't let it bounce, did they? I don't know if Robertson just couldn't quite get there.
Here's Lucho. First chance to run at his left back, Trippier. No, sorry, just Livramento. No, it's Trippier.
Yeah.
Right back, rather, and does well. Does Trippier. I think it's a free kick to visitors. Sorry, I say visitors, it's both visitors at Wembley, aren't we? To the Geordies. Interesting on that because Robbo, he shouldn't, I don't know, he probably should have done better. But Van Dijk is the best in the world at this moment at that near post. Well, he's the best in the world anyway, but that's one of his massive, massive strengths.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it was one of them where you go and because it looked like he was going to cut it out and then it bounces and then Murphy was in a good bit of space on that side. So a little inroad there for
going to go at it again.
Newcastle.
Massively long and Van Dijk is dominant against Isak in the head's clear. Bit of head tennis going on. Newcastle will come out the better of it though. And there's Murphy again. Cross into the box. It's a dangerous one. It was sliding in at the back post. It was Harvey Barnes, but he didn't get a touch on it. But Jacob Murphy's had two bright moments there, Jay.
Yeah, I think Newcastle fans will be pleased with this start. They don't look cagey. They don't look overawed. They've had a few decent little inroads already, but obviously nothing clear cut. But a few little signs of danger there for Liverpool.
Yeah. Two bright moments from Jacob Murphy. I think Kwanzaa just about did enough on Barnes, but he definitely Barnes got the first touch, that is for sure. And after, it's been a couple of brightish moments for them. I think Van Dijk defended the first one well. Kwanzaa did just about enough over there.
Yeah.
He tracked his runner well. He didn't give Barnes a chance to bring it down. Into Newcastle and just in front of Arne Slot's bench. Although they're walking way further down the line is Tino Livramento steals a few yards. And here he goes on a bit of a dart and run and I think he's won a foul. McAllister doesn't think it was.
That's one of them where it's either a blatant dive or I don't know why McAllister's complaining. Oh, yeah. He doesn't quite withdraw his foot in time, does he?
It's soft.
Yeah, Newcastle definitely started the better, although it's very early days.
Be careful here because Liverpool actually have defended corners all really well this season. They haven't defended wide free kicks well. It's been an issue all season really. They're going to have to do better with this one. I'm sure Newcastle have got something planned. They've got Ben, Isak, Kamara, Shaw all up there.
Trippier is good deliverer of the ball as well, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, they've taken it short. They've definitely got a little go on here, go to the byline, cut across goal, and it's defended by Ryan Gravenberch. They had something planned for Liverpool there. Nearly paid off for them. But Ryan Gravenberch was alive. But he had that little set-piece routine. See what happens? It's Joe Linton holding Jarell Quansah, gives him a bit of space. He hasn't been a headlock at one point. Obviously, something that they'd worked on.
Yeah, it was a good little bluff because we're all just saying, oh, Trippier's a good crosser of the ball. They got Burn in there, and then he plays it short. But it definitely worked. Sometimes those training ground ones go wrong.
Corner floats in then. Kelleher punches down, and Liverpool clear. It's going to come back though. Can Liverpool get first contact? He can. It's a good header. Can Liverpool counter with Diaz? He just kicks it as far as he can. Mo Salah's going to chase Nick Pope off his line to clear. Liverpool looking to spring a counter attack there. Didn't quite work out, but they have got the ball with Andy Robbo. He's got no one to pass to though. He's going to have to just go for a little run himself. He's done well. And he's surely fouled. Yeah. 2 of them it was.
Yeah.
Trippier saying I didn't. It was a Trippier and Tonali sandwich.
Yeah.
Andy Robbo did well because he had no one to go. He just went for a little run.
Cuts inside.
Yeah,
he's blocked. Trippier blocks him, and Tonali. Yeah. I was going to say
sandwiched them.
Yeah, yeah. They said they did. They sandwiched them.
And having defended a wide free kick, Liverpool now get the chance to put one in. Van Dijk's gone up. Konate's gone up. Virgil having a little laugh and joke with Joe Linton there at the back post. You got Andy Robbo's left foot or Alexis McAllister's right foot, depending on what Liverpool want to do with this one. No, they were thinking about taking it short, chose not to. Oh, it's a little. Oh, it was a set piece from Liverpool, and McAllister just put way too much on it in terms of curve, and it went straight to Nick Pope.
Do you think
Newcastle can look to counter? Ryan Gravenberch mocked that up.
Do you think that Robertson doing that little run was part of the...
Yeah, that was a set piece. Yeah. That was a little dumb, like a little...
Because I was going to say, that's quite clever, but the delivery just wasn't right, was it?
It was clever because it had them all over the place, but McAllister just put way too much on it.
Jota looked to be making an early run there, but...
He was trying to play Jota, definitely. Yeah. He was just there. McAllister just got too much curve on that one, straight into Nick Pope. Here's Bruno Guimaraes. Round the corner, Liverpool cut it out again. Diaz runs into trouble, but keeps hold of it, does well. Oh, McAllister just gets there ahead of Guimaraes. Liverpool goes long.
Salah wanted it.
Gravenberch tries to find Mo Salah. He'll do well to keep that in. Lucky. It was a great idea, though. Ryan Gravenberch tried to spray it out to Mo Salah, just a little bit too much on it. A goal kick to Newcastle.
I think that was deserving of the thumb off. Because sometimes, like, they absolutely ping it into the stands, and I always think... give him a thumbs down. Yeah, Newcastle started the first 5 minutes the better team. Liverpool have got their foot on the ball a little bit now. Still no clear-cut chances.
8 minutes gone, yeah, not much happening. Virgil van Dijk heads along. It comes back from Shaw. Surely a nudge in the back, yeah, it was. Yeah. Isak gives Van Dijk a little nudge. Goes well. Van Dijk's won all of those physical contacts so far against Isak. And then so Isak gives him a little nudge. Free kick to Liverpool off Virgil. Take short to Konate.
Yeah, I noticed Isak, they had a few throw-ins down the left and Isak was coming very short for that. I was thinking, is that what they want? So, but then if he's going up against Van Dijk all the time, Van Dijk's probably going to beat him in the air most of the time.
Header, which is great, but Salah loses out the second ball. Konate's touch is excellent though. And he goes long over the top trying to release Mo Salah. Ball. He's up against Dan Burn. Oh, Salah just didn't kick the ball, and I think concedes a goal kick. Salah was in there as well. He just missed the ball.
Yeah, it was nicely weighted from Konate.
Still having a whack on the foot there, Mo Salah. We'll come back to that.
Yeah, he was just fiddling with his foot, wasn't he?
Yeah. Here goes Livermento. Gravenberch went to pull him back. He did pull him back. He might get a yellow card for that. He'd be lucky not to. Salah okay. We haven't seen too much of him.
He's coming back into shot.
A little bit gingerly, Mo Salah. He definitely felt something on his foot there.
Yeah, he immediately adjusted something on his boot. He's wincing a little bit. He might have got a little knock there.
LA rings around Anfield as Newcastle have a quick I don't know, sorry, a free kick that's going to pump forward again. It goes high into the sky, back post looking for Shaw. He volleys that goal. It'd have been ambitious to score from there. Liverpool got a man down in the middle of the pitch, holding his face. Don't know what happened to it. I mean, Alexis always goes down. Who hit him there? He's not happy though, Alexis.
No.
He's blocked off. Oh, Dan Burns, just give him a little nudge there, you know.
Yeah, there's a little bit of...
Good man seeing a better replay on that.
Yeah, the other side. I mean, I'm not saying it's a full-on elbow, but there was a bit of a, a bit of a leaning into him, or bit overly physical.
Liverpool take the goal kick short. Newcastle are pressing. Can the Reds get out? Is job number one. They've gone down the line. Jota chases. Newcastle win it. Can Liverpool launch a counter? Throw into the Reds. I don't know where Mo Salah is. Mo Salah just going to stood up front for a second. I am worried about this foot injury.
Yeah.
He's kind of gone and stood himself up front for a moment. Maybe he's just trying to, he took a whack and he's just trying to run it off. Because Jota's definitely gone over to the left at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Little bit of a change from the league. The Anfield game, I remember Newcastle weren't pressing. They had 11 men behind the ball fairly early on. Yeah, Salah's running a bit gingerly, isn't he?
He looks a bit... He doesn't look happy, does he?
No.
We'll keep an eye on Mo Salah. As Newcastle have the ball at the back with Kieran Trippier in the right back position. He webs it straight into Luis Diaz's stomach. That'll sting. Diaz doesn't even go down, no. Throwing to Newcastle. Salah looks like he's moving a bit better, Jay. I'm just keeping an eye on that one.
All eyes on Salah, especially after what happened in Kiev.
He looks fine.
Yeah.
He got injured in the League Cup final once, didn't he? Was it League Cup? FA Cup? I can't remember. He definitely got injured in one of the Cup finals. Yeah, he didn't play the last one, of course.
Not had much luck, has he?
It was the FA Cup. He went off injured, I think.
Yeah.
Gravenberch out to Konate, back to Andy Robbo. Yeah, Diane says it was the FA Cup. Yeah, 2022. He scored a penalty in the shootout in the Chelsea win. And obviously was injured for last year. Alexis McAllister then goes back to Van Dijk. He's going to give it to Kevin Keller. Under pressure from Alex Isak. He might have to go long. He does. Liverpool compete. They're a giant team back there, Newcastle. They win the first header and the second ball, which will be disappointing to Liverpool.
Yeah.
And Newcastle try and play it through. Van Dijk cuts it out. I think it would have been offside.
Yeah.
It's one of them where you don't get the benefit of that, do you? You know what I mean? You'd rather have the free kick there, but Van Dijk has to cut it out. And Newcastle continue on with the ball now. Tonali, two number 8s up against each other. Referee says play on.
He's let a bit go there.
Both grabbing each other. Newcastle wants.
I wondered if he was going to pull that back for Soboslai putting his hand on the arm of Tonali there, but
you let the two number 8s get on with it.
Yeah.
Rob, a good ball into Diaz, who drifted inside. He sprints out to the right. He finds Kwanzaa. He's got Salah. Go on, Mo. Salah's first chance to have a little proper go at Livramento. Cuts inside. Loses out though. Tried to find, I think it was Diaz. Liverpool might have won it back though. Liverpool are battling for the ball, and in the end, there's an offside flag goes up anyway. I think it was Gravenberch. He fouled Bruno coming back from an offside position, so I don't think he fouled him. He certainly tackled him. The Newcastle captains stay down a bit there.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, Bayern was just going to pick him up.
Is he winning it? He's fine.
He's all right.
He's just having a moment. 14 or so minutes gone. It's been actually quite uneventful in terms of goal mouth action. League Cup final so far. No goalkeepers really had to do too much.
Yeah, by this time on Tuesday, we'd had about 3 Liverpool chances and a goal for PSG, so slightly less eventful.
So, Newcastle go long. Joe Linton brings it down. Kwanzaa should clear and does. He's just a menace, Joe Linton.
Yeah.
He's won it back again. I thought he fouled, he didn't. Kwanzaa does a 50-50 wins it, leaves the Newcastle lad on the floor, but Newcastle have still got the ball with Murphy. From distance, shoots way wide. He should have played Kieran Trippier in there.
Yeah.
He went for glory at Wembley and got it all wrong.
Yeah, Trippier had his arms outstretched because it was a...
Tell you what, it was a no-nonsense tackle from Conor Bradley. It was Livramento and he goes, have a little bit of that. Oosh, see you later.
Yeah. Old school tackle, that, isn't it? Foot through it.
Ball, man, see you later.
Yeah, they normally don't like them, But, yeah.
Not a goal now. Conor Bradley-esque. As Liverpool take the goal kick short again. Oh, Keller's touch wasn't brilliant there. Now he goes long. They're just eating that up for dinner. Liverpool might have to be a bit more careful.
Yeah.
How do you go? If they're going to go long somewhere else, they've given it away now via Robertson straight to Trippier.
You think maybe Diaz against Trippier in the air if they're going to go long?
Yeah, we just haven't got anyone.
Because Jota, as good as he is in the air, is not going to beat
plays a
anything.
lovely ball out to Jarell Kwanzaa. He needs Salah to come and shoot. I was going to say. Salah ran away there, looking for it in behind, but it was never on. So Kwanzaa had to go back. Yeah, them long balls. If you're not, you might not win them, but you've got to have to battle for seconds then. Because I'm not sure about that game plan all day. Come on, Lucho. Newcastle with like a 4-5-1 formation without the ball. Trying to just cut off lanes. They just leave Alex Isak just to run around a little bit up front and get everyone else behind the ball. Okay. Salah drops deep. Go on, have a little go. His first thought was to look up Salah, but there was not a man, so yeah, Liverpool just popping it off around a little bit.
Robbo's made a run there. Canate's not used him.
Oh, yeah. Robbo made that dash and centre forward and just trying to create space really, which isn't the wrong idea when it's against the very deep. Well, not deep, but Newcastle with a 4-5-1. Just not much offering. Salah again. Can he have a little go at his man now? Go from there, so go on, man. Could you have to double up on him? Liverpool happy to be patient, Jay.
Yeah, they've kept the ball for a long time now. I feel like they've taken control of possession now after that first 5 minutes where Newcastle were looking pretty good.
Wouldn't mind if Diaz wants to have a little go at Trippier at some point.
Yeah.
And now he cuts inside to find Alexis. He runs into Joe
Was
Linton.
that
That was a foul, surely! Ref says play on. What? He's given a foul to them.
Looked a foul to me. I mean,
looked a foul on McAllister.
Yeah, yeah.
He's given it to Newcastle, let's see. He lands on it, maybe.
He gets there. He gets there in time, but he doesn't. I wouldn't say
I don't think
cleanly wins the ball.
I don't think any of them touched it. I
No.
don't think either of them touched the ball. McAllister maybe lands on his foot a little bit, but I was surprised. I thought it might have been a foul to us.
Yeah, he's a real menace, isn't he, Joe Linton?
Newcastle go long. They've certainly got a direct plan on. Ball bounces over the head of Gravenberch to Joe Linton. Newcastle stream forward. Get out. Tonali edge of the box. Meggs. Joe Linton wide. Crosses deflection. Kelleher should claim and does. And rolls it straight out to Diogo Jota. Good roll out from Quavian Kelleher. Jota's under pressure. Does well.
Yeah, there's no time in the midfield at all there. Jota took one or two touches and then had to.
It's weird. I'm not sure what the trigger is yet for pressing because they're sitting off now, but then certain times, again, obviously, I guess it's on the faster breaks.
Yeah, earlier on in the game, they were pressing straight. You know, they were pressing in our defensive third.
Now they're not pressing at all. I see he's got the ball. Joe Linton's struggling now after that challenge with Alexis, by the way. Keep an eye on that. Isak presses, but the players behind him don't really. Now they do, as it goes out to Robbo.
Yeah.
He's just going to go really long, trying to get Diaz into a race with Trippier. Trippier does well. Nods it back to his goalie. He won't be flustered. He's a very experienced player. He's Champions League finals and all kinds of Trippier. League winner. Did he get to the final with Madrid? Was he in that one? I can't remember.
I think he was, I think he was still there because he went to Atletico briefly.
Liverpool win the first header and collect the seconds with Alexis. There's a big... It feels like there's space here. Can Liverpool exploit it with Robbo? Can Diaz keep that in? He does. Just nice touch by Diaz. Needs a ball in from someone now. Jota could do with getting in the box there. We're very happy to just knock it around for now.
Yeah.
But again, Nick Pope hasn't had to make a save. I does Queen Keller, to be fair.
Yeah, patience is one
down the line looking for Sabozlai. Like he can cross.
Go on.
Does get into the box. Shah comes across, clears.
A more patient approach has been one of the things of this season under Slot.
Yeah.
And I think we're happy now. If Isak wants to run around, closing our strikers down all day, then that's, I'm happy for him to do that because it's going to tire him out.
Yeah. Hyro says, hello Stephen, the Redmen. My prediction is the Liverpool wins. I hope you're right.
Looking.
Thanks for the super chat, buddy. As the ball is played in towards Jota, but Newcastle just getting off on it. Jacob Murphy is going to try and run clear. played a good ball,
Clever
actually.
ball.
Into Bruno Guimaraes. He's chased by Gravenberch. Still going. Tries to play it in behind Van Dijk. Corner to Newcastle. I mean, that's the best he was going to get out of that, to be fair, Guimaraes. He was isolated and just... It was almost like he was playing... I don't know if he was quite playing for it, but he knew he wasn't getting away from Gravenberch, so... Tried to play it in behind him. It just deflects off Virgil for a Newcastle corner in front of a very packed Liverpool end.
Yeah, it looked like he was wanting to maybe buy the foul or whatever off Gravenberch, but he carried on. It was a good little ball by Murphy. They'll fancy the chances here, Newcastle, with the
some big players. Yeah.
I was going to say,
Dan Burn is the biggest.
Camera cuts to Burn.
Shaw, Joe Linton.
Alexis seems to be marking Burn, which I'm not sure is wise.
Oh, mate, they got a little set piece routine maybe. Oh, look, Jota was onto it and was fouled. They tried a little set piece between Isak and Jota, and Jota was, to be fair to Jota, he was alive to it.
Yeah.
I understand it's a final. I always think it's a final. You try your little routine if it works, but I mean, there's value in just trying to put it on Dan Burn's head.
Yeah, I mean,
Speaking of edge, there's Ant with the biggest.
Yeah. Yeah, the camera cut to Burn, and we were bigging it up, and then it looked like McAllister was marking, and I'm thinking there's a good probably 8-9 inches difference there in height, and then yeah, they didn't just swing it in. Obviously, there's, you know, statistically you don't score that many from a corner, so swinging it in doesn't always do the business.
Jota was alive to it though, and Isak fouled him. We'll get it up the pitch. Bit of head tennis going on. As it goes back to Nick Pope. I defo press Nick Pope.
Yeah, well,
he just kicks it away right, and that's what he's going to do all day. Van Dijk wins another battle against Isak. He's having the better of that so far. And again, a little bit of head tennis going on. Can Jota get on the end? There's a bouncing ball. Newcastle through Trippier again. Well. He's done that a couple of times. Nods back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, Pope came off his line quite far for something earlier, and I thought, well, fair play to him, given that he got sent off doing that the other year, but obviously backs himself. I'm just wondering with the Kwanzaa-Salah combination, there was one where Salah was trying to spin. You think the balls that Trent can play for him that aren't going to be on the table today, so does he have to adjust? That. He's done well as we speak, Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa strides forward. Oh, just didn't quite get it to Jota though. And Newcastle got the water back again. But 23 minutes in, neither goalkeeper really tested yet.
No.
The head's clear. Chance for Harvey Barnes to have a little run at Liverpool's defence though. He tries to play in Alex Isak. Danger signs for Liverpool at the left-hand side. He's dragged wide a little bit. It's out to the edge of the box. Will Tonali have a shot? He's going to maybe think about it. He does wide. Kelleher was comfortable.
Yeah. He had a little bit too much time for my liking there, Tonali, but again, with, you know, the whole XG thing, I don't think they mind people having shots from there, but he
cuts across goal. I mean, yeah, he's going to do well. He's going to do well to score.
I think, yeah, it's got to be right in the top corner, hasn't it? To beat Kelleher from there, I think.
Kelleher was comfortable with that one, really. Liverpool win a free kick. Mo Salah fouled, coming back to the ball by Dan Burn. Again, 23 very even minutes at Wembley so far.
Yeah, it's
neither side actually with
not
the
a classic so far.
We've had more of the ball, 60%, but they've had 3 shots, but they've all been poor really. Liverpool go longest. Diaz going to be on side. He doesn't quite get there anyway. Trippier nods it back to his goalie for the third time. It's becoming a regular occurrence that Kieran Trippier is just nodding it back into the arms of Nick Pope. Yeah, I was going to say this. The stats I've just read out. Neither side tested the goalkeepers really. Jacob Murphy sprinting down the right. Was he on side? Is the first question. Looks like he might have been. As the cross comes in, Kanate puts it over his own bar. Liverpool wanted the offside. He looked offside.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been given though. There's a corner to be given. Was he offside? He's miles off.
Well, yeah.
You've got to fucking defend the corner now.
That's
and he's offside, and he's a yard in front of the referee. Kanate deals with it. He's clearly offside. In a mad world, you're almost better letting him fucking score.
Yeah, Kanate just hits it into his own goal. Yeah.
Nonsense. That's bad lines, but he's a yard in front of you. How do you not see that? Doesn't matter now. Liverpool got a corner to defend. They whip this one in towards Dan Burn. He's the target. He gets a head on it. Near post. Kelleher smothers at the feet of Bruno Guimaraes. Yeah, there's a mismatch there if Dan Burn's going to be marked by McAllister all day.
Yeah, he is, isn't it? And McAllister's, I mean, I wonder if...
Kelleher does really well.
Yeah, I was just thinking if that had gone in, would that have been given as a foul by Burn? But it wasn't. It wasn't a massive shove.
There's the Liverpool worked to the other side. Diaz, edge of the box. McAllister might shoot. Now he dinks it, looking for Salah. Livramento clears. Harvey Barnes completes that. It's a throw into Liverpool.
They're very good at getting back in, Newcastle. Very disciplined. Yeah. It's tricky when you're in those situations. It's got to be a perfect ball to get in behind.
Yeah, Liverpool haven't created anything. Newcastle haven't really. They've had a couple of moments where they might have created, but didn't. Jota dropping very deep. Andy Robbo's gone and stood up front at this moment in time. Liverpool just trying to solve the Newcastle puzzle. Rotating players like Gravenberch just gone to start left back for a moment. Liverpool just trying to do something a little bit different. Oh, Kwanzaa runs himself into trouble. Konate gets back and bails him out. Yeah, a little bit of good defending from Konate. McAllister takes over, just runs into trouble. Wins a throw in now in the end. It's a scrappy game, Jay. Again, neither goalkeeper really had a save. They classed that as a shot. I'm not sure which one was the shot. Was it the Guimaraes touched the ball? Yeah, it wasn't much of a shot.
Yeah, it is scrappy. It's Liverpool could probably suit them more. This being a little bit more end to end, but obviously Newcastle are not going to do that unless they're 1-0 down. Yeah. Tricky. There's no space in behind. Newcastle are doing this hybrid thing of sometimes pressing when we play out from a goal kick, sometimes dropping off. But it just seems like whenever we've got the ball, they've got those two solid banks.
Yeah, Liverpool try and go long. Can he take? It was a poorish clearance. Can they win the second ball? Diaz does well.
Done.
He's got 3 men on him now. He's surely fouled. Trippier again. I thought, what are you complaining about? You never got the ball. Liverpool wanted to take it quickly, didn't get there. Diaz is... He'll always battle for the ball. I mean, he gives you the chance, doesn't he? And maybe Liverpool can do so. It's a very sensible free kick. I mean, it's hard to cross from here. That's the problem. You're going to have to move the ball.
The only way, I think, would be if you kind of chipped one to the back post, someone heads it across maybe, but then...
That's what's going to happen. Liverpool, you're looking for Van Dijk or Salah, mate, but Konate can go down the back.
If you're chipping it in like a mortar or whatever, Dan Burn's going to be favourite, you'd think, unless he's up against Van Dijk.
Andy Robbo's left-footed. It's going to be a left-footed delivery. They're going to look for a knockdown, and you'd think from Van... Let's have a look. Ball goes in. It's headed up and away by Newcastle. Mo Salah is going to try and win a corner. Yeah, he's done well. Just takes the corner. Have Liverpool got a little set piece up their sleeve? It won't be the first time they have this season. Obviously, they scored that City with one. They very nearly scored Aston Villa with Virgil van Dijk. Wolves, I think they had one as well, where Trent just didn't quite get his shot right. But we've seen 3 Newcastle corners. This is the first for the Reds in front of the Newcastle end. I wonder if Virgil's got another Wembley moment in him.
They just seem like a big team, don't they, Newcastle? We've got some big lads as well, so you never know.
Then corner's just whipped in, relatively normal. Joe Linton heads away. Robbo might get a second bite at it. He's done well. He wins a throw in the end. Thought he'd won a corner. Jacob Murphy got across. That was a good defensive header from Joe Linton. Liverpool put it right on the goalie's toes almost. Tries to play it through, gets cut out. It's been a lot of that for both teams, actually, just not quite getting that ball right. Newcastle go long this time. Van Dijk comes across, deals with it really well.
Yeah, I thought that was going out of play, but he just cushioned the header, so it didn't.
Oh, ball in behind to Diaz! Goalie comes out, does well, does Nick Pope. I think Diaz was offside anyway, but Nick Pope wasn't to know. It was a good little dink over the top by Andy Robbo. Nick Pope, not known for his sweeper keeping. First of all, was he offside, Diaz? Yeah,
he's off.
Oh, it's close, but he probably just was. You can tell by the strip of the grass. He wasn't to know, but the goalkeeper does really well, actually.
Yeah, he does do well, actually, Pope, yeah. As
Diaz looks the most likely to do something for Liverpool at this moment in time, you say? And it hasn't been a lot. Half an hour in, it's been a pretty low-quality game from both sides, really.
I think our left side, I mean, Robertson, he's had a few little bursts down the left. He's not really got into a crossing position or done anything of note. Yeah, probably the left-hand side. If we are going to go long, I'd say try and find Diaz, because he's bigger than Trippier.
He gets a bout of it, doesn't he, as well? There's a bouncing ball for Konate to try and deal with. Oh, he's kind of lost out to Tonali. And then Newcastle have won themselves a corner. Konate wasn't happy with that. Good battling by Konate and by Tonali.
I feel like Newcastle will be happier with the first half hour. Obviously, they're underdogs.
Yeah, it's been very scrappy, but they've had the brighter... I mean, there's been nothing in terms of too many moments, but I suppose the Tonali shot maybe in that one where Kelleher smothered from Guimaraes. Now this time, again, McAllister on Dan Burn worries me, man.
Yeah,
I know it was zonal, so it kind of is what it is.
It's the third one, and it's definitely McAllister
by
on
Trippier. Van Dijk again. Van Dijk's heading's been fantastic.
Yeah, he's had about 5 or 6
gonna get another one. He dinks it back in again. Kelleher comes, misses it, but it goes out of play. I think he might have been fouled by Burn, but doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, but I don't know what the stats are, but probably 5 or 6 already from Van Dijk. Headed clearances.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, Van Dijk in the air. 31.5 minutes. It's been a very uneventful League Cup final.
Yeah.
People go long again, looking for Diaz. He wins his header, does really well. He's taken out as he does it. The ref's going to let us play on. Now he's going to stop it, I think. Diaz was absolutely wellied there in the air as well. It's dangerous, that, you know. Liverpool want a yellow card for that. Kieran Trippier 3 or 4 times now.
He's
always
got no
Jota say the same thing. How many times?
Yeah.
Get him on. If you get him on a yellow as well, that's ideal.
Yeah.
It's dangerous, that, a little nudge in the back, in the air as well.
Yeah.
Just nasty landing for Diaz. He's had 3 or 4 of them now. Trippier, where he's just trying to leave one on him. The next one, I think the referee was saying you kind of totting up. As Van Dijk goes long. Finds Robertson. Ooh. Ball goes out. Goal kick. Right then. 33 minutes gone at Wembley. And a very, again, nothing of note really from either side. It's been a very cagey game. Liverpool have had more of the ball. Haven't done a lot with it. Newcastle going long and direct as often as they can. It's been uneventful, is the word, isn't it?
I was going to say, we're struggling for talking points, aren't we? Newcastle, as I said, Newcastle will be the happier.
Just because nothing's happened?
Yeah, pretty much. And, you know, people saying it's a bigger deal for them because they haven't won a trophy.
Here goes Harvey Barnes down the left. Up against Ryan Gravenberch. And Gerald Kwanzaa gets the byline, crosses in.
Well.
Isak headed it. Shot at goal is blocked by Robbo on Kieran Trippier. Robertson does well twice there. He just gets in the way of Isak the first time. It's a good ball by Harvey Barnes. Robertson does well there, and then it flies into the block. Another Newcastle corner.
Yeah, dangerous moment there. It just evades.
I'm surprised Isak headed that first time, but because he headed it right into Andy Robbo. Good defending at the back post by Andy Robertson. And it's another Newcastle corner, I think. This time Kieran Trippier is going to take this one. And it goes very deep. Dan Burn nods it down, headed that goal, easily saved. Liverpool got to be careful, Dan Burn. I'm not sure having Alexis McAllister being the man marking him is going to do you much joy.
Well, I mean,
I'm not sure what are you meant to do. Can you get Gravenberch maybe doing that job? I know everyone's in their zones, but he's game, but what's he going to do in the air? He's a foot shorter than him.
Yeah.
In the end, Guimaraes just has to flick it on. It's easy for Kukuyi and Kelleher.
Because I guess you're saying, we'll just disrupt him.
Yeah.
But he was disrupting him there and he still managed to get the header in.
Yeah.
we're obviously armchair critics, but that's something that we've noticed straight away.
Luis Diaz let that ball go out there. Sorry, he thought it was his throw and it wasn't. Yeah, but you are right. Like I say, it's Dan Burns
seems
massive.
obvious. You're like,
I understand because the big lads are defending their zones, but there might be a bigger lad than Alexis. Could Szoboszlai or Gravenberch or something maybe do that job? This time Joe Linton plays the back heel. Ball goes up in the air. Jota wins it. Liverpool concede another throw-in.
It's not one to keep you awake for our Far Eastern Reds and our Australian Reds, is it?
Newcastle won a free kick here and again another a ball into the box. That is where they've looked the most dangerous. In open play, they haven't really threatened, but when they've had the ball out wide and getting crosses in, is when Newcastle have been at their, I say most dangerous, it's not the most dangerous, but they have looked a bit threatening. Good delivery from Trippier is more often than not the case.
A lot of communication and shouting from Verge and
Long
Robbo at the back
into
post.
The box. Van Dijk wins another big header. He's going to come back in now. Joe Linton brings it down on the edge of the box. Shaw plays it in. Another header by Liverpool. Can Szoboszlai launch a counter? Salah goes long, trying to find Diaz. Murphy heads it back as he's not going to get there. There's a bit of a foot race. Pope comes out, heads it. It's a bit scrappy, but I think Newcastle have just got away with it in the end. Just about. And now Jacob Murphy up against Van Dijk. Van Dijk's been magnificent. Sorry, it was Isak. Pope just about, he came for the ball he might not never have been going to get. Just about got a nudge on it, but
yeah, we were just waiting to see the flight there of how it was going to drop, but it fell all right.
Another header. We've won plenty of them. Here goes Gerald Cron just streaming down the right. He's fit. He's fast, you know. He's got a bit of pace. But Joe Linton just gets back and wins the ball. And Newcastle,
I'd say he'll probably win a foul as well, won't he? Loves it.
Gives their fans a bit of a G up
for winning a foul. I mean, you know, fair play to him.
Gerald Cron's just quick, but he hasn't got no much guile in those areas, has he?
No,
really. He
does well, Joe Linton there, doesn't he?
He celebrate that like he'd won a goal.
He has to make do with that these days. I remember when they signed, it was about 40 million. He barely scored when he was a striker, but
I see some people. Joe, is my mic okay? Because a lot of people in the chat tell me it's wrong. It might just be me moving away from it. I do apologise if something's happening with my mic. Kieran Trippier holding the back of his thigh, maybe hamstring.
Holding his hamstring, yeah.
Keep an eye on that one.
Bit of a lack of. Have they got Target on the bench?
Target,
yeah. So that would probably
they
be
bring
the
Target
switch.
on at left back, and it would be Liverpool will go to right back if they do have to make that change. Trippier's struggling.
I think that's probably
Liverpool win another header with Canate. So two more men go down. It's like the walking wounded here. Head injury in the middle of the park.
Three on the floor at the moment. Yeah,
Joe Linton and Szoboszlai clashed heads. It wasn't an elbow, wasn't it? It's always Joe Linton, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's naughty, that.
Yeah.
He throws an elbow at Canate.
Yeah.
Does it all the time.
He's got no intention of winning the ball. He has a
naughty,
little peek around the shoulder as well before he does it. Yeah. And then there's a clash.
He threw an arm there, and then there was a clash heads between Tonali and Szoboszlai. He's naughty, Joe. He's got that in his game. Like he definitely had a little look there.
Yeah, when there's sometimes people are jumping up and there's, you know, they'll often go, oh well, you know, he wasn't looking to do anything, or there was no malice there. Joe Linton just had a little peek over his shoulder there. So I think he knew exactly what he was doing. Trippier is
he's just put like a bit of a
rubbing something,
a bit of like heat oil on his thigh. If they have to change that, like you'd imagine you're right. Probably Target
for a hamstring. I feel like if that's pulled or whatever, you know, you can't stay on, can you?
Maybe they're just going to try and get to half time.
Yeah.
The game's back underway.
I was going to say maybe try and look over this left hand side.
That's exactly what Liverpool are going to do. They're going to target it. This time Diaz gets there. Oh, Trippier just gets back. Liverpool wanted the handball. Diaz wanted the handball there. Nothing's given. Played into midfield. Joe Linton wins it and plays a nice ball into Alex Isak. Robertson comes and takes it off him now. Yeah, both teams in terms of their attacking main players, I haven't seen too much of them. Liverpool go long again. Too long this time, you think, from Virgil. Nick Pope can come and claim that. Liverpool want... Luis Diaz wanted the handball on Trippier. It does hit an hand. I don't think you're going to get that as a penalty, though, are you? It just kind of touches his fingers.
I was going to say, for Diaz to appeal that loudly, I was thinking it must have hit his hand, but it's whether it would be deliberate.
Apparently VAR just said he had his arms out for balance.
Yeah.
I don't think he would get yellow flag. I think Liverpool just need to keep targeting this side of he is carrying an injury. Here's Jota down the middle looking for Diaz. And he's blocked off in the end against Trippier. Does well. He is struggling now.
But keep testing him. You know, it's an obvious area of weakness for them. He's been rubbing some sort of cream into his hamstring. He had to sprint to get back for that little incident there where it might have touched his hand.
Liverpool go long again. I'm not sure about that tactic at the moment.
No.
They're struggling to play through, so I'm not sure they're getting too much throughout the long ball either. Newcastle trying to play out their force backwards. 41 minutes in again of a very uneventful first half at Wembley. Again, another long ball this time by Newcastle. More of a long pass, actually, it's a good one as well. Livramento takes it under control, has a little run at Kwanzaa. Crosses into the box. Well dealt with again by Andy Robertson. Again, Alex Isak, Mo Salah, the two main men for both sides have been very quiet. Isak hasn't really had a kick. He's lost most battles that he's had with Van Dijk and indeed Andy Robbo. I haven't seen much of Salah either. They're the goal scorers in both of these teams. Robbo does so well there, just jumps in the way.
Yeah, I think Robbo's probably been one of our better players of this half.
Liverpool's best players have been defenders, which kind of showed, but actually so have Newcastle's.
Yeah.
It's been that kind of game.
Yeah, Isak's not really been able to get on the ball.
You need one chance. Same as Salah, you need one chance. Trippier's been good as well for them. Joe Linton chests it down. Can Liverpool get the press going? No, he's done well to get out there as Newcastle. And there goes Livramento again. Passes it on to Barnes. He's going to cut inside. Cross comes in, blocked by Liverpool. It's been a lot of that for both teams, actually. It's been the defenders rather than the attacking players who've been the better for both teams, really. So Trippier, Robertson, Van Dijk, Konate, Dan Burn won a couple of... It's been very defensive effort for both teams, really.
I think their fans will be happy. They've been getting the ball in decent areas, wide and things like that, but they've had half chance. Probably the best chance was that Dan Burn header, which got flicked on.
Yeah, it was there. Liverpool win another header with Van Dijk. It feels like Newcastle get a lot of seconds, though, which is the main problem. Here's Murphy. He's had a good cross towards the back post. Actually, he's over it, that. Harvey Barnes. Again, a lack of quality, really. I think both sides will be lamenting, really. There's been a lack of quality in attack. I think they've probably had the better in midfield.
Yeah.
Which might be, both sides have attacked pretty poorly. Both have defended pretty well.
Yeah, Liverpool, we had a spell of possession earlier in the half, but it was very much, we were happy to recycle it, and you go, all right, we've got our foot on the ball. We haven't looked like creating anything through the midfield. No. There's no space in behind. Well, there's very rarely space in behind. We've tried to look.
What's happened here? Sorry, but I can apologise. We were looking at Ian Rush, and then Newcastle got a free kick on the halfway line. Can't tell you why. Kutham says Robbo is useless. I think he's been our best defender, one of our better players. He's defended well. Right, then Newcastle, another long direct free kick into the Liverpool box. Van Dijk wins another header. Harvey Barnes picks up the seconds. Liverpool block the shot, another corner. There's lots of blocking off at these corners. Like, there's a lot of men on the floor.
Yes.
Like, this one comes in, it's like McAllister ends up on the floor, someone else, Kwanzaa, I think, ends up on the floor at one point.
Yeah.
Konate defends well again. It's another
out shots.
Yeah.
So we couldn't see. Kwanzaa wasn't happy. Isak loitering on the edge of the box. Burn loitering on the edge of the box. just feel like the more of these they get, you don't want to give them a succession of these, do you? You just don't want it.
And it comes again. Newcastle corner up towards Dan Burn. He gets a head on it, and he scored, and it was coming.
Yeah. And
Newcastle have scored. It's Dan Burn. It felt like if they were going to score, he was getting his head on loads, and yeah, the Geordies take the lead. Alan Shearer's delighted. It just felt like it was coming. We all knew it. We've been saying he's been free all game. This McAllister, I don't even know if McAllister was on him off this one, but it's a corner. It's a pretty simple goal, that, really.
Yeah.
And if anyone's going to score at header against you, it's going to be that big fella.
Yeah, unfortunately, the armchair critics were right. I think we've been saying it all, but I mean, he didn't really seem so. He was
very easy goal.
He was a long way out, but then he wasn't really challenged, so he got good power behind it. Just went right in the far corner. Let's have a look. McAllister's all over the place, isn't it? He's looking at Burn, he's not looking at the ball, and then he's kind of loses his...
That tactics never worked. I mean, I don't know where that idea has come from, that Dan Burn should be marked by Alexis McAllister, but that needed to change. And on that one, he wasn't even anywhere near him. He's massive. Like, you've got to be better. Like, it's got to be a taller... I understand not wanting to take Canate and Van Dijk out of their zones.
Yeah.
But you can't have Dan Burn on 3 headers all against Alexis McAllister. It's just been coming. It's a poor tactic from Liverpool. They need to look at that.
Yeah.
And again... You were saying you can't.
I just said we don't want to be given these loads of these, because I think sooner or later
you're going to danger.
You know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a...
Well, Liverpool haven't offered anything in the attack.
No, it's been a scrappy half.
I've defended all right in terms of open play, but
if one team deserved to go in a half time up, it was Newcastle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some lads,
and we knew how they were going to score. The only way they were going to score was off that. It was obvious. McAllister got no. You can't even blame him, really. He's got no chance. That's just a poor. I don't know whose decision that was. Really poor. And now they look very excited. Liverpool just need to hope that they get a bit nervous. Newcastle.
I was going to say, yeah, and Deck going mad already.
Anyway,
some lads, some Newcastle lads in tears there. I think it's only half time, lads. Come on.
Yeah. Well, Liverpool are going to have a big second half on the hands here because this has been a pretty.
I wonder if they make a change. I mean,
attack wise, there's been next to nothing.
Yeah.
You like to think Liverpool can only improve second half because it's been a pretty, in terms of attack and play average, defending's been all right other than the set like that was always how they were going to defend and score a goal. It looked like Liverpool with one final chance maybe before the break. Here's Mohamed Salah, whips it into the box. Diaz heads it down. Jota gets it all wrong. I think there might have been an offside anyway.
Okay.
It's the first any chance of real note, really. Salah plays a good ball back post to Diaz. He nodded it down
really well.
Jota was just leaning back. That is the half-time break. You think Newcastle lead at half-time in the Carabao Cup Final 1-0. Dan Burn waves to, I'm guessing, his family as he walks off. It's been a very scrappy, but actually quite dull first half of football, Jay. But their goal came from, it was obvious, we knew that was going to happen. I don't know, I don't know whose decision Alexis McAllister marking Dan Burn is, but we called it a few times, and in the end, actually, on that he wasn't even marking him. At the end, that he was completely nowhere near it, and they're leading. And I think 0-0 would have been a fair result at half time because both sides have been pretty average. But if anyone was going to score, it felt like Newcastle off a set play.
Yeah, I was going to say when it was 0-0, I think Newcastle have shaded it, but no one's created a decent chance, so no one really hugely deserves to be in the lead. But yeah, I just feel like, I wouldn't say, I don't know if naive is the word from Liverpool, but I just think like, you do the things that the opposition don't want you to do. I feel like they've been doing it to us. Like, they've been setting up really solidly, and then we go, okay, we can't play through them. Oh, we'll just hit it long, and then Trippier will head it back to the goalkeeper, or their centre halves will win it in the air because Jota's smaller than them. It's just been things, but just not quite.
No, it's been poor. Actually, I think you mentioned Liverpool's best players were all because for their defensive action.
Yeah.
Van Dijk and Canate winning headers, blocks. Andy Robertson doing quite well at the back post against Alex Isak. We haven't seen any of the midfielders on the ball.
No.
We haven't seen a lot of Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, McAllister. We haven't seen a lot of Jota, Salah, Diaz, really. There hasn't done anything. Both sides, really. It's been a long ball fest, which again suits them. But I go back to it. Arne Slot and Liverpool have got plenty of things right this season. You cannot have Alexis McAllister, Mark and Dan Burn off corners. Again, I go back to it. Van Dijk and Konate man their areas, that's completely fine. It's got to be someone bigger than McAllister. It's got to be Szoboszlai or Gravenberch.
Yeah.
And let McAllister defend those zones. He's got no chance. Absolutely zero chance of winning. He's too short. It's basic. If you're Dan Burn, you're looking at, oh my God, their shortest man on the pitch is marking me. Like, baffling. Put Kwanzaa on him if you have to.
Yeah.
It makes no sense, Jay.
No, it doesn't make sense. And then you always, I always assume that, well, I don't know anything. So I'll defer to the manager's wisdom. There's obviously a reason why they've decided to do it. But it's, our kind of bog standard analysis of small guy, big guy, that doesn't work, has kicked us in the teeth there.
Yeah, really poor.
Yeah, get Szoboszlai on it, or, not renowned for his prowess in the air, but he's a
tall
man. He's a tall man. He's probably physically stronger.
Yeah.
The other problem with McAllister is when the corners are being taken, he's not even looking at the ball. He's looking at Burn.
Because he knows he's fucked. I can't win. I can't win this battle. I'm going to have to do something different. It's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. Again, it should be 0-0. Liverpool have not been good. I don't think Newcastle have been the better of the teams, but they haven't created too much. But it's all been offset plays. Got a couple of super chats in here. Liam Bento, I predict Joe Linton to have 45 minutes of Crampier. Listen, Newcastle, at some point they can defend. They can, and we'll see how they defend with it. Bumba Dog, their tallest player unmarked, atrocious. Today has been long ball FC, but without our guys running into space, and we're getting beat all over the pitch. We need to up the tempo and aggression. The thing is, right, if the plan was, I don't know if the plan was to play long ball, Jay. If it was, then you got the wrong team. It has to be Nunes.
Yeah.
It's I don't understand the tactics in the starting 11. They don't coincide. And then, unfortunately, like I say, he actually wasn't unmarked. He was marked by McAllister, but it looked like he was unmarked because he was that far away from him.
Yeah.
But it is right. Liverpool's game. I don't see what our game plan is. How we're trying to score a goal. Maybe long ball to Diaz, see if he can do something. Where's the playing through the lines? Where's that? Nothing.
Yeah. Everything that we've been doing, I think if we're Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall, I don't know who's who out of the two of us, but we're looking at that going, oh yeah, we're happy with that.
Yeah.
We're almost playing into their hands, and something's got to change because they're just going to try and dog this out now, presumably. I mean, obviously they want to score a second, but there's going to be people going down with cramp. There's going to be niggly fouls. There's going to be probably yellow cards. There's going to be shirt pulling. There's going to be all that. We've seen that, and fair play to them. That is a way of trying to win a game against, a better team, as we are, because we're top of the league. So we're the best team in the country.
You haven't played like it?
No, not at all. Yeah, very, very disappointing. I mean, we've had a few. Slot has been the half-time king, not necessarily in terms of substitutions, but just in terms of change. And I remember the Brighton game at home, we weren't very good in that first 45, came out, won the game. So I'm not all doom and gloom. I'm just frustrated. I know a bit annoyed. Like I was saying before the game about, Newcastle, are they going to be overawed and all this? We look like the team that can't get out of first gear. We look like the team that can't get anything going. Just showing that corner again. It's not.
It's saying they've had 5 corners, and Dan Burns, what they're saying there. There's one. Yeah. He's had the header on it 3 times. It was only a matter of time before he scored. Like he's done it. I felt inevitable.
That one there, the second one,
might have been a foul.
It might have been a foul, but even then, he's looking directly at Burn.
Yeah.
The problem with the one where the goal goes in is he's because he's not looking at the ball, he realises while the ball is in flight, I'm not in the right place here. And then he kind of stumbles, and then Burns got an easy header right into the far corner.
And they're clever. They've kept Dan Burn out. They've kept them miles away from Konate and Van Dijk. And it's a good header. Like he's unmarked, but he's got a lot to do. Fair play to Dan Burn. Like he's about 12 yards out away from goal. It's a really good header from him.
It's a great header, actually, because normally the thing with those more floated balls is you haven't got the power on it to beat the keeper, but he's boomed that into the corner.
It's a really good header. It was in the second he got his head on it. and McAllister was nowhere near him. Tom with the super chat, thanks very much. Tom says the goal is not a deal breaker at all, but it feels like 11v12 with the ref. I haven't blamed the ref too much. I'm seeing that. We need Jota off, continuing his poor form.
There's been a few frustrating things from the ref, but not. I don't think we've had worse.
The Jota thing, right? At this moment in time, nothing's happened. Like, it's all about, I get it, blaming Jota. He hasn't had a kick. Like, no, who's passing on the ball? If the game plan is to ask him to win headers against Dan Burn and Fabian Schär, that's not his fault. Like, that's what I'm saying. We are not playing the game to the front three that we've got. They don't want the ball in the air. We want the ball on the floor. They've got giant defenders, strong lads. We do not need so I understand it, fair enough. Jota hasn't done well. Salah and Diaz haven't really either. I think it's more a tactics and a game plan shift. Liverpool need a mentality shift rather than just blaming Diogo Jota. I don't think he's done great, don't get me wrong, but what's he going to do? Kick a long ball, Dan Burn heads it. Kick a long ball, Dan Burn heads it. It's more a tactical for me. Nunes is shooting, which I don't want to see Jota for the rest of the season. Again, I'll go back to my earlier comments. I get it, he hasn't been great, but actually, he's man-marked by two giants on his own. Let's play footy. The one time we played footy, he nearly got Diaz in. I mean, he has a chance at the end where, granted, he gets it wrong. They're the only two real times they played any football in note.
Yeah, it feels like, we are playing the wrong game for him because he's not going to win anything in the air. I mean, he hasn't done anything, but then not many of them have. You shouldn't have to be, I was going to say, well, if you've got Nunez on, Nunez has blammed them in from 20 yards and things like that. But we don't really want, I think Slot would argue, well, I don't want to be relying on the chance, Nunez scoring like that mad goal he scored against Bournemouth, one of those kind of ones where he just pulls something out the hat, or the two that he scored against Newcastle. We should be able to feed Jota in, get him into good goal scoring positions in the area, but there's just been none of that.
And by the way, if this is the tactic, then it has to be Nunes.
Yeah.
For me, change the fucking tactic.
I still don't think Jota's been good, but I don't.
He's got no chance. He has one chance right at the end of the half, and listen, granted, he snatches at it. I don't know whether he'd been offside anyway, but he wasn't great. But what's he meant to do? He's up against two giants. He could get away, play football, Liverpool. But there is, again, fair. If the plan is we're going to try and ruffle him and go long.
I think if you leave him on, and nothing changes, we're never going to score. Whereas if we had Isak on and we played poorly, I think you'd say, well, he might just do something in the second half. But I can't. Yeah, Jota's not going to.
For me,
he's not just going to pull something out of nowhere. I don't think playing like he is at the moment.
It's counterproductive because you're taking a striker off when you're losing a game. But there's more value in me bringing Curtis Jones on and going to that four-man midfield or something. I don't know, because Liverpool aren't playing through. The mid block is killing them. We've got a super chat here actually from H&Baz who says something similar, and I agree. Says, how can we leave their tallest, most dangerous player on the... Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's stupid. Stick a man on him, agree. Their mid block is stopping us from playing and something needs to change. I agree. They are. They're not deep, but they're not pressing either. They're just cutting off passing lanes for us, and it's frustrating us. And then you have to go long, and then they've got two big rock defenders at the back. Something does need to change. It could be get the extra man in midfield. It could be get Gakpo on and put Diaz up front and get him into those areas and get Gakpo then drifting inside. But you are right. There's a clear disconnect between Liverpool's tactics and what they're up against, because it hasn't worked. Like I say, I was thinking we'll get in at 0-0, and we'll regroup. Yeah. They scored a very late goal, and it's a poor goal for us to concede. Now Liverpool are up against it, Jay.
I was just going to ask, would you make a change at half time?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Even if it was put in. And again, I disagree. I disagree with the Jota. It's not scapegoating Diogo Jota because it's not fair, because they've all been a bit average. I think we need someone more in midfield. So I don't know whether that's Curtis Jones or you put Diaz up front and get him dropping into that area. Because we're not. The mid block is right. The mid block's killing us. We can't play through them, and then we're just stuck to going long. So someone dropping in. Jota's trying to do it, but I don't know. Listen, mate. And also, fucking stop. I just say, stop leaving Alexis McAllister on Dan Burn. Absolute ridiculous. Right then, we have got 4 minutes to go until the start of the second half, so we are going to go and take a quick break. Let us know in the chat during the break what sub you would make, or subs you would make at half time. We'll be back with the second half of the watch along. Hopefully, Liverpool can be much improved after this quick break. See you in a couple of minutes.
Hey you, do you like Liverpool Football Club? Do you love Liverpool signed merchandise? Well, have I got a prize for you this month? It is this absolute beauty. Let's start on the back. Let's show you the front. Yes, 89.90 replica shirt signed by John Barnes. Yes, John Barnes. That shirt can be yours. It's a very simple competition to enter. Head to redmenplus.com, sign up as a legend tier subscriber, and not only will you get full access to all of our amazing suite of content and our exclusive Discord group and discounted and free merchandise, you'll be in the prize draw to win that incredible shirt as well. redmenplus.com, legend tier status. Get on it.
Yo, Saeed, what are you telling me, bro?
Say hello to my little friend.
You what?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, lad. 1 minute. Potter's calling me. I'll bell you back. Yes, Potts. You good?
All empires are made of blood and fire.
You what? Lad, I just wanted to see if you... Hang on a minute. Jifty's giving me a call.
Once you're in, you're in. Like the mafia, innit?
Why is everyone talking in riddles? I need to chat to Tam and see what he's saying. Go on. I'll bell you back.
We're building something here, and we're building it from scratch. All the pieces matter.
I mean, finally, someone's talking a bit of sense, but... I mean, it's live on Redmen TV. The channel's been going for over 10 years, lad. Well, I still need to see if Hooks will do it.
VAR has made nothing but trouble.
Never mind.
Every dog has his day.
Oh, you're a proper gunner, you lad. Look, are you on it? I'm sure the others are going to get involved. I'll make them an offer they can't refuse.
I got my balls and my word, and I don't break them for anyone.
An Arsenal fan with cojones. That'll be a first. Right, Saeed, what are you saying?
You know what, Errol? The difference between me and you, I bleed red and you bleed green.
Oh, lad, I can't cope with you. Are you game or not?
When the devil comes, he comes on angel wings.
Lad, what are you waffling on about? Oh, 2 seconds. Potter's ringing me back.
You come at the king, you better not miss.
I swear down, you man are trolling me at this point. But say nothing, because I'm going to keep my friends close and my enemies even closer.
Welcome back. Yes, just a couple of minutes or so until the start of the second half. Don't know if there's any subs yet because we're watching adverts, Jay, but even if there's no subs, there's got to be a change somewhere for Liverpool, a mentality change, a tactical change, because it's not worked.
No. I would probably be inclined to maybe make a change. I think Jota would be the obvious one again. Yeah, like you, I'm not scapegoating him, but
Hello. We were the Joker for a minute there or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
For a couple of moments.
We got taken out. We're taken over by the Riddler, didn't it?
The Riddler, that's the one I was thinking of.
Broadcast,
Don't know what happened there.
One of them emergency broadcasts. I'm
Maybe
just trying to see if anyone's been brought on for Liverpool.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No.
Which is a bit of a surprise. Honest loss. I mean, apparently the player said he gave them a rocket up the arse against Southampton in the first half there. Maybe he's done the same again because he's sent the same lads out. Maybe just a change of approach from Liverpool. I don't know. But we're gonna be getting back underway shortly.
I mean, he said it was 3 finals ahead of the Southampton game, and really we've had a good second half against them, good second half against PSG.
You need another good one now.
Yeah.
Right then, we're back underway at Wembley as Newcastle just kick it long again. Canate wins his header. Come on, Liverpool, bit better. Can we play? Gravenberch's first pass is a poor one, but Diaz does well
Diaz
to win it. Yeah, just sneaked in there, didn't he? Head of his man. Canate's under pressure. Does well actually. Liverpool have done well to get out of that situation and go back to Praveen Gala. Right then, I wonder what Arne's slot. If there was a tactical message, what there was at half time, but there's got to be something changed as Liverpool have it with Kevin Keller, please. I mean, Liverpool are going to try and play out, which I think's the right thing. I mean, it will be fraught with danger, of course it will be, but it's better than just kicking it long. And you mean that's how we play footy. Live by the sword, die by the sword, like. Now they go long again, they have to with Kelleher. That's just going to be meeting drink for Dan Burn all day. Powerful header from him. Straight back to Kelleher.
Yeah, we've got to force them into a mistake or force them into being uncomfortable. Yeah.
I'm happy to play, like saying, if you get caught out, I'm not happy, but you've got to take that risk. I don't think just kicking up the pitch all game's going to do you any favours.
No.
A good ball inside by Robbo. Diaz flicked it. I mean, Jota was getting fouled there. Ref didn't see it. Now Newcastle go long again. Kwanzaa battling. Does well. There's definitely been an emphasis on trying to play, haven't they? I know Keller's had to kick along a few times under pressure, but Liverpool are definitely trying to play football, which is the right move. He's going to have to kick this one. No, he doesn't. He goes into McAllister. Better. That's what he weren't doing at all first half. They've clearly had a message at half time. Let's try and play, boys. Van Dijk strides forward and plays a good ball in. Jota can get there and fires it back towards Diaz. Good defending by Joe Linton. Better from Liverpool. Much better. Playing football.
Yeah.
Good defending by Joe Linton, though. He read the danger. That's much better. Play with the ball, lads.
I mean, we barely got anybody in down
it all started with, again, Kelleher into McAllister, out wide to Virgil. Like, play footy. Good ball again from Canate. Liverpool are starting to knock it about a little bit now. Ryan Gravenberch looking for a pass. Goes into good ball inside to Diaz. He probably could have went the other way. Instead, he fires it out to Salah. Salah against Livramento. Salah cuts inside, plays it back to Alexis. Better start to the half now for Liverpool. Gravenberch looking for a pass, but he's forced to turn and go again. Canate dinks one in, looking for McAllister. We were just saying about playing now. Don't thumbs up. That was shite.
Yeah, even the percentage chance of that ball working was very, very slim. Yeah, Joe Linton does really well. Gives it a big roar.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Liverpool, yeah, like I say, play footy, lads. If you get caught out, you get caught out. It's one of them.
I suppose another thing for, I don't know how this affects the players, but certainly as a fan, I would be thinking, well, Liverpool can't be any worse.
Yeah.
Second half, so something is going to come.
Diaz wanted the foul, not given. He's fuming at the ref. Newcastle go long, looking for Isak. Van Dijk clears. Diaz was absolutely furious then. Van Dijk cuts it out again. Come on, Reds, play from there. Here's Kwanzaa. Good ball inside, better already. It just looks better.
Yeah.
Liverpool keeping the ball and knocking it around and upping the tempo.
Unlucky.
Goal kick. So, no, it's not. Nick Pope keeps it in.
Other than the fact that they weren't bombarding us with shots, there was a few parallels to maybe that first leg against PSG, where when we did get the ball, we couldn't really make anything stick going forward anyway. We couldn't get any passing going in the midfield.
Yeah, Newcastle down there. It's Harvey Barnes down there left. Oh, bless you. Harvey Barnes to the byline. Corner. They're just playing for corners at this point.
Yeah, mate. I think that's that sorted.
You're allergic to the
Liverpool playing poorly. Yes.
Have Liverpool learned a lesson? No, you're struggling now, aren't you? No, they haven't. They're going to carry on with it, lads.
Definition of insanity and all that.
Harvey Barnes just literally played for that corner. Same again. They haven't changed it. Disagree with it. I really disagree with this. I think this is really, really poor.
And he's facing away from the kicker as well. So,
what are we doing?
Let's see how this all plays out.
Don't like it at all. Anyway, Kieran Trippier crosses. Back post. Joe Linton knocks it across. Goal! Kelleher saves. Isak scores. Offside flag goes up. Oof. He doesn't think he is, though. For now, Liverpool have been saved by the flag.
Is there going to be a man on the line here?
We'll check the VAR. He doesn't think there's an offside. Does anyone? Let's have a look. Oh, he's on.
It's tight. That's tight.
I think he's onside, mate. I think Gravenberch plays him on. We could be 2-0 down here, Jay. Isak's on. Give Marias in front of the goalie. I think the flag went up on Guimaraes. Yeah, that's what it was. Isak was onside. Guimaraes, I mean, he was right in front of the goalie.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose they would argue, well, Keller has still managed to make a save.
He was right in front of the goalie. So Isak wasn't offside, but Guimaraes was right in front of him, and he was. But again, Liverpool looking vulnerable off set pieces. Isak's on. It's the first shot that Keller has to save. That's where the offside flag goes up.
Yeah.
I think that's fair enough.
Yes, I think you could probably argue he maybe, if you can see that properly, you can push that wide or something.
Set pieces don't mind. That's where the goal's coming from. If they're going to score again, it's going to. They're playing for them now.
Yeah.
Here come Newcastle. We've defended set piece as well all season, but not today. Cross comes into Liverpool's box again. Nodded down. Isak shot goal. Oh, 2-0. And Liverpool have got it all to do now. That could be that. Alexander Isak, he only needs that. Like I say, he's had a quietish game. Liverpool get away with one by an offside flag earlier. But this time again, it's another cross into the box. It's been killing us all game.
I was just going to say, this game's reminded me a little bit of the derby at Goodison last year. I think we're being bullied a bit from set pieces. We're being, outfought, and then that goes in. Yeah, it looked like you were saying playing for a corner. Like, oh, I'll whip a cross in and we'll get a corner, or one of our defenders will head it out for a corner. But it was Robbo on the back post. He got out jumped. Let's just have a look at this again. Barnes down the left, and Livramento just kind of scoops one in. It's a bit easy, isn't it? I mean,
Robbo's, I'm trying to think, at the back post, he gets caught under a little bit. I mean, it's a good ball in. Murphy does well. Robbo's, I mean, there's a little nudge on him, but it's not a foul.
Yeah, no, it's not
enough for a foul, and Isak's just deadly. When the ball falls to him, he's never going to miss. And Liverpool trail 2-0, and it feels a long way back now from this.
Yeah.
They didn't learn the lesson. They got away with one a moment earlier. And as it stands, Newcastle are on their way to winning their first trophy for a long time. And now they've got 2 goals to defend, and now it's going to be really difficult for Liverpool.
Yeah.
They're going to need all their experience. Can they get one back early doors, though? Robbo crosses, looking for Salah. Salah's going to have to chase to even keep that in. He won't get it. Liverpool have having nothing in attack, and they've looked dodgy at the back. And if you do that, Jay, you're going to lose cup finals.
Yeah, I'm going back. I can't think of a worse final performance. I'm trying to remember them now. We've not got started.
Second half Sevilla. I remember all those years ago.
Oh yeah, that was poor actually. Yeah.
Anyway, can Liverpool, I say, launch something here? They haven't really launched anything. They started the second half well, but the crosses and the set pieces were just killing us. But now there's a lot to do now for Liverpool.
Yeah, I feel like if they can just nab a goal somehow in the next 10 minutes or so.
They haven't looked like doing that.
I don't know through what means. I don't know. Curtis is coming on. Is that Nunez getting ready?
The manager's going to his bench. He has to go to his bench.
Yeah.
It's been not good enough.
I mean, the argument was should have happened at half time.
Yep.
The other argument was to change the setup on the corners, and they didn't. So I don't know.
Newcastle
potentially
fans
Slot coming out with a bit of criticism if this stays like this. But then I think as jubilant as all the Newcastle fans are now, they're singing their hearts out. If we get one, their arses will go, and hopefully that's
the only hope, isn't it?
That will transmit to the players. Hopefully,
they look more like it than us at the moment.
I was going to say that's if they don't get a third, because
Liverpool have just not played and not turned up at all. 55 minutes, Arne Slot's going to go to his bench. That just sums us up now. Jota nods straight out of play. That might be the end of his match. That might be his last contribution. Newcastle, say, the only thing you worry about now, if you're a Newcastle supporter, is the emotion of it. They're in tears in the stands.
Yeah.
Like, can Liverpool maybe play on that? That's the only hope I've got. The manager's taking Ibu Konate off, I think.
Yeah, might be Gravenberg too.
He's going to bring Curtis Jones
sort
on.
of hybrid centre half thing.
He's bringing Darwin Núñez on for Jota. I'm sure I saw a 5 go up. Maybe Kwanzaa into centre back and Curtis to right back.
Yeah.
What's the thinking there? Can we try and play out from the right back more? Like try and get Curtis doing a bit of an Alexander Arnold impression?
Yeah, potential. Well, I just wonder if he's doing that. Was it against Fulham when we went down to 10 men where Gravenberch was kind of covering both positions? I think Endo's done a similar thing. I mean, it'd be bold, but
no, you're right. That's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, but why not? You know, like
got to change something, hasn't he?
We're going to lose as it stands. So
Gravenberch is going to play centre back. Liverpool are going to try and get an extra man in there, an extra ball player. Something's got to change. You're right. Makes us even potentially weaker defensively. That's your only worry, isn't it?
Yeah,
but you're 2-0 down, I suppose. Dan Burn wins another header. He's been again. I don't see the point of that. Right then, super chats. Josh says, Kelvin said, I hear $2 to let you know I hate Joe Linton. Callum, does Joe Linton celebrate getting out of bed? No, but unfortunately, he's celebrating 2 goals at the moment.
Yeah,
Newcastle are much a better team. Yeah, and they've won another free kick. Look, more defender for Liverpool in a moment. Josh said Newcastle deserve, if this win continues, they need a trophy. I'm not mad. We can focus on the league. I am mad. We can focus. We don't need to focus on the league. We can focus on the league even if we win, Josh. It's a final.
Yeah, I'm disappointed, bordering on angry with them. I think at the moment, and the manager. Let's give Arne some stick. We've been sucking up to him all year.
It's been poor. It's been poor for everyone involved. Yeah. Tactically, everything's gone wrong. It's been a bad 57, almost hour for Liverpool. I don't know. They haven't looked. I mean, they've got to score twice. They haven't even looked like scoring a goal. So, unless something dramatically changes, Liverpool are going to win. Liverpool are going to lose this final. Newcastle are going to win it. Long ball into the box again. Van Dijk wins his header. He's done now. He's done his job when it's been near him.
Yeah.
There's going to be another cross coming in. No, it's not. They've played it short. I'm surprised Anderson offside flag. I'm very surprised at that for Newcastle. You think they just whipped that one in? This is as bad as we played in a final for an hour for a long time, Jay. Again, go back to Sevilla. We were 1-0 up in that game. The second half was dreadful.
Yeah, we were awful there. But we're a better team now.
Much better. Yeah. Anyway, here's Curtis Jones, forward pass. Can Liverpool launch something? Here's Diaz. He's got one more pass out wide. Come on, Liverpool. Ball across goal. Jones! Saved by Nick Pope. And it's a great save. Curtis Jones tries to get the Liverpool fans going. It was a great move from the Reds. Jones' shot. It was a proper football. Liverpool play through the lines, get out wide. The little pull back to Curtis. Strikes it well. It's a big hand by Nick Pope.
It's a really good move, actually. It's the first time Newcastle have looked exposed there. We had a man over there. There's bodies flying, and there's people flying all around. I mean, it's
a big arm.
Yeah, he's done well, Pope.
Come on, can we score off a set piece?
Oh, here we go.
There you go. There's the start.
Tonali's
down now.
Which, you know,
they're entitled to do. They're going to do. They're 2-0 up. They're going to take as long as they want.
I remember the game where Alisson did the thing where he fell on the ball after Pickford did it. One of the ones they went down for. Oh, it was actually a bit of a nasty one.
Mahrez trying to clear the shot as kind of caught his own man.
Has he got him in the unmentionables there?
I think it's thigh. I think he'll be fine. You know, if he does he have to go off to defend the corner though?
Yeah, he's getting treatments, isn't he? Bit of
Craig says we need to be careful with the league too at this rate. We don't look like title winners. What happened to that Grav 10 non-existent? Yeah. I mean, they are 12 points clear, but yeah, if they play like this, they won't win many games.
I was agreeing with the Grav 10. We've not seen the best of him recently, have we?
And then the Brit sniper. I genuinely don't know what's happened to us. Is it tiredness or lack of desire? I don't know. I don't know is the answer. They played football then and got through the lines. It was the one. I think
the easy thing to say was, oh, they're tired. But then the manager's been saying all year, well, these lads are used to playing 3 games a week. So I don't think you can trot that out.
No, they just look poor. Anyway, they got a corner. Can we do something on one of our own corners? McAllister whips it in. Header cleared again by Newcastle. So Boslai's got to chase that one. Szoboszlai, got to be careful.
In trouble.
I think that's right, though. I don't think we want to just launch into their box. I think that's the right decision. Let's play. Diaz. Back to Jones. Come on. What are we thinking? Gives it to Diaz. Cuts inside. Does Lucho. Needs to play it, though. It's a bit tight in there. Jones down the line looking for Robertson. Blocked. Corner Liverpool. It's Joe Linton giving it the beans to the half fans now. He loves it. Someone said before, does he celebrate getting out of bed? It's a good ball by Jones, that.
Yeah. In the words of Andy Townsend, better from Liverpool. In terms of the narrative and all that, it'd be so Newcastle for them to throw this away. It'd be so Liverpool for us to win it. It looks a mile off now, but let's see what happens from this corner.
Corner comes in. Nick Pope punches. Who's going to claim it? It's going to be Curtis, who's actually having a big impact since he come on. He wins it and goes back to the halfway line where Gravenberch is stationed. Why are we giving it to Jones there?
I was going to say, he beat his man and then played it backwards.
Liverpool have kept the big lads up for now. Here's Szoboszlai. Outside is Diaz if he wants him. Now he goes inside to Alexis. Now looking for a bit more space. Szoboszlai's going to cross it. Bounces.
That was unfortunate.
It was a good ball from Szoboszlai. That Nunes' touch just got away from him.
Yeah.
Because it's Dan Burn who wins the header. Darwin's first touch is terrible.
Yeah.
Absolute bounces off him.
If he'd have controlled it worse, it might have gone in as a shot, but...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, small victories. It's been our best 5 minutes of the game.
Couldn't really got worse.
No.
Here come Newcastle on the attack, though. They played a lovely ball in. Van Dijk's done well again. Liverpool going to try and play it out. Can they do that? Oh, they got caught. It forced the Isak in the box. You never want that. And then Liverpool finally, through, I think it was Kwanzaa, get rid of it. They haven't quite cleared it away, though. Guimaraes wins it back. And he crosses, looking for Harvey Barnes. Isak, saved by Kelleher. And it's a big save. That would have been game, set, match. See you later. It might still be for Liverpool, but they've at least given themselves half a sniff, because 3-0 they had no chance. Newcastle come again with Shaw. Wide. And Kevin Kelleher. I mean, again, Liverpool might be up dead and buried at 2. They'd have been certainly gone at 3. It's a big moment in the final, potentially, Jay.
Yeah, great ball to the back post. I mean, I assumed an offside flag was going to come up or something, because there were two. There were Barnes and Isak were clear. Barnes was really well, actually. Maybe just behind Isak.
Big, strong hand by Kelleher.
2 hands on it from Kelleher. He's done that before. He's been called on before in League Cup finals.
Yeah, he's done well there.
I mean, you couldn't really criticise him, but I think the header from the corner is right in the corner.
Yeah, he had no chance with the goals.
But yeah, I just praised Liverpool's last 5 minutes. Newcastle don't look like they just want to shut up shop and go for the 2-0 now. They've certainly got some.
Well, they're just going to kick it longer.
Attacking intent.
Play for seconds and stuff, haven't they? And yeah, you're right, and they're doing all right with it. Newcastle have got another man down. Joe Linton this time. Yep, someone mentioned it before. This is what he does. And he sacks down as well.
Yeah.
Newcastle are just taking the time, and they're more with it. They're going to do this. That's what they do.
I mean, Slot actually praised PSG for a lack of this the other day, but you know, it is a way of winning a football match. Atletico Madrid are brilliant at it. You know, you grab your goal, then when you get an opportunity, you take a bit of time out the game. You stop the flow of the game. Liverpool never had any flow to begin with anyway, so it's not like we've needed our flow stopping. There's the goals going in there. Good finish from Isak.
the best team are winning. I mean, Liverpool have been poor. Newcastle have been much better. You just got to hope that you score one and put the shits up them. A couple of super. I think we had some super chats. This laments the fact of our dire need for a solid number 9. No goal threat whatsoever. And we've got one that says, why do Liverpool play with any heart, energy anymore? I don't think it's that, mate. FOH has been poor captain and top scorer walking in the summer. I don't know what that means.
FOH. I mean, it's front of house in the restaurant business, but I don't think that's
on, by the way. This game shows why we need a new striker badly. It's McAllister for Gakpo, the change Liverpool have made.
I mean, God knows what the formation is now, but all hands to the pump. I wonder if
who's in midfield now then? Diaz dropped back into a gap, I guess. He looks like it for now. Anyway, here's Virgil van Dijk. Cody Gakpo. Nobody scored more League Cup goals this season. If you could score 2 in the next 24 minutes or so, that would be great, Cody. Maybe 3 if we're being greedy. Here's Salah. Back to Jones. Round the corner. Just plays it wide. Liverpool got to be careful of the counter. There's a counter attack coming. Tonali streams forward. You've got Dan Burn over to his left. Liverpool got some defending to do. Isak plays a poor ball. Yeah. And it's a goal kick to Liverpool.
We're just going to have to cop for that now.
Oh yeah, you're gonna if counter attacks happen, you've got to just accept that could be a thing. Now you've got to just hope to get it wrong or you defend it well, because Isak, it's a poor ball from him. It's really overhit. Gakpo's first touch isn't the best. It's a silly foul by Szoboszlai, right on the halfway line. That's exactly what they want. I heard a scream of anguish from Dan in the other room saying, just do something to Liverpool. And yeah, he's not wrong.
Kicking in the goal. Yeah, we're getting to that point. I was just going to say, and I hope I'm not right, but I feel like after that second goal, there's a little 10 minutes there where if you get one, then they start going, uh-oh, you know. But I feel like, obviously, look, we score on 85 minutes. There's still a chance to equalise, but I feel like you've really got to put the fear up them by scoring fairly soon after they've gone 2-0 up, and they've managed to ride that out now. Yeah. Let's see what these changes will do.
Sharp plays it over. It's Harvey Barnes. Liverpool just about. Van Dijk does as well this time again. It was nearly a big opportunity for Liverpool. Sorry for Newcastle. And we've given it away. Come on, Reds! Wake the fuck up! Jacob Murphy's shot just goes wide. Virgil van Dijk stops this almost certain goal, and then we play back into trouble. It was Nunes with a terrible pass. Oh. Gakpo couldn't get hold of it. We're at 6 and 7s at the moment. Liverpool needs to wake up. Gee whiz. Salah to Diaz. It looks like Diaz got like a free roll in this system now. I don't know where everyone's meant. I don't know if Liverpool know where everyone's meant to be playing at this moment in time.
No.
Right, ball out wide with Gakpo on the left. Cuts inside, goes for the cross straight to the keeper. Come on, Red! And Nick Pope falls on the floor. Jordan Pickford style. Why wouldn't you? Again, time wasting for Newcastle, and right, they've got every right to do it. There's the camera on Mo Salah. I mean, we haven't seen a. He hasn't had the ball. We haven't seen him. He hasn't had a kick. And when he hasn't been great. I mean, Gakpo, since he come on, hasn't done anything of note either. It's been really poor. Really poor attacking display from Liverpool. A team who are top of the Premier League by a mile because of their attacking prowess. Well, they've had absolutely zero today. And Ryan Gravenberch runs out of play. Kind of sums up what's been a terrible 70 minutes. Never want to give up hope, and nor should you, but Liverpool have not looked like scoring a goal. No. Never mind 2J. This is as bad as we've looked.
I can't see where anything's coming from. A
Wales, you're a mistake. If anyone's going to score the next goal, it looks like it's going to be Newcastle United, not Liverpool.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the worst performance of the season, isn't it? I guess. I mean, I suppose Forest was up there.
Well, we had shots in that game.
No, first half, Sells had stuff to do in the first half. Yeah, I mean, I had my fingers crossed. Newcastle weren't going to turn up. Liverpool have not turned up at all. I mean, I don't want to get too dramatic, but it's a good job we've got that buffer at the top of the table now, because if that was 5 points or whatever, I think people have started to be getting a little bit worried on the basis of this, and maybe the basis of the PSG first leg and all that.
Yeah,
I don't know, but yeah, it's everybody on their feet in the in the Newcastle end as well they might be.
Yeah, Gakpo loses out. Honestly, Gakpo's done fucking nothing since he come on, and as in Szoboszlai is punished. He said it wasn't a foul. He's saying Bruno Darda, Newcastle again. The man stays down, and this is what's going to happen now.
Yeah.
I mean, he got the ball. It's never a foul.
He did get the ball, actually. Yeah.
It's never a foul. The Brit sniper says, even if we win the Prem, it just feels anticlimactic. No, I mean, it won't. It'll be fine.
I was going to say, Adrian Durham was on in the car, and I was thinking, he's a bit of an arch troll, isn't he? He was going, Slot, well, the quad was on, and if they lose now, it's only going to be one. And he's like, yeah, that is the league. Like, you know, yeah, there's still going to be a parade. Obviously, you want more than one on there. But yeah, I don't know.
Newcastle played a quick free kick. I
don't know why they didn't.
Just put in the box.
Yeah,
they didn't.
That is true.
Liverpool just kick it straight out of play with Diaz. Oh my god. Liverpool are going to bring on Harvey Elliott and Federico Chiesa. More attackers. I mean, I don't know who goes off.
I don't know.
Is he going to take Mo Salah off?
Potentially.
He hasn't done fuck all, so we wouldn't blame him if he did. Gakpo loses it again. Honestly, he's been on the pitch 5 minutes and lost their ball.
Maybe Gakpo's coming off.
Maybe I've taken him off. Right, Nunes from deep. Can Liverpool launch something here with Gerald Kwanzaa? I'd maybe him. He kicks it long towards Gakpo, straight out of play.
I was going to say decent ball. It was a decent idea. It was too long.
Tyan says, why does bringing Chiesa don't feel like desperation? Because that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It feels like it because that's what it is. Yeah. If ever there was a time to roll the dice with Chiesa, stop. It says, Alan, when you're going to get your
Gravenberg
off for. I don't know what the formation's going to be here. Who's going to play right back? We'll find out.
I don't know. Who cares? But yeah.
Then we go free at the back with wing
backs. I was going to say Gary Neville's trying to figure out what our formation's going to be. Diaz has come off.
We'll find out what this means in terms of formation now. Arne Slot's just gambled. Got all his attacking players on now. You can't score now, you'll never score a goal.
Yeah.
Obviously, it leaves you vulnerable to conceding. Kwanzaa's kind of gone in a centre back, I can see that. As Newcastle just kicked it as far up the pitch as they can. Robertson keeps it in and kicks it long. Come on, Liverpool. No. Newcastle's battling and battling. Oh, Gakpo's gone down. Free kick on the halfway line to the Reds. Curtis Jones is almost playing like a de facto centre-back, it looks like.
Yeah. Even there was
feels a little bit
it's like a 3-yard pass, and it was Kwanzaa had to stretch for it.
Here's Szoboszlai. Do we know quite what we're doing? I don't know, but we'll see if it works. No. Szoboszlai from distance. Out wide to Kwanzaa.
Wide.
He's looking for Salah.
That's it.
Salah to the byline, cross corner. I don't know what it feels like. You've just threw all the good lads on and figured out. I can't explain what the tactics are because it's too difficult to see at the moment.
It's like
you've got everybody on the pitch who can maybe score a goal.
That's it.
It's the option.
Chiesa can score goals. Not that we've seen it in a red shirt really. Elliott can get a goal. Just stick him on and see what happens. Obviously, there's more thought behind it than that. But
Elliott takes the corner. Nick Pope gets a big punch. Szoboszlai's going to go across and just make sure Liverpool win the throw-in, which they do. Cross comes into Liverpool's box. Header away by Newcastle. It's only going to go to Harvey Elliott. Can Harvey get a good ball in? He's gone backwards instead. Ball in from Chiesa is cleared to Gomares. Liverpool on ball. Referee says no. Newcastle are going to try and look to counter, you would guess. It's Isak. Is it against Robertson? Robbo's done well.
Well done.
15 minutes to go, Liverpool need 2 goals just to force extra time. I mean, they've got a lot of attacking players on the pitch. You'd give them that. Curtis Jones, Van Dijk doesn't quite know what's happening. He's just directing Trafford. He's like, where are you meant to play? Where are you meant to play? I can't... It's basically 3 at the back, isn't it, with Robertson, Van Dijk and
Kwanzaa, yeah. Jones
is playing like as a 6.
And then everyone else.
Boots, yeah.
At least, I don't know, test the keeper. We've only had that Jones shot. That's pretty much been it.
Yeah, from an attacking point of view. Robertson cross is now blocked. We had a couple more super chats. Refund the fans, says Bumbledog, beyond trash, making Newcastle look like PSG. This is where I miss Jürgen's fire. Interesting. I mean, this is as bad a final performance as I've seen.
Yeah, well, it's a on paper much better side.
Yeah, Liverpool are going to cross it again. Flicked on, Livramento can clear, and Newcastle can clear. Can Liverpool keep it alive though? Yeah, they will. Kwanzaa plays it out wide, Gakpo nods it down. Here's with Federico Chiesa. Just fouled, surely. Yeah. Holly Bob says, Sloth's insistence on keeping calm at all times has killed the fight in this team. I'm fed up with the poor performances with no fight. See, I can't say Liverpool have had no fight this season. They've showed plenty of grit. This game has been poor, but I don't know if I agree with that all the way. What it does, we are much more of a calm team, and we haven't been calm here. But can they score? They have a dangerous free kick. You've got to you're hoping rather than expecting at this point, aren't we?
I suppose we haven't seen so many of those kind of blitz moments where there's 5-10 minutes where we'd score 2 under Klopp or whatever.
Yeah.
Burn heads away.
I'm not sure what that's going to work. Crosses into the box to Dan Burns' head all day. Liverpool go long again. It falls to Chiesa. He's battling well. Step over. What's he looking for? He's looking for the Gakpo. Gakpo looking for half a yard just to do something. So Bosley just gives it away. Wins it back, so it's fair play to him. What shite it was. Elliott out wide to Jones. Give it to Mo. We haven't seen a lot of anything from Salah. Gives it to Elliott. Elliott plays a good ball into the box. And it's clear. It's good defend. It was almost Chiesa. But Shard did just enough. And someone's that. What's happened now? The referee's whistle for something.
Somebody be down for Newcastle. Essentially,
what's he seen here?
Whenever, I don't know.
I think Van Dijk was saying he was fouled, maybe. Not given. We're cracking on, let's see. As the ball was in the box, Van Dijk was saying he was tripped by Trippier, ironically, but you're not going to get him on for that. But if you are checking
it's
that,
the only one
what it was.
You'd have to have like
the ball. That'd be going anywhere near, wouldn't it? Anyway,
nah.
We're playing on. Elliott whips it in. Like Dan Burn again. What are we doing? Let's keep it away from the big giant lad, boys. It's all Liverpool now, but Newcastle have got something to hang on to. They've got everyone back. It's going to be so difficult for Liverpool.
As you said, Steve, I think,
good ball by Elliott, though. Ball. Jones shoots. Was that blocked or over the bar? I'm not quite sure. So it was over the bar, was it? Is there a corner? Alex Isak's down now. Ugh.
I was just going to say, yeah, as you said before, a mistake or a worldie, I think, for Liverpool. If someone, Szoboszlai, whoever can hit a 20-yarder in, then it makes it interesting. But I suppose we may be looking marginally more likely scoring from open play here, but it's been slim pickings. There's only been that one Pope save. Robbo got in down the left at one point, but, I mean, it's not good enough, is it?
Alex Isak goes off. His goal, the second goal, was a good finish. That's what he does.
Good first-time finish, isn't it?
Jaden says play a song. That's right. Is that going to make a difference? So Callum Wilson comes on. That's the only sub they've made, just the one there, yeah. Oh no, sorry, Willock come on for Harvey Barnes. It's a goal kick to Newcastle. Connor says the fans being hysterical is doing my head in. It's just a bad week. It's a. They haven't listen. It's just been. I think it's hysterical is a bit too much, but I think we're fine to criticise today.
Yeah, I mean it is a final. You know, it's.
Yeah, they're going Newcastle down the left. They're going to play for the corner. Be careful, boys. Here's Joe Linton. Shoots wide. I think Kelleher would have had it covered anyway.
Just in terms of the expectations, I mean, this is a good Liverpool team. It's the best team in the country.
Haven't turned up.
They haven't turned up.
And Newcastle haven't. At this moment in time, they're going to win the cup and they deserve it.
Yeah.
And they go again, actually, with Tonali. He's going to go for distance. Kelleher saves.
We've all seen Liverpool lose finals, but we've seen them, go out bravely on the shield. Like, even in Kiev, where our star player gets injured and the keeper has a nightmare, but... Yeah, there's a bit of pride there. I don't feel any pride in this at the moment.
Well, they've won another corner. Curtis Jones. Paul says Duluth will be on at the best team in the country. I mean, we are.
I'm just in terms of over 30.
They're 12 points clear at the top of the Premier League.
Whatever it is, 29, 30 games we are.
Yeah.
But, probably on form right now. You wouldn't say so.
It's again, the better team have won. So far, again, I say that because the game isn't over, but there is no expectation from me to Liverpool to get back into this. You are just praying for a miracle at this point in time.
And there hasn't really been the entire game.
No, Curtis Jones' shot was the best opportunity Liverpool made, and Newcastle have another corner. Headed away this time by the Reds. Can he launch a counter? No, Newcastle get the contact on that. Callum Wilson goes for goal, over the bar, goal kick to Liverpool. Curtis Jones to Szoboszlai. It's going to have to be something quite remarkable now for Liverpool to get back into this, isn't it? They need a goal like now, and then just hopefully put the shots up.
I mean,
and then you can just have some type of.
You'd think there'd be a fair few minutes of 7-8 minutes at least of injury time.
You'd hope, but you never know.
Yeah, you want a goal soon, and i.e. in the next 3 minutes, and then.
It's not coming, is it?
No, yeah.
Anyway, here's Cody Gakpo. Maybe he can prove us wrong. Here go Liverpool into the box, cleared again by Damper, and he's been magnificent.
Not a foul.
And then Gakpo fouls me. Gakpo, since he come on, has been had an absolute stinker. All of the attacking players, we haven't seen any in the Salah. Jota wasn't great when he was on. So Diaz was the best of a bad bunch, and he was average at best. Thanks very much to Jake for the super chat. Jake, there was not an honour, though. I apologise. That young Newcastle fan's about to see his team lift a trophy for the first time.
Yeah, and there won't be many there who have seen them win a trophy before, because you'd have to be getting on for 80.
Yeah, there's Anthony Gordon, Jamal Lascelles, the injured players, suspended players, 5 minutes away from getting themselves a medal.
I was going to say that was a foul for Liverpool.
Right, then we've got 5 minutes. We'll stop. It's time to go. This has been bad. It's been really, really bad. Unless something dramatic can happen, but not like that. It's not fucking hell. Arne Slot knows. It looks like he feels the gig's up. The away end. Look resigned to it. We feel it as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. It's been a poor. I don't know if embarrassing's the right word, but like lacklustre, poor, lack of quality. Maybe I don't know. Just
embarrassing. Maybe it's getting on for it though, isn't it?
But anyway, okay, Liverpool haven't given up to go just yet. As Harvey Elliott sprints down the right hand side. Curtis Jones. Liverpool just needs it. It's Joe Linton sprinting everywhere trying to stop Liverpool playing. Again, it's hope more than expectation now, isn't it, G? Because Van Dijk strides forward, Liverpool have the ball left hand side with Cody Gakpo. I mean, it's going all the way back. It's got to do. I see the hesitance of not trying to cross towards Dan Burn, but there's not all happening here. Oh, wow. Fucking hell, Liverpool. Kwanzaa goes long, straight to Nick Pope. Yeah, Marine says, I think the word you're looking for, shite. It has been shite. Yeah. Absolutely. Abdul says, this is what happens when you have no squad depth. I mean, Liverpool... Is that what I just think everyone's underperformed. I don't disagree. I mean, I don't agree with that whatsoever. I don't think it's been that at all.
I think maybe what, if I can put words into Abdul's mouth, he's thinking there should have been more rotation, a bit more, you know, in terms of...
I think everyone's played shit though. Like, if 18 lads play shite, is that, I don't know. Is that a depth thing? I don't know. 7. Ball comes in again. I just don't see the point. Newcastle winning another header. They've done that all day, lah. Don't foul him. Chiesa chasing up against Murphy. Chiesa's done really well. Fantastic from Federico Chiesa.
Little Nainggolan tackle there as well. He's beating his man as well.
Into Nunes. Come on, Liverpool, where are we going? Elliott whips in again. Headed away by Dan Burn. I think there was an offside flag. Did Sal try and keep that in instead of getting the corner?
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought that took a little flick there.
Hawks with the super chat, thanks very much, Hawks. I was worried in the second half extra time against PSG that our legs had gone. This just feels like it's caught up with us. Nothing left today. Just hoping we get it back to end the season well. Do you think have we looked leggy?
I feel like everybody wants to say, you know, oh well,
listen, mate, if everyone
we're tired and all that. I just think
if everyone underperforms,
I think we picked the wrong team and the
tactics have been
done exactly what Newcastle want us to do the whole time, and then we've gone behind and had no way of getting back into it, because there wasn't anything where you go, all right, we're 2-0 down, but if we tried that ball to such and such, that's been working. There's been nothing there's been no route to joy really at all. I mean, we're all used to a bit more rotation than we've had from Slot this year. We've all been looking out for it, like, oh, Gravenberch's playing every week, McAllister, you know, I don't know. I can guarantee you he won't use tiredness. He won't say, oh, the boys are too tired.
The away end isn't, away end, Nick Pope gets booked by the time, wasn't he? Away end saying you'll never walk alone, trying to, again, Liverpool just needs, I don't know. Now Jacob Murphy goes off. Kraft comes on the defender. Newcastle are just going to... Van Dijk's gone and stood up front there. Trying to battle against Dan Burn. Liverpool have won the ball back with Elliott. And gets into a throw in. Elliott wanted that ball. 8 minutes stoppage time. I mean, it just feels like it's delaying the inevitable.
Even that kind of sums it up there. He's just tried to beat a man and it goes out of play. Yeah. Even, you know, the little chip balls have been going out of play or going straight to Pope and stuff like that. It just seems like every single thing we've done has been poorly executed or the wrong idea.
Yeah, if it was one goal, I wouldn't fancy us to score 8 minutes, never mind 2. Feels like we're delaying the inevitable, that Newcastle are going to get a trophy that they fully deserve to win, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Is where we're at right now.
Van Dijk's staying forward, it looks like.
I don't know what we're doing that for, but anyway, here comes Newcastle on the attack. Touch is poor, goalkeeper comes out and wins it. It was Callum Wilson with a poor touch. And Liverpool with Curtis Jones. He hasn't given up. No one. They haven't given up, but they just don't. Again, they haven't created anything. What Nick Pope's had one half decent save to make off Curtis's shot. That's it. It just doesn't feel like it's coming out at all. Virgil's going to stuff himself up front, boys. That's just maybe put Dan Burn off if we go long. I don't know. But here's Kwanzaa. He looks tired as well.
Yeah, he just looks to be limping a little bit there. Although he's just put a bit of a challenge here. Elliott
goes longish, but it's a poor ball. Newcastle. Not only you have to just chest it down. Guimaraes can run for. Why have you fouled him there? Ugh. I mean, it doesn't matter because we're going to fucking lose anyway, but that's just pissing me off, that. If there's one set of fans I don't mind losing to in the end, it's them. And I say that as someone who hates losing. I'm not saying I don't mind because I do mind. I don't know if I've worded that right, but Newcastle are going to get their day. It looks like anyway. It's only a matter, again, 6 minutes to go, but this game's done. It's been done. It's been done since
probably
Isak.
Could have called
it was
it
done.
off.
It was done from Isak's goal.
Yeah.
It's going to be party time on the North East. Liverpool are going to have to go back and lick their wounds. No. Sometimes, you know, if you feel a bit unlucky or you feel aggrieved by a referee or something like that, but when the other team batter you don't turn up and they play well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Ball goes long. Again, it's another header by Dan Burn. Unsurprisingly, he's been brilliant for them. Here's Salah. Back to Elliott. Ball goes into Van Dijk.
He's being pulled.
He actually wins it. Gakpo's shot is blocked. Darwin Núñez. I think that's his hand anyway. It's still scramble around. And Newcastle can clear with Joe Linton. Don't foul him. He's done really well there, Joe Linton, though. Elliott's won it back for Liverpool, though. And he's played it forward.
Go on.
Chiesa scored!
Offside.
Oh, the flag's gone up. Doesn't matter. Good finish. Is he offside? He's on! He's onside!
This is going to
Is he on? It's tight, that.
I think he was onside.
Oh, it might just be leaning off. Yeah, he looks off, actually.
No,
I think he's
five's. I think they get the fella's right foot is playing him on
it's
there.
It's tight, though. We're going to see the lines, you'd think. Chiesa thinks he scored.
Yeah.
We're going to get the lines out. And there could be a scramble over 4 minutes. It was a great pass and a great finish. Come on, we're taking ages here. Liverpool going to get a lifeline. Goal! Goal! It's onside! It's 2-1 and Liverpool have got about 4 minutes to get themselves what would be the most unlikely of equalisers and force extra time. It's a wonderful goal from Federico Chiesa.
He does really well. Yeah, he comes back from an offside position. Elliott does well.
Are they saying that might be a foul in the middle? That's not a foul, surely. No foul.
It's never a foul.
So we're going to get this goal. It's going to count. That's going to count. And I mean, Jay, we couldn't, could we?
I mean, who knows? I mean, it's going to be an uncomfortable 4 or 5 minutes
what
for Newcastle.
He's onside.
But we haven't looked like creating anything in a million years here, and we've just got a lifeline. They're just going to have to.
What's he waiting for now?
What's he pointing at the screen for? Why is it? Oh right, I thought he was going to the screen. Like, what's this to look at the screen for? Anyway, I forgot they do that announcement thing. Come on, Reds! Yeah, bit of defiance from the Liverpool fans in the crowd.
It's a great finish from Federico Chiesa.
Touch,
strike. It's a worldie. I mean, it might get a little bit of deflection, but it's fine.
He's looked
So
half
I don't
decent,
know,
actually, I think.
I don't know how long now. It was meant to be 8 minutes. That's took a long
Should be
time.
another 4 minutes, you'd think.
Liverpool should get themselves. What are we waiting for now? I mean, we could be going to 100 minutes here just in extra time now. I said didn't look like we were going to score one. Do you think they can score another?
I mean, come on. I was going to say keep Virgil up there, which is what they are doing.
It just feels like it's come like about a few moments too late, doesn't it?
Yeah, even that's what we're saying. Like, even if you score on 85, it's a horrible extra time period and all that.
Yeah.
But they've only got to hold out. We're going to have 1 or 2 opportunities to get the ball down in their half.
Newcastle got themselves a throw in it, deep in the Liverpool's half. They're taking ages over it as well. I hope the refs adding all this on. It was a good finish from Kaiser.
Yeah, no, he did really well.
I don't know how long we're going to be playing now because Newcastle corner flagging it. Can Liverpool get out of there? Gakpo's won it. It's a throw into Newcastle. Damn. It felt like Gakpo had a chance to clear that.
Yeah.
So there's a minute of normal of the 8 minutes added on. I don't know how long that VAR check took. Like 2 minutes, maybe a bit longer. I don't know. But for right now, Newcastle have got the ball exactly where they want it, right by our corner flag.
I mean,
Van Dijk's staying right up front, even though they're defending. Liverpool's going to try and kick it long towards him at some point, maybe. Got to get the ball back first. Newcastle doing the... he's giving a foul to Liverpool.
I was going to say, they always love giving the defensive side a foul.
Kamara stops Liverpool taking the quick one. People are going to launch it with Kelleher. Up towards Van Dijk. Dan Burn does so well again. Okay, he's got the ball. What for? Anyway, here goes Newcastle. They're going on an attack of their own. They're going to the other corner flag now. They have not been nervous at all by the conceding of that goal. They've done the right thing 2 or 3 times.
Corner.
And Willock wins a corner. So we're past the 98. It's just how long left for Newcastle to hold on. Do you reckon it must be at least 2 minutes, you'd think?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But to be fair to these, mate, and now he's tying his lace.
Yeah.
Newcastle have... Since we've scored, and the referee's going to book Tonali for that, and he'll add the time on again.
Yeah, they've been very professional. They didn't just like get everyone back and allow us to boot it long.
They've just found corners and throw-ins, and it's shit housery, but it's working. I don't know how long added on. I mean, the ref, you'd think he's adding all this on, but you just never know.
Yeah,
do you?
You tend to never get exactly what you need, do you? We need the same...
He's done really well there a couple of times. He's won himself a throw-in now. I don't know how long's left. 99 minutes gone. It's 2-1. Newcastle are just minutes away, you'd think, from winning the cup. But their fans look more nervy than they did a few minutes ago after Chiesa's goal. I don't know how long. Again, the VAR check took forever, but Newcastle have dealt with this 2-1 so well. They've got it again by the corner flag. They're going to try and win another throw-in or something. Liverpool are struggling to get out of there. What can we do in there? Now Liverpool have got the ball back with Robertson. Can they go one more time? It's now or never. It goes long. Liverpool have got the ball. That's the main thing.
Man over.
Gakpo goes wide, looking for Van Dijk. Burn wins the header. Again, he's done magnificent. All game he's done that. Yeah, he must be offside, surely. No. Yeah, Callum Wilson's going straight for the corner flag again. So Boslai's took it off him. We're past 100. I don't know how long's left. What are Liverpool doing here?
I mean,
Pope took the straight out of play.
Joe Linton did literally pull somebody down.
He whacked Harvey Elliott, I think.
Yeah.
Is Joe Linton going to... They're doing a VAR check. I think Joe Linton just launched Harvey Elliott. More drama.
Don't know if this is good for Liverpool, this extra check and all this.
Let's see it. He's wiped into the floor, hasn't he? Get up, Harvey, mate. It is a throw into Liverpool, deep into added time. And again, Joe Linton launched Harvey Elliott onto the floor. Don't know how long we're going to be playing this for. It's Kelleher. He goes long. Liverpool had 2 men competing for the same ball. Didn't get it. Poor. And the full-time whistle goes on Newcastle. Have won the Carabao Cup. Liverpool lose 2-1. Disappointing, really. The better team on the day won. They really did. Liverpool didn't deserve anything from that game. Congratulations to Newcastle. Fair play to them. Their players, their fans are absolutely delighted. We're gutted. It's a shame. But the best team on the day won, Jay.
Yeah, I can't argue with any of that. I think we were lucky to get the one, really. You know, if you'd have called it off on about 65, I think we'd have all gone, yeah, we weren't going to win that game. Poor, yeah, poor, really surprisingly poor. I can't think of many poorer performances from Liverpool in a final. Overall, we only really created the Jones chance and the goal. So many sloppy bits of play. Just things that just didn't sit right with you, and like the McAllister thing, trying to play it long when you've got Jota up front and you've got 2 big fellas at centre half for them. There were loads of things that you thought, well, that doesn't look right to me, but Slot will have some kind of master plan, or, you know, there must be some logical thinking to this. And it ended up that they didn't look like there was in the end. Very, very disappointed.
Congratulations to Newcastle again. Better team won. We just did not show up. Liverpool just played really poorly in that final. You can look all across the pitch. Who comes away with any credit? Virgil a little bit for the first half.
Yeah.
Chiesa for his goal.
Yeah.
But other than that, Liverpool just absolutely, and they got what they deserved. The better team won, and it is as simple as that. It didn't work out for us. Congratulations to Newcastle and their fans, like I say. Good luck. Again, they've had quite a good run. I mean, listen, their run to the final, they beat Forest, they beat Chelsea, they beat Arsenal, they beat Liverpool. I think that's currently, I might be wrong, I think that might be the top 4 of the Premier League.
Yeah.
That they've beaten on their way to the final, so they deserve it. Liverpool, really disappointing. Craig says we look loads lively with Chiesa. Yeah, we couldn't have got worse, but you're right, he did. He scored a very good goal. But yeah, that was one of the worst cup final performances I've seen from Liverpool over 90 minutes, really. It took them 94 minutes to do anything of note, and the better team won. Congratulations to Newcastle. Dan will be here very shortly. He's got a fan reaction show to do, so good luck with that one, Dan. Not ideal whatsoever. Yeah, from me and from Jamie, we're going to sign off there. Going to go to a couple of quick breaks. Dan will be back very, very shortly. See you soon, everyone.
Hey you, do you like Liverpool Football Club? Do you love Liverpool signed merchandise? Well, have I got a prize for you this month? It is this absolute beauty. Let's start on the back. Let's show you the front. Yes, $89.90 replica shirt signed by John Barnes. Yes, John Barnes. That shirt can be yours. It's a very simple competition to enter. Head to redmenplus.com, sign up as a legend tier subscriber, and not only will you get full access to all of our amazing suite of content and our exclusive Discord group and discounted and free merchandise, you'll be in the prize draw to win that incredible shirt as well. redmenplus.com, legend tier status. Get on it.
Yo, Saeed. What are you telling me, bro?
Say hello to my little friend.
You what?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, lad. 1 minute. Potter's calling me. I'll bell you back. Yes, Potts. You good?
All empires are made of blood and fire.
You what? Lad, I just wanted to see if you... Hang on a minute. Jifty's giving me a call.
Once you're in, you're in. Like the mafia, innit?
Why is everyone talking in riddles? I need to chat to Tam and see what he's saying. Go on. I'll bell you back.
We're building something here, and we're building it from scratch. All the pieces matter.
I mean, finally, someone's talking a bit of sense, but, I mean, it's live on Redmen TV. The channel's been going for over 10 years, lad. Well, I still need to see if Hooks will do it.
VAR has made nothing but trouble.
Never mind.
Every dog has his day.
I got a proper gunner, you lad. Look, are you on it? I'm sure the others are going to get involved. I'll make them an offer they can't refuse.
I got my balls and my word, and I don't break them for anyone.
An Arsenal fan with cojones. That'll be a first. Right, Saeed, what are you saying?
You know what, Errol? The difference between me and you, I bleed red and you bleed green.
Oh, lad, I can't cope with you. Are you game or not?
When the devil comes, he comes on angel wings.
Lad, what are you waffling on about? Oh, 2 seconds. Potter's ringing me back.
If you come at the king, you better not miss.
I swear down, you man are trolling me at this point. But say nothing, because I want to keep my friends close and my enemies even closer.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Redmen TV and your fan interactive show after Liverpool were beaten 2-1 by Newcastle United in the Carabao Cup Final. Bitterly disappointing result, performance, afternoon, day, all the rest of it really. Yeah, this is the part of the show where you tell me what we made of it all. This is where you get to voice your opinion, anger, ask questions, anything you so wish. It was pretty bleak, wasn't it? Ultimately, like, we spend a lot of time on this show, on different shows, analysing football to the nth degree, and you know, what could we do better? We discuss a lot of different things, tactically, system-wise, personnel-wise. I honestly believe, ultimately today, all it really boils down to is the fact that they wanted it far more than we did. We didn't match their intensity across the pitch. We barely won a battle up until the 80th minute onwards, when Newcastle sat deep and we had all our attacking players on. We never really stirred or mustered anything like sustained pressure. Credit to the lads that come on. We'll address some personal performances as we go along. We'll do that in the Play Ranking show as well. They actually showed a little bit, but honestly, to a man, it was below par. Certainly out of those that started, it was pretty abysmal. Painful watch. Disappointing. It should never have been a mismatch against Newcastle, but here we are. A few super chats to address before I dive into the chat itself. Q Blaze, thank you very much. Elliot was our best player, hands down. Disrespected so much by Slot, got it all wrong. Jota's been paused since he came back. Yeah, we made the point about Jota early on. I agree with you on Sal and Elliot as well, by the way. I thought he was. Within the space of 5 minutes, he played 2 really incisive passes, one into the feet of Nunez, got his touch wrong, one into Chiesa, one into Jones, and then again into Chiesa for the actual goal itself, and just showed energy and that little bit of desire and fight that we were so desperately in need of, and it was so desperately lacking. Paul Machin said it best: LFC needs to stop breaking our hearts. We'll go far in conference for the sake of going far. Slot and FSG are to blame. Yeah, I mean, as for the last bit, sound. Slot probably did get a few things wrong today. We definitely look very leggy. We do look like, you know, we need this break potentially. I think it's fair to say. I think the past few weeks have been that as well. It's one thing, and I touched on this earlier on, like being in control of matches and being able to sort of like just dominate possession and just outpatience teams, really, which is what we've done really well so far this season in the most part. But then when a team is up for it and above and beyond our intensity levels, you have to be able to match that, and we just haven't done at all, like not even close to it, which is where it's so disappointing, like I say. So I just lost the chat there. I was trying to get it back while I'm talking, but yeah, we didn't even get close to them today, like, and that's what's so disappointing about it. And it would have just taken, like, I even thought at half time we deservedly went in 1-0 down, like, don't get me wrong, but even for second half, come out and show a little bit, like, You've had that 45 minutes. You've got that out the way now. Now's your time to actually learn and be better in the second half, like we've done so often this season as well. But it wasn't. It was the opposite of that. Only one team wanted to win today. Wouldn't even bet on us winning. I mean, thankfully, the luxurious cushion we've got on ourselves in the league means we could probably sort of coast to that now. But I take your point entirely, because on the evidence of today, you wouldn't think we were going to win anything, truthfully. It was that poor. It really was. And credit to Newcastle. Let's get that out there now. Like, deserved winners, by far the better team on the day. Probably our worst performance, one of our worst performances of the season, up there with Nottingham Forest and Plymouth for me. And to put it in a final on an occasion like that at Wembley is tantamount to unforgivable. Like, really poor. Yeah. Martin Lawrence says, poor performance. I've saved his questions over Jota starting. There's no way he's playing better than Nunez. And Elliot and Casey, yet again, The Jota conversation was one we had in depth earlier on, and I think he's been really poor recently, and today didn't help his cause whatsoever. And the Brit Sniper says, I really hope this doesn't have a knock-on effect for the rest of the season. I know we are far ahead in the league, but it feels like the season is slowly petering out. Chiesa needs to be used more. Yeah, Chiesa was good when he came on, give him his credit, because I've been quick to sort of dismiss his chances of playing any footy based on the lack of it we've seen. Jota's legs are toast. Yeah, Jota's really in a rut at the moment, isn't he? As for the league, I'm not going to, try and be overly positive because there's not much to be positive about, truthfully. But it does, listen, this mini break now for internationals might have come at the perfect time, potentially, in terms of a small reset so we can see out the remainder of the campaign. But it does feel as though we might just limp over the line a little bit. Now, listen, that might look like winning the league by 6, 7, 8, 9 points or whatever. But I do think we've still got more than enough about us to get over the line in the league. But at the same time, make no two ways about it, like, we were battered today. Second best in every single department today. It was bleak. First time I'm not looking forward to a derby. That's not a game you want. Again, thankfully, I think it's like 17 days until that comes around. But yeah, right here and now, I'm dreading that game of football myself. And I'm usually ultimately extra positive about Liverpool, but it's difficult right now. AJ Labroy says, what is going on? Are we going to win the league? I'm not sure. Again, I think we will. Thankfully. But it's hard to imagine it right now. Laney says, Slots management case has been criminal. Listen, yeah, obviously, again, he comes on today, he does look sharp, he does look lively, he offers something we were severely lacking in attack. Likewise, Harvey Elliott, I think he falls into the same category as well. The only thing I'd say, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors in training, day in, day out. Like, we don't know the levels Chiesa in particular has been reaching in training for a long time. Like, he came with serious fitness issues, the mini pre-season, midway through the season. Like, how much of his underuse, if you want to call it that, has been down to performance levels or ability levels as opposed to simply being ready to play 90 minutes of football. I would imagine a lot would fall on the latter. Even 30 minutes at times, it felt like he hasn't been up to the task. I think the midweek decision to go with Gakpo, a clearly unfit Gakpo, over Chiesa, probably does need looking at a little bit closer. But yeah, it's so difficult to second guess a manager like Arne Slot, and I'm aware right now he's public enemy number one, more or less, because we've just been beaten in the final, and convincingly so as well, because we were massively underwhelming. However, we're still sitting top of the Premier League, and the likelihood is we'll go on to lift that trophy, so I'm not going to be too critical of him. So, given all that, I don't think we can really point the finger and say, why have you not used Chiesa more? Because he knows where Chiesa's been. He knows what level he's been at since he arrived at the football club, more or less, and we're not privy to that, unfortunately. Holly Bobs, this one as well first. No signings relying on 13 players. Calls this. Listen, for the second point, and the signings point equally as well, but we've just touched on 2 players. You could throw Wataru Endo into the mix. You could throw whoever the fourth attacker's been into this conversation as well. There've been options in around the squad for a while. I do think the lack of rotation has hurt us at times this season. I'm not necessarily pinning all that on today. We can do if we really want. But I've been at the forefront of the argument to rotate more. I felt like it was going to come back and bite us on the arse. And I know hindsight's 2020, and I'm not sort of sitting there smugly, having watched our recent performances, thinking I fucking told you so. That's not my game at all. But I have said since the start of the season, since early on, since it became apparent that Slot didn't like rotating that much, you've got to be careful, because some of these lads aren't equipped or accustomed to going 90 minutes week in, week out and putting in top level performances as they go along. And I think we are starting to see us just tire a bit as the season comes into the running, unfortunately. And listen, we've been eliminated from 2 competitions, one of them in a final, in the space of a few days. So yeah, Craig Tibb says, if Chiesa performs like that compared to our static front line, does it matter what goes on behind the scenes? Goals, energy, win games? No, ultimately, yeah. Silence. I'm not disagreeing with Chiesa and how much better he looked than everyone else today, by the way, because he did. He absolutely did. But 3 weeks ago, he might have not been fit to play 10 minutes of football for Liverpool. We don't know. You know what I mean? Like, we just, that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm with you, and I've just said there, I think we've underused Chiesa. I definitely think we've underused Harvey Elliott. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt this season. And this is what I'm saying about the rotation. even getting more Elliott onto the pitch for 20 minutes, half an hour, and allowing Szoboszlai, McAllister, Gravenberch a rest at times as well, I would have done that. I would have done it in games as well, in terms of like literally starting with somebody else instead of somebody else. But he's gone with the tried and tested same 12, 13 players week in, week out, and it's got us to a very good point. It got us to, penalty shootout in the Champions League, albeit eliminated. It got us to the final of the Carabao Cup, and it's gotten us to 12 points clear at the top of the Premier League. So what happens between now and then remains to be seen, and that's where we can start questioning the decision making, like we're doing right now, ultimately. But prior to today, I don't think anybody could really stick the knife in and criticise Arne Slot with the job he's done. However, this comment tends to disagree. Slot has no clue in big games. All the time plays on threat on the pitch today, I think that's meant to say. He can't play out from man marking. He didn't learn from the PSG. But no, and listen, it's interesting that, because Newcastle do implement a very similar style to PSG in terms of that 1v1, very aggressive, quite brave man marking system. And I did wonder whether they'd go with that today, because he does swap and changes sometimes, Eddie Howe, but he did, to his credit, and we didn't live for it at all. And that's when it comes down to not winning your battles, not winning individual 1v1 duels. And we lost almost every single one across the entire pitch. Like, the minutiae of how we concede the goals, we'll talk about till we're red in the face. Like, that was also bleak. But ultimately, across the entire pitch, we didn't match them for intensity. It was a mismatch, and it was fucking shite. Salah needs to be withdrawn when he's playing bad. Salah again. You're never likely to take Salah off when you're chasing a game like that, I guess. Late on, you always want him on the pitch, because you just never know. And even when Chiesa scored, you just never knew what was going to happen. Like, it could have been Salah with a moment of magic, a bit of inspiration from somewhere. But I agree, his whole performance was another one well below par, but he wasn't on his own. He wasn't in isolation at all. Everybody was off it today. I honestly, apart from Harvey Elliott and a little bit of Chiesa as well. Salah looked fatigued, honestly. I can't blame him for that when we've been playing him for almost every game. We need more rotation in the squad. Yeah, absolutely agree. Can't disagree with that. Dan Arena says, it's hard to criticise Slot for league title in the first season, but we've been leggy for 2 months now, and that's down to Slot's lack of rotation. Can't disagree with a single word there. Like, you're preaching to the choir on that one, genuinely. Again, I'm not being smart after the fact. Like, I've been saying this for a while. I remember standing in front of that board over there, pre-Nottingham Forest, and being shell-shocked that he didn't make more changes for that game. And I know we went on to lose that game eventually, but it felt like the individual matches and the performances were almost irrelevant in all of this, because it always felt as though we could get to a situation whereby we started losing players either through injury or the tolls of the season started to show. And here we are. This is what it is. Like, this, we're living it now. We are living that now. Anyway, so I was going to read this 1 second. Okay, that's pretty grim. Just been asked to go on the radio at 6 o'clock in the morning and talk about that. You think your life's tough right now. Right. The underuse of those players, where's that, sorry? The underuse of those players because Salah can't be withdrawn. No, it's not just Salah. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe, but Chiesa can play across the front line. Elliott, I actually think of Elliott more as being back up and being able to get some rest into Szoboszlai and, like I say, Curtis Jones or McAllister a little bit in the 10 position as opposed to Salah. I know Slot used him as a Salah understudy replacement, so they did in Paris the other week, but I still see him as being a midfield option who can, accommodate the likes of, the other lads being able to actually take a fucking breather. Anyway, Cammy says, I feel like after the Champions League exit, the Carabao Cup loss, that's Trent, Virgin, Mo gone. Finish on the high with the pen, but it's game over. Listen, the implications could well be far-reaching. How much impact, how much influence today has on that particular scenario, we may never know. Some of their minds may already made up. I think in one case it probably is. And listen, we haven't exactly nailed down the contract situation scenarios prior to being in, the Champions League quarterfinals, potentially, and the Carabao Cup Final. So how much stock is in that, I'm not sure, but you also could be right. Ultimately, it might be the final nail in the coffin for one or two of them, who knows. But yeah, it's got to be difficult.
it feels like it's going to be difficult to get over this, and it might take a couple of days, to be honest, and get back up for the Premier League. Listen, I'll do it. I'll manage it. I'll find a way. But it does feel... I feel a bit crestfallen, to be honest with you. I feel disappointed, and I feel just all a bit meh about it all. And I don't mind losing games of footy sometimes. You can lose to the better team sometimes. That can happen. That's fucking par for the course. It's the nature of the game, like. But today was so flat. It was so underwhelming. I do feel bitterly disappointed by it. Like, I'm not one for hyperbole normally. Like, it's just not my style. But I kind of... I feel like it is a little bit unforgivable when you just lose because the other team wanted it more. Like, you've got to at least match their endeavour, at least match their intensity, and the best team then can win out on the day. I don't feel like we did that. Honestly, I don't feel like we did that, and that's what makes it hard to take. Really hard to take. Yeah. Unt says Gakpo could barely walk versus PSG. Chiesa must start. Yeah, we might well see a bit more Chiesa on the running, let's be honest, and Harvey Elliott likewise as well. But every time I feel like I've said that this season, particularly with Harvey, he's not been seeing them for like 2 weeks. So make of that what you will. Oswald with a bit of spin on positivity for us. Let's move forward and win the 20th league title. Yeah. Do you know what? That is a complete accident. I will try and address that before I go. It absolutely wasn't intentional. There's a huge list of them here, and I will try and get back to them in a moment. Laney says, too passive tactically, out of possession on slot. I don't even know where to begin with that. With that, honestly, like the whole thing was. I normally, I'm scrolling up now. Who was the super chat I missed off? Sorry, let me just find that name again. Would do just S. Yeah, again, normally I'd be willing to engage and like talk about the little tactical situations, the little moments in the match, but it feels pointless, which is a shit thing to say, but it just feels like the long and short of why we lost that game of footy. This is also true. I think I missed this super chat as well before. Hawks as well with super chat. Thank you very much. I missed that. I was worried in second half of extra time against PSG. Our legs are gone, and this just feels like it's all cut up. There was nothing left today. Just hoping we get back to end the season well. Yeah, here on that. By the way, I absolutely agree. And I know a lot of people don't like the legs excuse, but I can't avoid it, to be honest with you, because that's just how it feels to me. And there are moments in the game whereby we look full of energy and we do look full of running. But I just think across the course of it, when a team comes at you with that level of intensity, that level of pressing, we've been found wanting twice, really. 3 times if you include the first leg over in Paris too. It just feels like we just run on empty a little bit and we're grasping for something that isn't quite there. Like I touched on it pre-match about having gears to go through, and I wanted Liverpool to have gears to go through, but I'm not sure that we're capable at the minute, unfortunately, which is a bleak place to be in. Rohan with Super Chat as well says, FSG need to answer for not reinforcing the squad. Yeah. Possibly, quite possibly. I'm gonna say something here now, and I might be speaking ever so slightly out of turn on this, but I'm gonna just address that small elephant in the room momentarily. There's a couple of things that, listen, we're all Liverpool fans ultimately. Let's get that there straight away. Like, I'm just a Liverpool fan who happens to be sat here speaking to you guys. That's literally it. That's all this is. Which is boss. Fucking love my job, apart from when we lose and we're shit. But so I'm gutted when we lose. I'm gutted, just like you are. Exactly the same boat, like fuming, annoyed, etc. But there's 2 things for us as like an entity, as a business, as fans as well, ultimately. And me in particular, I'm speaking from a personal point of view, actually. Let's slightly shift that conversation. There's 2 things that I love Liverpool doing, right? And they just so happen to be sort of best for business as well, if you like. And it's winning games of footy, trophies as well, they go hand in hand. And it's transfers. Like, if anyone's been following the channel, since I arrived here anyway, you'll notice that I cover and we cover transfers to the absolute minute, the tiniest detail. Like, we speak to so many people in the round deals who know that player better than we do, especially from, like, you know, foreign climbs, Chiesa, for example. And they're big wins for us. as a thing. They're talking points, they give us content, etc., etc., etc. So why people would think that we don't want Liverpool to sign players is fucking beyond me. Like, it's absolutely beyond me. And I know I've gone slightly off topic here, but it just needs saying, because I don't get it. Like, you might be right about the FSG thing. And listen, if Arne Slot and Richard Hughes have gone to FSG with their cap in their hand saying we need to buy 2 players in January, and FSG have turned around and said, no, you're not having them, I'm sorry. That's fucking bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. And I want Liverpool to sign players. I want Liverpool to be the best version of Liverpool that's humanly possible. And if today is a direct result of not signing footballers, then I'm fuming with it, just like you are. Okay. Anyway, I have to get that off my chest. I'm sorry. Let's dive into the chat. I am still trying to find them super chats. The whole list of them that I've not been able to track down, to be honest with you. I am doing my best at as we talk. Maybe PSG weren't that good. We are just poor now. Yeah, possibly. And yeah, there's been a few performances, like even games that we've won, like I said earlier on, like the Wolves match. We were dreadful, dire in the second half of that. And there've been 1 or 2 that we've, again, picked up the points from or got through, but it's been PSG. But it's been a bit like, oh, we weren't at it there. We got away with one, dodged a bullet. It feels like we have been, yeah, just running on empty ever so slightly of late. And we need to go and recharge the batteries and try and finish the season strong, as strong as we possibly can. How confident are we to win the league? Left back and a 4 we should have bought in January. Yeah, listen, the left back thing. Left back thing's a thing, and that's 100% one to address in the summer now. Likewise, a centre forward, I think, as well. And there's probably a couple more that need to happen too, I would say. But yeah. It's a shame Kays didn't get more chances this season. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Newcastle just wanted it more 100%. How have this squad won a league? Yeah, being frustrated with Slot, not trusting certain players, needs to be braver and less stubborn. Possibly. Is this? I'm trying to. Is this sarcastic? I can't work it out. I really hope it is. Yeah, possibly. And with I can accept losing for 3 start games is really mind-boggling. Yeah, I did a whole thing about setting the tone earlier on, early on the game, and like you're putting a marker down and winning your battles and all that shit, and it was just not even close to it. Not even close to it. To lose is one thing, to get bullied is unacceptable. Absolutely agree with this, Stephen, wholeheartedly as well. I think the break is needed, especially, yeah, to stop being reactive. We lost 1 game in the league this season. Yeah, listen, we're still a decent footy team. Lost count of how many times we... Sorry, this is... Lost count of how many times we had a game done and dusted and Grav was left on. It's his first real season and he was running to the ground. And do you know what? Absolutely concur with that as well. And Gravenberch was always the example I used earlier on the season when I'd ever dare to touch on the fact that maybe we need to rotate a little bit more. Because with Gravenberch, you're right, it's been a few seasons since he had anything like this amount of minutes under his belt. Like, Ajax, he was obviously a really sort of pivotal point of their side, and he played a lot for them. Then he had a complete non-starter of a season over in Bayern Munich. He was a little bit stop-start last season, and now all of a sudden we've gone, right, you're boss. And he's boss. But that therefore means that you're going to play almost every single minute. Like, it's been coming, potentially. Let's put it that way. And I do think we're seeing the effects of it now, to be fair. Endo is criminally underrated. Yeah, he's been good. Yeah, listen, it's hard to disagree. That's been the case, hasn't it? That has been the case. And unfortunately, I'm not going to go as far as say the wheels are coming off, but it looks as though we are just starting to fade as the season draws to its conclusion, which ultimately means we are out of the Champions League and we've been beaten in the Carabao Cup Final. And, you know, to coin a very popular phrase right now, humbled a little bit in the Carabao Cup Final. Let's have it right, because we were shite. Right, let's just dive back into here momentarily. What's this? Here we go. Right, let's scroll right up to the top. 1 second. I'll be with you now. Jeff Forkinson, last 9 games for falling off a cliff. It's worrying. It is very worrying. I'm just trying to find a couple of super chats in particular. Daniel Ogwezi, we need players, don't blame Slot. Gosh, Salah was poor. He was indeed. Ramadan came early for Salah, energy zapped, says Zoc. Listen, it's often been post-AFCON, where he's come back and struggled to recapture his earlier season form. But there's no two ways about it. Like, he's having a real dip at the moment, and, you know, coincidentally, so are Liverpool. Scrolling back up to the top now. Hitching Baz. How can we leave their tallest, most dangerous player free on a corner? Stick a man on him. Their mid block is stopping us from playing. Oh, that's earlier on, actually. That must be earlier on. Yeah, I think we've gone too far. That's fine. Right, I think we're okay. S, I still can't find your super chat at all. Let me have one last scan down before you moan at me again. Hitching Baz is done. Hawks is done. Yeah, it's just absolutely vanished. I can only apologise. I've looked 3 times. I've done nothing but look. Oh, hang on. And of course. When are you guys going to criticise FSG? No investment again. Don't worry, you'll be okay. The club will give you some nice access, an interview or two. Right then. I'm glad I found it. Okay. I don't know what you think we get from them, but let me tell you right now, it isn't what you think. Not even close to it. I don't understand. Every single thing that we do, we have to beg, plead, and borrow for often, to be honest with you. Like, some of the lads are great. Obviously, the boss. We have some decent relationships with some of the players. It's fine. But honestly, the opinion that we get, like, shit from them is wild to me. Why? I wish, let me put it this way, I wish we had the access and the link that people out there thought we did. I really do. I'd kill for that, but we don't. That's the best way I can put it. I'm not going to speak openly about the inner workings of what we do in our relationship with them, because that's stupid. But honestly, some of the shit I see, some of the bile I see day in, day out, I honestly wish it was true. Because we'd get some boss stuff. But anyway, yeah, it is what it is. I'm going to start wrapping up now. It's fine. Honestly, don't worry about it. It's honestly, I'm all right. I'm more disappointed by the result than that nonsense. Let's have it right. Like, I'm just fuming that we got beat by Newcastle and we were shite. I couldn't care less about the other stuff. Makes no odds to me. No, it's fine. Honestly, it's fine. To be fair, I missed his super chat earlier on, so that's on me. It's been a long time waiting there, and he's asked a couple of times for me to find it, so it's on me for missing it in the first place. I'm glad I went back and addressed it. It would have been unfair of me to find it after all that time and then not speak on it, but I'm just going to tell you the truth, and that's how it is. We don't. We just don't. Here we go. Last couple of bits now. Daniel Lim says, it's not that bad as someone making it out to be. I don't know what the hell does that mean? Yeah, he was. I sometimes go and, like, I was on BBC Radio 5 Live this morning on radio. It doesn't mean, like, you know, I'm pally with BBC either. I don't get that. Doesn't make any sense. We sometimes get invited to go on Liverpool stuff, yeah, but that's not because, like, we have some sort of special relationship. That's just because some people here are decent to talk about footy. Yeah, anyway. Have I not? Holly, don't do this to me. Is yours having a go with us for FSG as well? Because if I've got to find that after all this. He doesn't, Kieran, actually. Thanks for the super chat, though. But he doesn't ever. He certainly doesn't. If he did, I'd have a lot less left on my mortgage, I think. And my car would be 10 times better. Lost count of how many times we've again done. Oh, we've read that one. 12 million Chiesa and 30 million on a goalie we don't even have yet. That's it. Roy Evans spent 8.5 million on Colin alone, yet it was 1995. But what is going on? Yeah, I agree. We need signings. And we definitely need signings this summer. A lot of them will hinge on what happens to the contract, obviously. But I'm anticipating and hoping for a big summer. Because again, that's what we want. It helps us. Lewis H. Newcastle deserve huge credit. Sometimes just got to save the excuses and accept the situation. Still has a lot of work to do. We go again. Yeah, I agree with that completely. I've read that one already, and the answer's still nothing. This week has been awful, but our season's not over. We need to refocus and concentrate in the league and end on a high. Yeah, here to that last bit as well. But it does feel difficult right now, doesn't it? Let's be honest, because it all feels like it's coming crashing down a little bit. And going out with a little bit of a whimper, which is shit because it wasn't supposed to be this way. I never signed up to the quad talk personally. I was very reluctant to sign up to the treble talk as well, to be honest. But to go out in this fashion, in this manner, having been eliminated in midweek from Champions League, it felt like the silver lining from midweek and the cushion from the disappointment of that was today, and the Premier League table looking so handsome. And now we've lost one of those buffers. It's difficult to pick myself up, and I'm imagining you guys are feeling very similar, to be like, okay, we'll dust ourselves down and we'll focus on the league. We will, absolutely we will, but it'll just take some people longer than others, which is fine. It's fine. We all support this football club and we all deal with things in our own ways. Last few comments now. We've said a few times already, but there we go. It's not even half as painful as PSG. Oh, I don't know. It's a final, it's a final. Oh, it's pretty grim. VR is not doing a very good job at all. They should have given Liverpool a hand. But yeah, maybe they should have. I'm very, very reticent to focus on details like that because I just look how bad we were. And if that penalty goes our way, who knows? Might be a different story. But we were bad, weren't we? Newcastle weren't. Newcastle were not. Cray 62 says, hard to take after Tuesday. Don't know if international break is good, but I feel like it's good. Genuinely feel like it's good right now. Chiesa might be rusty, but he oozes class. This one hurt more. Effort was awful for the final. Yeah, 100%. 100% agree with that. Right. I feel like that's enough of that. Right. Yeah. Sound. It was always gonna go into that type of show, wasn't it? And it's fine. Yeah, that was wild to me. And listen, if it had been the first one, you'd have gone, okay, that's a bit fucking daft, but at least it was the first one. But I was like the fourth corner whereby I'd been marking him, and it felt like they were getting first contact on all of them. Yeah, it felt pretty inevitable to me. But still, he scores a header from about 14 yards out. Why has he got a free run at it? He's 6'9". Anyway, done. It was not very good. Is that true? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, fine. I don't know what you're referring to necessarily. But what I can tell you is that was pretty shit. And I'm pretty sure that's the truth, to be honest with you. So anyway, that's that. Let's wrap up. And I'm going to go over and do what should be a pretty bleak player ranking show. Come and join me. See you in a minute. Hey you, do you like Liverpool Football Club? Do you love Liverpool signed merchandise? Well, have I got a prize for you this month? It is this absolute beauty. Let's start on the back. Let's show you the front. Yes, 89.90 replica shirt signed by John Barnes. Yes, John Barnes. That shirt can be yours. It's a very simple competition to enter. Head to redmenplus.com, sign up as a Legend tier subscriber, and not only will you get full access to all of our amazing suite of content and our exclusive Discord group and discounted and free merchandise, you'll be in the prize draw to win that incredible shirt as well. redmenplus.com, Legend tier status. Get on it.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Redmen TV and the player ranking show after Liverpool were beaten comfortably 2-1 by Newcastle United in a properly disappointing performance. Yeah, second best all over the pitch, more or less, I think it's fair to say. Really underwhelming, beaten by a team that wanted it more, simple as that. Congratulations to Newcastle, they were far superior to us on the day. But yeah, and Holly Bobs, I'm sorry I missed Super Chat earlier on. Again, I apologise for that. But you're absolutely spot on. Lack of fight, lack of endeavour, lack of desire at times. Up until the closing stages, maybe the last 10, 15 minutes perhaps, we never really stirred or mustered anything like a fight. Yeah, crap. My name is Dan, though, for somebody who doubted that a moment ago in the chat. Quick Super Chat here. Before we dive into what we're actually here to do, even one or two better options from the bench instead of tied legs from mid, just lost that momentarily, there we go, for midweek would have invigorated us, hence my reason for reinforcement. Yeah, listen, the reinforcements, just to dead briefly touch on that, a lot of the reinforcement we might have wanted or needed has been available to us from the bench a lot this season, I think it's fair to say, but very often we haven't used it enough or utilised some of the personnel enough, in my opinion. There's some quality individuals in the round of the Liverpool squad. We are lacking in certain departments as well before S absolutely crucifies me. But yeah, there's a good squad there. There's a decent depth of squad there, albeit currently lacking 3 potential defensive options, 3 potential right backs as well. So yeah, I just think it's a little bit of underusing some players, running some players into the ground a touch, and again, a collective lack of fight today, unfortunately. Anyway, let's do it. Yeah, as I see you, I can see you. Yeah, listen, I'll address it. I will always address it. Let's put it that way. I'll always give my opinion on it, because why not? That's what I'm here to do, ultimately. Kevin Keller. Anyone who's not done this, by the way, with me, we go from boss. Scrap that first bit. We go from sound to you messing, and I pick up a player's face, and you tell me where to put him compared to these particular segments. So let's do it. Ewan, I don't, because I don't give a shit about them necessarily. I don't really care at all. Yeah. I don't know what else you want me to say. I want Liverpool to sign footballers. I've said that a lot, literally in exactly that same sentence down the months, and I always have. If you really want to know why that's the case, go back to the last show, sort of midway through. I do a mini rant about why it's beneficial to you, me, everybody. Anyway, all the players we are messing, well, that could be a quick show, and I'm kind of here for it. Lots of sounds for Kelleher, lots of mid sounds. Got away with one a little bit with a disallowed goal, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, couldn't do much. I mean, the Dan Burn header is from a long way out. But maybe there's more problems than Kevin Keller for that one, which we'll come to in due course. Kelly, do you know what I was thinking? When I dismissed the possibility of the boss, they were on my mind a second ago, I won't lie to you. Right, Joel Quansah. What do we think about Joel Quansah's performance? Right back, Joel Quansah. Not loads of problems came from that side, I don't feel like. But Kieran, I'm just waiting on the text. When it comes mid-show, I'll either have to get off or I'll carry on. We'll know in like 5 minutes. If it suddenly stops, then you'll understand. I've been told to knock it on the head. Joel Quansah. What do we think? Sound, but he isn't good enough, says Bas van der Heide. And we had sound as well. Sound... Dun, 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 dun. Low sound. Put everyone in boss. Yeah, that would really cheer people up. Okay, you're messing. We need transparency. Oh, God, this is just torturous at this point. Let's whack him there, shall we? Relatively busy, little bit to deal with, but yeah, I thought he coped okay. Really. Since Plymouth things went wrong, yeah, you might be right. Problem with Quansah right back is lack of ability to overlap Salah. Yeah, listen, we were always going to be lacking and left wanting when it comes to his attacking influence. He tried, he got up and down a couple of times, but Trent's one of our most dangerous attacking outlets, let's be honest about it. And we just lacked it. Lacked it in a big, big way. Ibu Konate, next. Taken off, sacrificed maybe a little bit. And yeah, when we went ultra attacking and just tried to find something in the game, Craig says sound. Yeah, another sound and another sound. Konate, low sound. You're messing. We missed Trent today, absolutely missed Trent today. Yeah, I think that's probably the reason he was the one to go off, to be honest with you. Clearly not. Not even close to being 100% at it right now. Konate was okay. Lots of sounds. Okay. Hi, you're messing. Okay, a couple of your messings coming in. I'm not having him below Quansah. Maybe we've gone Quansah and Kelleher touch high, and if we go Konate there, maybe that feels more suitable to me. Virgil, I've actually seen some praise for Virgil's performance. So what do we make of it? Daniel Ward, I'm very tempted. Alexis McAllister will be higher naturally, but outside of that, you might be right. Let's do a few more for Virgil, shall we? Sound, says Sharon. Low sounds. Yeah, I think he comes away relatively unscathed, doesn't he? Both centre-backs are questionable. Okay. I thought Virgil was the pick of the two, to be honest. I really do. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to pop Virgil just there. Andy Robbo. Beaten in the air for the Isak goal. What I will say about Virgil, just there quickly. I haven't watched it back loads of times yet. But the Isak goal, does he just sort of vacate the Isak? Again, you might be able to tell me better than this because you might have had a chance to rewatch it since the game finished. But like, I don't know. I don't know if you can leave Isak in that much space inside the area. That feels dangerous to me because he's fucking good, isn't he? And yeah, I don't know if you should maybe go closer to him and try and make something happen. Anyway, Robertson sound. His marking on that. Yeah, I don't know. You're messing from Robbo. On the line, we got a straddler. We got our first straddler. Everyone was ball watching. Yeah, there was an element of that perhaps. But Van Dijk just kind of goes into an area as opposed to closer to the danger man. Yeah, again. Made two good blocks actually in quick succession, Robbo. But outside of that, I think he had a pretty below par day, as did most of them. Now, a lot was made in the midfield pre-match and how it needed to be on its A game in order to cope with Newcastle and live with what they were going to offer. I'm not sure it did. So let's do it. Yeah, Snores. Maybe. Gravenberch, what do we think? So according to your ranking, non-Liverpool players played a bad game. They should all be in your messing. I mean, they're hardly fucking flying, are they? You know, and there's still time. You're messing, please. You look so tired. Yeah. Do you know what? The midfield was kind of the crux of the issue for me, to be honest with you. Lots of your messings coming in for Gravenberch. And it's so uncharacteristic, isn't it? Like, all three of them, you know, have been exceptional for the most part this season. Him in particular, by the way. And he's had a real purple patch recently. And he's Mr. Consistent. Everybody knows how much I adore Alexis McAllister. But today was not even close. Not even close. Right, what do we make of... Let's do Alexis individually first, shall we? Below your messing, Jesus Christ. Beaten in midfield, yeah. Beaten is an understatement, by the way. Absolute understatement. I feel like if I didn't man up to it, I'm happy to go a little bit further, by the way. Because I've got a bit of a beamy bonnet about this right now. So if anybody wants to address it again, then feel free to ask me. You're messing, Mackie. Yeah, shite. And I love him to pieces, but just crap. Dom Szoboszlai. And the point is, like, listen, defensively, it was relatively poor, I think it's fair to say, hence the relatively low marks. But the real problem in this game was the fact we didn't match them at all for the energy levels, the intensity. We lost so many battles, and that really was the heart of the midfield that was the problem. So that's why the rankings look like they do so far for me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's fucking grim, isn't it? Wow. Okay, Dom Szoboszlai. They could be lower. Feel free to tell me they're lower. Let's do the front line. It's going to be a pretty poor showing as well, I feel like. What do we think of Mo Salah today? I missed that one, Dan. Sorry, mate. It's not. Listen, it's never easy when we lose because again, like we're not bulletproof. Like I'm a Liverpool fan, just the same way you guys are. Like, and I'm disappointed, massively disappointed by the fact we lost the final. In spite of what it means for what I do for a living. Like, it makes no odds whatsoever. I'm just fuming, just like you guys are as well, and trying to understand how we could not turn up to a game of such magnitude. Like, to just be beaten off the park because we didn't want it as much as them, that hurts more than anything else. Like I said earlier on, like, I can take being beaten by the better team and just a moment of quality or a moment of inspiration or whatever, but not stacking up to them in terms of the energy levels that were required and the desire that was required. That to me is unforgivable. Did Salah play? Salah messing? No show. Salah rubbish, but he can't keep carrying the team. Yeah, they said the service wasn't great because the midfield wasn't functioning. The play out from the back didn't function either. So yeah. But still, when he did get chances, when he did get the ball, I don't think he particularly shone in those moments either. Let's do Luis Diaz. I must admit on Diaz, it felt like if we were going to produce something, which never felt particularly likely, it was going to be Diaz. So, yeah, what do we think? Still in Nuno's pocket, yeah, he got absolutely owned by him, didn't he? Owned isn't a phrase I've ever used in my life, I don't think. You mess him. Vate Jones, come on, don't be shy. Well, we got to get there. All the forwards you're messing. Okay, loads of you messing. We've got a sound for Diaz. Chiesa could come on earlier, yeah. Okay. Straddling sound and you're messing. Low sound. All right, we're a little bit higher on Louis. I personally think we need to get away from the 2 DM midfield. Yeah, okay. Well, it's worked well up until like the past month, I want to say, where we've really lacked legs in there. Diogo Jota. And now I'm going to keep quiet on Jota and let you guys decide on Jota because I've said a lot on Jota. And yeah, it's not pretty. So I'm not gonna comment. I've said enough, to be fair. Messing off the ball, you're messing. Okay, you guys are all kind of with me on it. And this isn't just based on today in isolation, by the way. I think he's had a really, really tough second half of the season. I'm aware there's been injuries along the way, as there so often is with Diogo, and I love Diogo Jota. It's not a personal attack on him. He's been brilliant. He has been brilliant, but this season feels problematic for Diogo, let's put it that way, and that's putting it very, very, very lightly. Worst player on the pitch today, below you're messing. Okay. Now subs. Quickly do the subs and get me out of here. Curtis Jones, Federico Chiesa, Harvey Elliott, Cody Gakpo, and Darwin Núñez. And then I'll quickly do a manager. Let's do Curtis Jones, because I'm not shy. What do we make of Curtis Jones? Sounds, I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know. He had our first shot on target, testing Nick Pope. Straight at him, bit of a camera save, I felt like, from Nick Pope, to be honest. And then he has one where he turns on the half turn and blazes over from an Elliott pass. So, listen, we improved when the subs came on. Not Curtis Jones by himself, but we improved. We at least shown some signs of life, which we were so desperately, desperately lacking. All you're messing, you'll never walk alone. Yeah, he does this from time to time. It feels like that is revert to type when we're struggling and we're finding it difficult to get a foothold in the game. It feels like Jones, when he's under pressure, wants to keep the ball just because he wants to keep the ball, but it can cost us and it can come at a detriment as well. Yeah, Sounds had more control. A few people saying low sound. All right, let's do low sound. I quite enjoyed that. I don't agree with it, Simon, but I did quite enjoy it. It made me smile at least, which, you know, in the circumstances, isn't that easy. Let's do Cody Gakpo. I don't think he's fit at all, by the way. I think he looked fitter today than against PSG, but I don't think he's right at one bit. To the point where I was quite surprised he came on the pitch, to be honest. Yeah, he's just not ready at all, is he? I put Jones far too high, did I? Okay, sorry. There you go. Gakpo, you're messing. He's just not fit, is he? Listen, he is your messing based on today's performance. He frustrated the life out of me when he committed that foul, tracking back at one point. That is criminal to me, by the way. When you're chasing a game and you commit an unnecessary foul, whether it be in the corner. I think Robertson did one in the corner, actually. Just reminding myself, where is he? It hurts me. And I know you're desperate to win the ball back and you're trying with all your might. In his head, he's probably thinking, don't foul him, don't foul him, don't foul him. And then he just goes, and he did it as well. It pisses me off, like you wouldn't imagine. Darwin Núñez. There's one in the box when his touch was off and it broke to Pope. Other than that, yeah, poor really. Let's do it, shall we? On the floor, you're messing. Núñez put the card in Saudi. Jesus wept. Okay, there's the car park shout again. And I'm more. I'm not going to be so disrespectful. Listen, I'm not going to be. Listen, it was bad, all right, but I'm not going to be disrespectful. Elliott. Harvey Elliott next. Now, I'm going to get destroyed for this, and maybe the next bit as well. But I thought he did all right. I genuinely thought he did all right. Like, honestly, I thought he did well. He added much needed energy, much needed impetus. But beyond all that, he added actual quality. Like, he played, to my memory, 3 passes, incisive passes into feet, including the assist, by the way, for that guy, that created genuine chances. Like, there's one into Chiesa early doors, and his touch just got away from him on basically like the 6-yard box. There was the one to Jones as well, and then there's the assist. Like, he actually added something. And it felt like when the ball was breaking loose from clearances, second balls, it was always him getting on the end of them and making us play again and recycling. So, honestly, I thought Harvey was really good. He won't be near Boss. But, yeah, I thought Harvey did well, like genuinely well. Yeah, I agree with this. I'm glad I've got some backers in the chat because I was worried about that for a moment. Let's do Chiesa. Scores the goal. Takes the goal well, actually. Doesn't need to be fair. And how confused was he by the VAR situation? He looked absolutely baffled by what had gone on there. I think the referee talking over the tannoy burns his head out, to be honest with you. His head was on Mars. But he scored and he took it well. And he showed quality, showed fight, he showed desire. Arguably better than the goal was him chasing back to the halfway line, putting a big slidey in and win the ball back. Like, that got me up and about more than anything I've seen all afternoon, to be honest. So, yeah, good. Sarah's going Boss for Chiesa, sorry. Straddling, I love a straddle, as we know. And there haven't been many, because it's not a time for jokes. But I'm not sure anyone warrants even touching. Somebody said a minute ago, I don't think anybody warrants the Boss. I'm inclined to agree. I think Chiesa and Harvey are the two standouts, but I don't think anybody quite gets in Boss. Speaking of the Boss, and Boss, Arne Slot. We quickly need to do Arne Slot. We need to do man the match. Ugh. And then I need to leave. Yeah, Luke, we're getting there. Don't worry. We're getting there. Slot, you're messing. Off the ball, please. Oh, Arne Slot has not been in your messing all season long. I haven't done every one of these shows, but I've done about 80% of them. And I'm pretty certain Arne Slot has not been in. Oh, really? Is that right? Shit. Arne Slot has not been in your messing once. But I think we are breaking new ground here, aren't we? Is it his team selection that's done it? Is it just the fact we've been beat? Subs? I think the subs actually probably help, so it can't be that. Combination of all three. I'm Simon, I'm okay. I'm coping okay. I'm semi-enjoying myself. I want to get into another big argument about FSG, though. There's time. There's always time. Man the match. Let's do this, shall we? What do we put Chiesa higher? I'm not willing to go to Boss with anyone, you know. I assume we're talking Chiesa or Elliott for this, by the way. So let me know now. And then I can get out of here and go and wallow in my misery for the rest of the evening before coming back in and doing it all again tomorrow. Right, we've got Chiesa, of course. Harvey, Elliott, Chiesa. We've got man the match Chiesa. I mean, that's a lie. The whole front row needs to be, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Chiesa man the match. Chiesa man. A lot of people saying Chiesa. I thought, dreadful is accurate, by the way. I thought we'd see more Elliott shouts. No one is man. We've got to do it. I've got the card in my hand now. Elliott man the match. Dan Burn man. Yeah, listen, the Newcastle player was man the match. Maybe Joel Linton, to be honest. Let's do shared. I'm going to make a decision. I'm going to do it based partly on what I witnessed and partly by the comments. I've just had a shitload more come through. Actually, hang on. Elliott, Chiesa, give it to both of them. The kit man the match. Everybody is saying Chiesa, aren't they? Slot back on the bus, you're messing, Holly. Yeah, listen, you're probably right. Let's do Chiesa. Let's do Chiesa. He hasn't had many plaudits this season. Mainly because he hasn't had many minutes this season, to be honest. But credit to him today for at least showing some sign of life and some fight in his performance and instilling the tiniest sliver of pride back in it. But not many. Not many positives to take away at all. Yeah, done. Not even another argument about FSG to be had. Liverpool beaten 2-1 by Newcastle. Battered 2-1 by Newcastle, truthfully. We barely deserved the one because we were terrible. And it's probably one of our worst performances this season. And it's come in one of our biggest games of the season. Yeah, listen, we'll live to fight another day and then some, by the looks of it. There's still so much to be playing for. Like, in the cold light of day, if you'd have told me I'd be stood here on this date, in this position, in the league the way it is, I'd have bitten your hand off. But it doesn't make it any easier to take right now. Let's have it right. But yeah, bleak. Thank you very much. I will be on that podcast, Luke. Yeah, so I will see you there. Look forward to it already. Yeah, it's bleak, properly bleak. But yeah, try and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Try not to feel too down about it. I'll do my best as well. And we will, yeah, we'll speak again. We go again, as once was infamously said. Liverpool, shite today. Just shite. Didn't match Newcastle. Not even a bit of it. Not even a bit of it. They wanted it more. They were better. Grim. Bad week. Really bad week. 2 weeks off now from Liverpool playing, which is blessed relief after all this. Anyway, I'm going to go. Actually going to go. Thank you very much for this. Honestly, as ever, I always say this and I forgot. Thank you very much for getting involved. I know it was shit and it was grim and it was miserable, but that can be life as a football fan, as a Liverpool fan sometimes, just the way it is. And thanks for the last bit as well. Thanks for being here all day. You guys are the best. None of this would happen if it wasn't for you. And one final time, this would still happen regardless of them. Take it easy. Bye for now.